Chapter 301 Special White Zetsu, A Fei. Over there. Haiga Kangyu immediately confirmed the transfer location. The direction of the tailed beast ball just now. It seems that Minato Namikaze often leaves Flying Thunder God Kunao there. But Doping is not surprised by this. Because the remaining directions are either farmland, medicinal herbs, pastures, etc., it is impossible for Minato Namikaze to use them as transfer areas. Let's go. And Doping also knew that the critical moment had come. Next is the time to seal. Sister Kukuna, you have to wait. Doping thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. It took less than a few minutes for Doping to cross several mountains and come to a forest. And most of the trees in this area have been raised by the Nine Tails. But the Nine Tails at this time is in a very wrong state. Because the other party is tied up by 6 chains. Normally, with its strength, such a chain as thick as an egg cannot tie it up. But the strange thing is that the nine-tailed beast, which is as big as a small mountain, was tied up obediently. This is because these chains are not ordinary. The source is Uzumaki Kushina, who looks tired and weak, as if she will fall down at any time. Vajra blockade. It is also the bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan. In this regard, neither Uzumaki Kazumi nor her daughter Uzumaki Kairin will have this ability in the future. However, Uzumaki Kushina does not have the Kagura Heart Eye and healing physique. The chain sealing ability of the diamond blockade is extremely strong, especially against the tailed beasts, which can be called the natural level. Even the complete nine-tailed beast was obediently punished to stand, not to mention other tailed beasts, which will only be easily controlled. If it is used to deal with ninjas, the effect may not be as exaggerated as it is now. As for Namikaze Minato, at this time, he had already performed the forbidden technique of Shikigami sealing half of the Nine Tails into his own body, and was about to seal the remaining half of the Yang Nine Tails into the body of Prince Naruto on the pedestal. Although Dohei did not know this sealing technique, it did not mean that he was not familiar with it, so he immediately noticed the other party's current situation. At this time, he realized that he could not see the god of death who should be behind Minato Namikaze. Before crossing, it was the audience's perspective, and only after really coming to the ninja world did he find some differences in the situation. Did you see it? Daohei turned his head and looked at Hinata Sogitsua beside him. If anyone can find the god of death, then she is the most likely. The complete Samsara Eye and the Samsara Eye can definitely see it, but the 4 fetal movements are not certain. Perhaps, this is also the powerful part of this technique. If you can really see the god of death easily, it will not be so easy to seal the target. There is a terrifying and cold chakra. Even though Haiga Kangyu knew about this forbidden technique in advance, he still didn't see the god of death, but only noticed the strange chakra. Interesting. Doping muttered to himself, and some of his ideas were also confirmed. For example, could the god of death be a native god, that is, something that existed before Kagaya Otsutsuki planted the sacred tree? Now it seems that this possibility is not small. This harvest alone is already a big deal for him. For example, Zero Tail collects dark emotions to transform chakra, and the god of death harvests life to seal the target. Many things have inspired him. No. Haiga Kangyu suddenly looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Doping was a little worried. Things have come to this point. Logically, there should be no accidents, right? There is a white Zetsu with extremely huge chakra over there. Hinata Kangyu even used the word huge, which is enough to explain that the chakra of this white Zetsu is completely Chokinla, and even Chitonla is not impossible. White Zetsu, with such huge chakra, should be a special individual. Could it be a Fei? Dohei did not expect this accident to happen. Fortunately, he brought a lot of people this time, so he immediately said to Uchihame. You go and hold that white Zetsu, but be careful, the other party may use wood style. For this white Zetsu who may be a Fei, he dare not take it lightly and let her deal with it directly. Wood style. Uchihame's pale pink eyes flashed with an extremely hot fighting spirit. Wood style represents the power of the first generation of ninja gods to pacify the troubled times, and it is also the power to defeat Uchiha Madara. Now that she has the opportunity to fight with wood style, it is no wonder that she is so excited. Even if the opponent can use wood release, he is far inferior to the first generation. Don't expect too much. Seeing this, Dohei could only dampen her enthusiasm to prevent her from getting too excited. I know. Uchihame nodded, but this did not prevent her from looking forward to fighting with wood release. Swoosh! After saying that, she used the instant body technique to rush towards the special white Zetsu. Now she is a member of the Kara organization, which means she can go all out without worrying about the consequences. Last time she fought Kakuzu, due to her identity, she didn't even use the Sharingan. Although she won in the end, the fight was not satisfying enough. This time she had the opportunity to go all out. She was only worried about whether the opponent was strong enough, not worried about whether he could win. The Konoha reinforcements are in your hands. Doping gave another task to Hinata Sogitsu. Although the Konoha ninjas' reconnaissance ability was not as good as theirs, they could find them quickly, so they needed someone to intercept them and buy time for themselves. At this point, only Doping was left here. It's my turn. He muttered to himself and walked out from behind the tree. Pop! An invisible transparent force field directly blocked Doping's steps. Barrier. Doping spoke while quickly forming seals with both hands. Remove. Doping slapped the invisible barrier with his right hand. Hey! A large number of runes eroded the barrier from the palm of his hand, opening a gap for him to walk in. And this scene was naturally seen by Minato Namikaze and Kusanagi Uzumaki. Both of them flashed with astonishment. Even if it was just a temporary barrier, it was at least set up to prevent the Nine Tails from escaping. You can imagine the defensive power. But now, they just came in casually. If they had forced their way through, they wouldn't have been so surprised, but they entered without breaking the barrier, proving how terrible they are in sealing techniques. Are you, from the Kara organization? As a Hokage, Minato Namikaze naturally couldn't have been unaware of the Kara organization. Even if they didn't mention the matter of snatching the body of the third Raikage, the Kara organization had robbed the route twice, and with the subsequent activity, there must be a lot of intelligence. According to their analysis, the Kara organization had no intention of being an enemy of Konoha, and robbed the route just for money, not against Konoha. I'm just a masked person passing by, I can't bear to see an innocent little life fall. As a member of the Kara organization of love and justice, I will show up. Dohei's voice sounded through the mask. Little life. Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other, completely confused about what Dohei was saying. Yes, there is a little life in her belly. Dohei pointed at Uzumaki Kushina. How can it be? When Minato Namikaze was about to deny it, he found that Uzumaki Kushina looked thoughtful and carefully touched her abdomen with her hand, so his face suddenly changed. Minato, I have another child in my belly. Uzumaki Kushina raised her head and gave the answer in a firm tone. Before, she always thought it was an illusion, but now it seems that it is not an illusion, but a mother's intuition. That's great, Kushina, now Naruto has a brother or sister. A smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's pale face. He is not a member of the Uzumaki clan. It is not easy to seal half of the Yin Nine Tails. Fortunately, it doesn't take too long for the soul to be taken away by the god of death, and then the Yin Nine Tails will be sealed in the belly of the god of death. With his sealing ability, it is no problem to hold on for a while and let the god of death harvest the soul. Sir, I don't know how to get you to save my child. Minato Namikaze looked at Doping. The other party must have another purpose for appearing here, so he asked directly, and he was also mentally prepared. If the other party wanted to harm the village, he would take the other party away with him. Chapter 302 Uchiha Mai Ai Fei. Chapter 302 Uchiha Mai Ai vs Fei. I have already got what I need in advance. Doping gave an answer that Minato Namikaze could not understand at all. The knowledge of sealing techniques is his best reward. If it were not for Uzumaki Kushina's unreserved teaching, he would not have the current sealing technique ability and would not be able to take action. Doping threw a bottle of potion to Uzumaki Kushina. Your life is like a candle in the wind. If you want to live to see your second child, drink it. The thing is a liquid extracted from the body of White Zetsu. As long as you don't extract too much at one time, you can harvest it endlessly. So now Doping is ready to use this thing as a raw material to make some drinks for sale. Anyway, drinking too much can slowly improve the ninja's qualifications, and even ordinary people will benefit a lot from drinking it. However, the bottle that Dohei threw to Kushina was naturally a super concentrated version. Gulp. Uzumaki Kushina drank the potion without hesitation for half a second. For some reason, her keen intuition reminded her that the other party had no ill intentions. As the huge vitality entered her body, her spirit, which was originally on the verge of death, was slightly revived, as if it was a last gasp. Of course. There is also a potion specially prepared by Dohei, which can remove the disguised state of the baby in Uzumaki Kushina's belly. Her originally flat belly began to bulge visibly. Dohei took out the summoning scroll and handed her the baby cloth and cleaning tools prepared in advance. But his actions made Namikaze Minato more suspicious. Because this is definitely not a coincidence. It is even possible that the Ban is a member of the Kara organization. If he hadn't been concerned about his child, and if he wasn't in good condition, he would never have let go of such a suspicious guy. But if they wanted to deliver the baby, they had to see if a person agreed. Damn it, they actually wanted to seal main the body of such a brat. With only half of his chakra left and his body reduced by more than one level, Yang Jiwei got angry. This is because Uzumaki Kyuyuna gave birth again, and the King Kong blockade was temporarily unable to take effect, so the Kyuubi began to escape. Faced with this situation, Namikaze Minato could only choose to immediately start sealing it into Naruto on the platform. Bagua seal. He formed the seal quickly, preparing to complete the seal before the Vajra seal completely expired. Damn Konoha, I will never let you play with it. Kyuubi sent out unprecedented resistance to fight against the seal, and the two sides began to compete. If Uzumaki Kyuyuna was not giving birth to her second child, she would definitely come to help, and the seal would definitely be successful. But due to Tang Ping's intervention, the plot naturally changed significantly. But he had no intention of helping. Instead, he stared at Namikaze Minato warily. I am planning to take away Kushina's real child. If the other party is willing, I can rescue him together. If he is not willing, forget it. In this way, he can repay his kindness. Namikaze Minato was not in his plan, but was the target of his defense. Once the opponent's chopsticks don't figure it out and he prepares to take him with him to fight the landlord in the belly of the god of death, then he will be paralyzed. Although the god of death summoned by the corpse ghost cannot be seen. But if you are mentally prepared in advance, there is no problem if you want to avoid it. Anyway, he will never take action until the opponent is dead. Don't treat Namikaze Minato like some harmless little son, put on a filter and look at him. He only showed this gentle side to the villagers of Konoha. When facing the enemy, he was the decisive Yandere Hokage. If this were not the case, the major ninja villages would not even have given instructions to give up the mission immediately if they encountered him. Namikaze Minato couldn't give up. Because as soon as he gave up the seal and the Kyuubi was free to move, he would immediately kill Naruto as the chosen Jinchuriki. Even if it was to protect his own child, he could only activate the sealing technique regardless of consumption. Tang Ping, on the other hand, is just having fun. Anyway, even if Namikaze Minato loses his game, he is absolutely confident that he can clean up the mess. Now, I just hope that my two teammates can buy enough time for me. Far away. Uchihame had already arrived at the target area, and then began to form seals with her hands. Fire escape. Fire extinguishes. He immediately started setting fire to the mountain. She also knows a lot of information about Baiju, so she naturally knows that he is afraid of fire escape and illusion. Especially the Uchiha Genjutsu is a perfect match for the opponent. If Hinata Kangyu is not here now, she will naturally not be able to target accurately and can only use a wide range of attacks to force the opponent out. Fierce. The overwhelming flames enveloped a large area. Her fire escape already has a touch of golden-orange color. Although the color is not strong, it is qualitatively different from ordinary fire escape. The plants turned to ashes in the flames, and the soil began to soften. Continuously maintaining chakra output, Uchihame did not hesitate to consume multiple times of chakra, but also used fire escape to force the opponent out. Over there. Suddenly, she noticed movement in the ground not far away, so she used the teleportation technique to follow. When she was in the sky, her pupils turned into hour-hand-shaped kaleidoscopes. Ama Iwato directly activated this pupil technique. In an instant, the large area centered on her became extremely dark. Uchihame felt soreness and pain in her right eye, but there was no bleeding. Like the dutiful sun and the two pillars, they bleed every time they use the kaleidoscope. It's entirely because they are too young and have poor physical fitness. How can they compare with Uchihame, who is already an adult and whose physical fitness is already extremely strong under the influence of the force of nature? Ah! A Baizetsu, which seemed to be twisted out of a white bandage, emerged from the ground. because it has realized the fact that it cannot leave this area. As for the darkness, it has little impact on it. Because the one eye is extremely empty, there is no eye at all, so it will naturally have no impact. Could it be that you kept me here because you wanted to show me how to poop? Afei looked at Uchihame with his empty one eye, but what he said was extremely contradictory to his appearance. Zira. Blue current appeared on Uchihame's short sword. She is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. In addition, Tang Ping told her that the other party might be able to master wood release, so she naturally didn't want to waste time. Once the matter over there is resolved, she has to retreat, so she cherishes her time. She rushed to this special Baiju, Afei, like lightning. First of all, it is an illusion. Even if it can't kill instantly, it can still affect the opponent. It's just that something embarrassing happened. Afei doesn't even have eyes, so how can he fall under the illusion? However, this did not affect the movement of Uchihame's hand, and the short sword with lightning light swung down. Why are you attacking me? I just want to go back and watch people poop. Afei's body twisted incredibly, and he avoided the attack by a hair's breadth. Although his movements were weird and ugly, he was able to avoid Uchihame's attacks one after another. If you hit me again, hit me back. He said that, but Afei's right hand had turned into a sharp wooden thorn. Wood escape. The art of inserting rods. As long as it can penetrate into the target's body, a large number of spikes will grow from the opponent's body, causing great pain and fatal injuries in an instant. Uchihame from Mudun was no stranger, so he was naturally the first to fight back. Chidori Ryu. She used this thunder escape. Ji. The violent electric current exploded and hit Afei nearby, but it had no effect on him. Who has ever seen plants being paralyzed? Therefore, even if Uchihame distanced herself in time, a wound was left on her abdomen. It's not a gap in strength, it's just a gap in intelligence. If she had known that the opponent was not afraid of the paralysis effect, she would not have used Chidori style. What a good opponent! Let me see if you are qualified to use wood escape. A fanatical and excited smile appeared on the corner of Uchihame's mask. That's right, that's how it should be. Only by defeating this kind of enemy can she feel excited. Chapter 303 Intercepting the Sandome Hokage. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leading some ANBU ninjas and an Inorika butterfly team to the newly confirmed seal location. Stop. Suddenly, he stopped the procession. It's not that he wants to stop. Rather, it was because there was a figure in front of him wearing a black cloak and a bone mask with two strange characters on it. The other party just stood quietly in front of the team, making no movement at all. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to underestimate the other party. Because the opponent had penetrated the root base and caused huge casualties and damage. From those traces, you can tell how terrifying the other party is. And it's not like Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know some basic information about the opponent. As the third Hokage, as long as he is willing, even the most fundamental matters cannot be hidden from him. This road is blocked. Hinata Kangyu's eyes flashed with a faint blue light, which was qualitatively different from ordinary white eyes, so she was not afraid that the other party would see her flaws through this. As for other aspects, whether it's voice, body shape, smell, etc., the uniform has a camouflage effect and will not be seen at all. Shell organization, what do you want to do? Did you release the 9 tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. No matter how anxious or angry you are, you must take the opportunity to figure out one thing at this time. Is what happened tonight the result of Shell? If before the other party appeared, they all felt that Uchiha was the most suspicious, but after the Shell appeared, Uchiha's suspicion was reduced a lot. In other words, the Sharingan in Kyuubi's twin pupils is too real, otherwise the suspicion would be cleared immediately. No, as an organization of love and justice, we in Shell will not do such a thing. We can only say that the person who did this is a member of your Konoha village, used to be, and has nothing to do with us. Hinata Kangyu was also happy to chat with the other party to waste time. Anyway, the task is to delay the enemy, whether it is chatting or fighting. And she didn't lie. The white-eyed wolf, Obito, has nothing to do with their Shell, he is still a member of the Leaf Village. Although it is easy for the other party to think of Uchiha, if they don't show up anyway, the biggest suspect is Uchiha, and this blame belongs to the other party. Do you think I will believe it? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly, and at the same time made a secret gesture behind him, preparing to take the opponent down for questioning. As for the other party's claim that the shell organization has nothing to do with the Nine Tails Rebellion, that can only be said to be dubious. Phew! A shadow approached from behind Hinata Kangyu like a spiritual snake. It is the secret technique of the Nara clan. If you are unprepared, no matter how strong you are, you will capsize. And this is also a characteristic of the ninja world. If the information is insufficient, no matter how powerful you are likely to capsize in the gutter. That's why the information is kept so confidential. It's just, were you blind to Kangyu that day? Although the reincarnated eye is only 4 fetal movements, it has everything the Byakugan has, and it has more that the Byakugan does not have. 360-degree vision with no blind spots. But it's the basic ability of Byakugan. So Hinata Kangyu noticed the other party's little moves immediately, but she didn't say it out loud. Behind. Nara Maruo controlled the shadow, joy slowly appeared on his face, but a voice interrupted his excitement. God's air attack. Along with this sound, a huge transparent fist roared. Tear apart. Faced with this attack, Nara Maruo and all the surrounding rocks and trees were completely torn apart, leaving nothing larger than a fingernail. Only a touch of blood on the ground proved his existence. Maruo. Afataki the tribesman saw his friend dead, so he took action in anger. Doubling technique. The whole person quickly turned into a giant nearly 10 meters tall, and then jumped up. Meat bomb tank. The body rotated rapidly in the air, and then fell towards Hinata Kangyu. The huge body rotating at high speed is like a chariot that can crush everything. Its power is indeed terrifying. The only weakness is the issue of hit rate. In the past, it was naturally assisted by the remaining 2 teammates of Zuladi. Now there is only one left. Hard turn. When the Yamanaka clan ninja hiding in the dark was about to attack, he found that his body moved involuntarily. 10,000 things in heaven. How could Hyuga Kangyu not know the pig, deer, and butterfly formation? He immediately determined the position of the remaining Yamanaka ninja and sucked him out with 10,000 things in heaven. So, the meat bomb chariot that was hitting her directly hit the teammate who was sucked in by 10,000 things in heaven in mid-air. And the high-speed rotating meat bomb chariot, how exaggerated the power is can be imagined. Not to mention people, even steel can be crushed, and it smashed its own teammates in an instant. No one expected this to happen. Especially the Akimichi ninja who killed his teammate with his own hands, felt his brain go blank, and even the landing point was crooked. Boom! The meat bomb chariot hit the side of Hyuga Kangyu, and directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. The multiplication technique was also lifted. Hyuga Sogitsu walked forward slowly, ready to end the life of the Akimichi ninja. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally couldn't watch all this, so he stretched out the Vajra Ruyi stick in his hand. Hey! The metal stick quickly pushed towards Hyuga Sogitsu. Once hit, the end can be imagined. Even the complete 9 tails can be knocked away. If it were a human, it would be seriously injured if not dead. So Hyuga Sogitsu dodged and said. It seems that the 3rd generation is going to keep me. The other party is really skilled in playing dirty tricks. That is, she was fully alert, otherwise who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always showed the face of a good guy, would play dirty tricks in such a dark way, just chatting for a few words and then playing dirty tricks behind his back. Your shells are too dangerous, so I want to keep you on behalf of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly opened up his own pattern. See, he played dirty tricks not for himself, but for the entire ninja world. Even if he failed, he would hate the entire ninja world. Hypocritical guy. Hinata Kangyu said to the other party. Hearing Dohei recounting the deeds of Konoha F4, especially the deeds of the family behind them sucking the blood of the village to develop, she hated them even more. If there is a chance, she naturally doesn't mind giving them a hard beating. Although now in order to allow Konoha to continue to block in front of the castle tower and protect them from wind and rain, the other party cannot suffer too heavy losses. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be killed. But beating him up is not a problem, so after seeing the other party take the initiative, Hinata Kangyu is ready to give him super strength. Humph, it's just a mercenary organization that is greedy for money. What qualifications do you have to say that about the 3rd generation Hokage? An Anbu took the initiative to attack. And this is the Anbu. If it is the root, it will attack like a robot, and will not make a sound even if it dies. From these aspects, the difference between the root and the Anbu can also be distinguished. Swish! The egg-thick translucent blade pierced the body of the Anbu who rushed up. The chi was gathered into a blade. It was sharp, but the key point was that the length could be controlled. With the vision of the Samsara eye, it was extremely terrifying in close combat. The strongest third-generation Hokage. After dealing with the Anbu, Hyaga Sogitsu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was holding the line in the back, and almost said what Dohei liked to say, the strongest Hokage, let's blow it. Although the opponent was so cowardly now, once he caught his weakness, he would launch a violent attack. However, that also required that he was willing to play slowly with them. Knowing that time was limited, Hyaga Sogitsu would retreat after the other side finished. If he was just stalling for time, of course he would not take the initiative. But since he was going to strengthen the third-generation Hokage, he would naturally not be as passive as before. God of Space Strike. He started with God of Space Strike. It's not that you can't use stronger attacks such as the double God air attack, it's just that there's no need. Even if it's just the basic God air attack, the power is already unmatched, and the opponent has no way to defend, so there's naturally no need to use stronger attacks. The key is to hit. If you can't hit, no matter how strong the attack is, it's useless. The Konoha ninjas who have seen the God air attack will naturally not wait to die on the spot, and will use the instant body technique to distance themselves as soon as possible. The hunt begins. Hinata Kangyu selected a target and lurked directly over. Chapter 304, Increase the Strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ah! Be careful! The continuous screams reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. He really didn't expect things to go to this point. He was here to support Minato Namikaze, but now he was blocked here. It's not that he hasn't tried to break through the opponent's interception, but often he would be blocked by a sudden attack as soon as he made a move. And the opponent is very good at lurking. Even though he knew the other party was around, he had no way to find him. No, this can't go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. He was going to use this ninjutsu to clear the surroundings to prevent the other party from hiding with these things. Raging. The extremely violent flames directly burned a large open space. This also made Hyaga Sogitsu, who had just killed an Anbu, look at the third Hokage, who had always huddled in the village and did not take action in the Ninja World War, with a new look. At least she had good combat experience. No matter how strong her stealth ability was, she could not disappear out of thin air. It's really hard to hide without these obstacles. But it's okay. Her fighting style is not that of an assassin, and she is not weak in frontal attacks. If the opponent wants to fight head-on, she will help them. But before that, let's deal with those people who are in the way. The number of ANBU who came with Sarutobi Hiruzen to support this time was 3 teams, and there was also an Inorika butterfly team. It's not that the village can't use more power. Just because no one is sure whether there are other enemies besides Kyuubi, and there are still follow-up matters to deal with, the number of reinforcements sent will naturally not be too many. Coupled with the direction of dispersed search space transfer, there is only this amount in the end. Under the premise that Hinata Kangyu activates full map hanging, the killing efficiency should not be too high. The most important thing is that she doesn't know too much about Konoha's secret techniques or methods. Coupled with her crushing strength, she can quickly kill these people and then stand in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sandame Hokage, I said this road is blocked. Hinata Kangyu lowered his right hand, and then a cylindrical sharp blade emerged. Earth Release, the art of beheading in the heart. Suddenly, Hinata Kangyu's entire body was pulled into the ground. And the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into smoke and exploded. Clone Technique. One of the simplest Ninja Village 3 body techniques successfully fooled Hinata Kangyu. The point is that she has the reincarnation eye open. I have to say that the opponent's basic skills in the clone technique are really solid, and I don't know how to do it. Sure enough. There's something wrong with your eyes. Has the ability similar to the Byakugan, can see through the chakra in the human body. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out from behind the tree on the side. What was in the ground just now was just a shadow clone, but it was defeated the moment he succeeded, so he gave up his plan to take advantage of the opportunity. At this time, he also knew a lot of information about Hinata Kangyu. Not only the gravitational and repulsive forces, but also a lot of information from the eyes. In terms of analytical ability, Hiruzen Sarutobi is really strong. It can only be said that there are really no fools among these strong men in the ninja world, except for the protagonist. After all, if they are so stupid that they cannot even analyze other people's intelligence, they will not survive. Yet, Sun Xiang Kengyu jumped out of the earth. When she was just dragged into the earth, she immediately used chakra to crush the shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can be regarded as a simplified version of Return to Heaven. It's a pity that the other party is not the real body, but the shadow clone. Otherwise, this blow will cause considerable damage to the opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the seal quickly. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release Fire Dragon Bullet. Now he has to use his best ability. He has the titles of Ninja Hero and Doctor of Ninjutsu. He is extremely powerful in ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Danzo in the first place. The compound ninjutsu is his strongest ability. Through the fusion of multiple ninjutsu, it becomes a more powerful ninjutsu. Like Kakuzu, he can do this, but he uses the Earth's resentment to take advantage of the situation, and at the same time he does not really integrate ninjutsu. Composite Ninja Technique, Earth Dragon Fire Style. A huge Earth Dragon's head appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, spraying out a stream of earth forward, and then he sprayed out a stream of fire. The two intertwined in midair to form a stream of flames that destroyed the world. The power of compound ninjutsu is indeed much stronger than ordinary ninjutsu. After the fusion of two originally B-level ninjutsu, the power is completely higher than that of ordinary A-level, and it only consumes two B-level ninjutsu, so the benefits are not too many. But to play like this, you must have extremely powerful chakra control and a deep understanding of nature changes. Anyway, in this regard, the strongest in the ninja world is Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the Otsutsuki clan, they are all plug-ins, so they are not suitable for comparison. Facing the Earth Dragon flame flow that occupied his field of vision, Hinata Kengyu had no intention of evading, but stretched out his right hand. Shenluo Tianzheng. Directly from the front. The terrifying repulsive force expanded with itself as the core, knocking everything away. Rumble. Countless pieces of soil and stones flew away, and the repulsive force expanded forward. The magma melted into liquid form by the flames also carried a terrifying impact and hit the spreading repulsion head-on. Relief. It was torn apart like a rushing river hitting a rock. Yes, Shinra Tianzheng is far stronger than Earth Dragon Flame style. Joke. What kind of level are you and what level am I? Do you dare to come here to touch porcelain? Shinra Tenzen's control of repulsion comes from the Tsenjiken. Even if he has not truly become the Tsenjiken, it cannot be matched by a compound ninja technique. So, it's normal for this to happen. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen himself knew this, but there were naturally other reasons why he still chose this way. Time. The repulsion of Shinra Tenzen does not last long, and Earth Dragon Flame style is a continuous ninjutsu that can extend the spitting time by consuming more chakra. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the Sandaime Hokage. He has rich combat experience and has already thought of a solution in a short period of time. As soon as Shinra Tianzen's repulsive force ended, the Earth Dragon fire flow that had been blocked surged forward. Daesyang Kengyu took a deep breath and made a punching gesture. Naturally, this was not necessary for normal attacks. But the next attack was a move she had mastered not long ago. Triple Divine Air Strike. 3 punches were thrown almost instantly, and then the terrifying fist force began to overlap, and finally condensed into a force that swept forward. Although the consumption was not too exaggerated, the skill level was increased geometrically. However, corresponding to the difficulty, the power was increased geometrically. Boom! The earth was torn apart and the air was shattered. The originally terrifying Earth Dragon flame flow, which seemed to destroy the world, was directly blown up by this punch, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to choose to pull away and avoid it. When the fist force disappeared, a huge gully several meters deep, more than 10 meters wide, and hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground. And the edge of the gully was smooth, which showed how concentrated the power of the Divine Air Strike was. Horrible. It was just the triple Divine Air Strike, and if it was the 80 Divine Air Strike, the power would be enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. How terrible! Sarutobi Hiruzen, who jumped to the side to avoid the attack, couldn't help but sigh. But he suddenly felt something was wrong, but before he could react, a huge force from behind kicked him away. Hinata Kengyu kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen away. This was because the attack was not fatal. If it was a blade formed by chi, the opponent's intuition might have noticed it at the first time. In the battle between strong men, one side is often beaten, as if the ability to dodge is not good. But in fact, this is because intuition will not sound an alarm for such a limited threat attack. If it is a fatal attack, do you think they can dodge it? After kicking the man away, Hinata Kangyu aimed his palm at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the air. Tianyan of the 10,000 things directly sucked it back. However, when the opponent got it, he found that it was a cut wooden stake with a detonating talisman that had just burned to the last. Boom! The flames and explosions engulfed Hyuga Sogitsu. Chapter 305 Uzumaki Nariko appears. Ahem! Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and looked at the explosions and flames in the distance. Because he knew the opponent's ability called Tianyan of all things, he directly performed the substitute technique and detonating talisman in mid-air. It can only be said that with the intelligence advantage, it is indeed much easier to deal with. If you don't know the opponent's ability, you can't think of this tactic at all, and there is no way to achieve such a result. Even if he didn't die, he should have escaped with injuries. I'd better go to support Minato first. He muttered to himself and turned around. Compared to solving the enemy, the most important thing for him now is to support. But before he took a step, he keenly sensed the terrible crisis that suddenly appeared behind him, so he shouted and attacked. Ape Demon! As he spoke, a monkey arm suddenly stretched out from the Vajra-Ruyi stick in his hand and hit behind him. Shat! A sound like the friction between a drill and steel sounded from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to distance himself, and at the same time saw the figure behind him. It was the figure that should be injured or dead. As expected of the third Hokage, your battle wisdom is indeed extraordinary. Take my attack. Hinata Kangyu was a little embarrassed at this time. Whether it was chakra or blood limit, she obviously had an overwhelming advantage, but she was fooled by the opponent more than once. How could she save face? So, she put away her original intention of not going all out. You know, she didn't even use the tail Katsura just now. Although she can't use the tail Katsura now, after all, the fox tail is too similar to the nine-tailed fox. If she uses it, the Kara organization will take the blame for the Uchiha. But other than that, she will go all out. Super! Shinra Tensei! She stretched out her hands, ready to make a big move. Anyway, she had resisted once in the Hidden Cloud Village last time, and the information about this technique had been leaked, so she was naturally not afraid of using it again. Since the opponent was experienced in combat, she would not compete with him in skills. Overwhelm others with force. She just didn't believe that with her current strength, she couldn't deal with this strongest Hokage. In fact, it was because she leaked too much information. If it hadn't been leaked, relying on the first sight kill effect, she could abuse as much as she wanted, and it was impossible for her to be played by the other party in return. Boom! The terrifying repulsive force tore everything around it apart. Looking down from the sky, you can find an invisible repulsive force that is squeezing everything in an area away from it. When in the Hidden Cloud Village, Hyuga Kangyu used this trick to flatten several mountains. The future Nagato directly destroyed the entire Konoha village with one blow when carrying rice. If it weren't for the plot killing later, allowing him to use the reincarnation technique to resurrect a large number of Konoha villagers, there would be no Konoha in the ninja world after that rice carrying. No, almost all the people are dead. Even if there is Konoha again, it can't be the same as before. It's just that even if Nagato is not the original owner of the Samsara Eye, he still has a complete Samsara Eye, which is not comparable to the fourth fetal movement period of Hinata Kangyu, so the power is definitely far inferior. But the gap is not too exaggerated. At least after her full strength attack, she was almost a kilometer straight. A terrifying sinkhole just appeared on the battlefield. In this area, she is the only existence that uses repulsion to float in the center of the pit, like a god. With such terrifying power, it's no wonder that the future Nagato would regard himself as a god. And no matter how fast Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the teleportation technique, as long as there is no flying thunder god, he is destined to be unable to avoid this blow. Of course, the other party must have various ways to defend or deal with such an intelligence-based attack. Just like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not dead, but was seriously injured. He still underestimated the power of Super Shinra Tianzheng. After all, I had only used my full strength in Cloud Hidden Village before, and the other party would not tell Konoha this kind of information, so I naturally underestimated the power a lot. Step, step. Hinata Kangyu slowly came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, she did not continue to attack. She just looked at the ape demon who was guarding the opponent and had returned to the form of a giant ape and said disdainfully. Is this the strongest Hokage? Although it was said to be a question, it was actually a taunt. She felt that it was a pity that Tang Ping was not here for such a slap-in-the-face show, otherwise she would have loved to watch it. After all, when we usually get along, he often complains about each other. No, I am far less powerful than the teacher, let alone the first generation as the god of ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not willing to let the name of Hokage be brought to shame, so he endured the pain to explain. At this time, several of his ribs were broken. If he hadn't drank the healing potion, his injuries might have been more serious. But even so, he had no intention of giving in. At this time, there was a sound like earth shaking in the distance. In the eyes of Hinata Kangyu, they saw a large forest breaking through the ground. Done. This thought flashed through her mind. But these have nothing to do with her, her mission is to delay time. As long as there is no signal from Tanghei, no matter how many people come from Konoha, she will hold them back. Therefore, she could slowly appreciate the miserable situation of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was having difficulty even moving behind the Sara demon. That is to say, I didn't have a camera in my hand, otherwise I could have photographed this scene. At this time, Dohei, who was being talked about by Hinata Kangyu, witnessed the death of a Hokage. Namikaze Minato. After struggling with Kyuubi for a while, he could no longer hold on. After all, he not only had to seal the 9 tails, but also had to fight against the pull of death on his own soul. I have already exerted my death power, but you actually want to pay the bill? Therefore, the pulling power of the god of death on his soul continued to increase, which also affected his action of sealing the 9 tails. In the end, Namikaze Minato fell short when he was about to seal it successfully. Kyuubi felt that the power of the seal was weakening, and a cruel look appeared on the fox's face, and he said fiercely, "Namikaze Minato, I will destroy the village you cherish and make you pay for sealing me. No wonder it is like this. Originally, I was eating hot pot and singing songs, and my life was full of joy. But one day a guy suddenly found me and said, 'Kyuubi, you are too dangerous.' Then he held him in the palm of his hand and locked him up. Who can bear this? So it's no wonder that most tailed beasts are so bloody and cruel. If you replace the tailed beast with a human being, you will know that the other party has not gone dark and wants to destroy the world, which is pretty good." Wow wow! The crisp cry of the newborn made Namikaze Minato, who was exhausted, try to raise his head. Yes, his second child was born. After a flash of regret and unwillingness flashed in his eyes, Namikaze Minato slowly closed his eyes. What supported him to fight against the Kyuubi with all his strength was to delay the time for Uzumaki Kyuyuna to give birth to a child, and then let her seal the Kyuubi. Now that the child was successfully born, it also meant that Katsuyuki was able to take action. Of course, he couldn't hold on when he was relieved. Nariko. I think this girl's name is Nariko. What do you think? Before Namikaze Minato lost consciousness, these were the words that reached his ears. Is my daughter's name Uzumaki Nariko? And Dohei, at this time, came to the pedestal to take over the sealing work of Namikaze Minato, and at the same time chatted with Uzumaki Kyuyuna. And he also gave the newly born baby girl a name. Nariko. How this name came about naturally came from Tang Ping's bad taste. What is the name of the blonde girl that Prince Nara will transform into in the future through his harem technique? It's good now. Donhei didn't play tricks and created a real female version of Nariko for the ninja world. Minato. Uzumaki Kyuyuna looked at the fallen Namikaze Minato with an expression of despair. I think you know the effect of the corpse ban better than anyone else. This is his own choice. Tang Ping continued to suppress Kyuubi with the Bagua seal while speaking out words of comfort. Ever since the ban on the use of ghouls, Namikaze Minato has been a dead person. This situation is not unexpected, right? Who are you? Only then did Uzumaki Kyuyuna realize that now was not the time to be sad. The Kyuubi seal has not been completed yet, and his 2 children are also there. As a mother, you are strong, and she has already awakened. If the other person wanted to hurt her child, she would take him away at all costs, but what shocked her was that the other person was extremely skilled in the Bagua seal, even stronger than Minato, so she asked this question. Chapter 306 Expression and Retreat. My identity is not important, as long as I am not important to you and my 2 children. Malice is enough, isn't it? While speaking, Dohei successfully sealed half of the Yang 9 tail into Naruto's body. The strongest plug-in for Naruto can't be missing. He also needs to rely on the plot to accumulate advantages, and finally overthrow the Otsutsuki family. So he will try his best to maintain the original plot. When he has the confidence to resist the Otsutsuki family, he can destroy the plot at will. At the same time, his words are also reminding Koyukina that her identity is not important. What's important is that he has no malice. After hearing the reminder, Uzumaki Koyukina thought about it and found that the other party did not do anything harmful to herself. The key is that her intuition did not detect malice. Although the nine-tail is not in her body, making her lose the ability to perceive good and evil, the Uzumaki clan itself has similar abilities, so she can naturally feel something vaguely. What do you want to do? Uzumaki Koyukina asked seriously. I want to take Nariko away, and you can leave together if you want. Doping stated the purpose of this trip. He must take his sister's real child away, as for her own, it's up to her to choose, whether she goes with him or chooses to commit suicide for love, he will not interfere. What? Impossible. I will never let Nariko leave with you. Having just given birth to her own child, shadow clone technique, Uzumaki Kushina, who was able to stand up, tried her best to hold Nariko and block the stage. Fortunately, the seal is now complete, otherwise something might go wrong. Doping is in his prime, and his attainments in the seal technique are higher than Namikaze Minato, so after he took over the seal, the nine tails couldn't even make a sound, let alone resist. It would definitely not be so easy to get a complete nine tails without the Uzumaki bloodline. But if he can't easily deal with half of the nine tails, then his research on the seal technique is in vain, and he is not qualified to be the leader in this field. I will hand her over to the castle tower. Doping gave a clear indication. Because if he didn't reveal his identity, the other party would not agree to take Nariko away and leave with him. In fact, after Namikaze Minato died, he was not afraid of his identity being exposed. Anyway, Uzumaki Kushina would either commit suicide for love, or his body would be taken back to the castle tower to find a chance to revive, so it wouldn't have much impact if she knew. Castle tower. Uzumaki Kushina thought of something instantly, and the solemn expression on her face gradually softened. Even though she was covered by the uniform, she had already vaguely sensed something. After all, she could be and there would be no one else who helped at the critical moment, and the sealing technique made her detect a trace of familiarity. Although she didn't understand why Dohei had to hide his identity, she would not ask. After confirming this, her attitude changed instantly. Why not send Naruto too? She even wanted to send Naruto to the castle tower, but she soon thought of Yang Jiwei. As a Jinchuriki, Naruto really couldn't leave Konoha. Are you willing to go to the castle tower? You can survive in your current condition, corpse, although it may take a long time to wake up. Doping asked again. Just now, it was the Kara organization that asked, and now it is asking as the other party's younger brother. It's fine to die and then resurrect. There is a corpse, and the soul has not gone to the belly of the god of death. It is not difficult to resurrect, for him in the future. If Doping had not appeared, then Uzumaki Kushina would have no choice. But now there is a better choice, she naturally can't really commit suicide with Namikaze Minato. After all, she has a child now. After a woman has a child, the status of her husband will naturally be reduced by one. After taking a loving look at Nariko in her arms and Naruto on the platform, Uzumaki Kushina, who had originally decided to die, nodded gently and agreed to go to the castle tower to sleep, die. By the way, Namikaze Minato's chakra has been sealed in Naruto's body, so the fuse has been completed. Doping took Nariko and said softly. Then leave it to me next, after dinner. Sister Kushina. His last name made the other party smile with relief. After Kushina handed over Nariko, she fell down and turned into a corpse. Normal Jinchuriki would die immediately after the tailed beast was extracted, but the Uzumaki clan broke this rule. And they gave birth to Nariko later. It was a miracle that they could hold on until now even with the help of Dohei's potion. Took out a summoning scroll and made seals with both hands. A corpse of Kushina that had been prepared long ago appeared. Long before, Doping had already collected the opponent's blood and made a clone with similar appearance. This time, a lot of energy and resources were spent, and there was no need to worry about being recognized, unlike Nohara Lin's hasty work. Yes, no matter what the opponent chooses, the fourth-generation couple will die here because of the Nine Tails Rebellion. This can be regarded as keeping the original script and not destroying Doping's foresight advantage. After completing these, he cleaned up the traces of his appearance and the traces of Naruko's existence, and then disguised the two corpses as the protection of the pedestal. Naruto left after having his chest pierced by the 9-tailed nails. When leaving, he also took out a signal bomb and used it. Relief. Dazzling flares exploded in the night sky. The other side. Uchihame was crossing her arms, controlling the Susanoo to repel the treant in front of her. Yes, your Mudun is qualified to dance in front of me. I look forward to our next meeting. She fought extremely vigorously in this battle. Because there is no need to hold back, and there is no fear of killing the opponent. It is completely full of firepower. Although the opponent's Mudun was not as strong as she had imagined, she had to admit that it was pretty good. If she had a little more time, it wasn't like she couldn't try to kill the opponent. But now that the retreat signal has been sent, naturally we can only give up. Although she usually dares not to give face to Tang, but when it comes to business, she is completely a standard Uchiha. Strong obedience and high efficiency. Therefore, the Ama Wado retreat was immediately lifted. At this time, her kaleidoscope also had a painful meaning. Not long after I opened my eyes, I have been using the kaleidoscope for such a long time, not to mention my ability, and I have also entered the second stage of Susanoo. Fortunately, she has abundant pupils and a strong constitution, otherwise she might bleed now. Hey, is this the end of your bowel movement? Even though A-Fei's body was almost knocked apart, he still had no fear. There is no way, there is something wrong with the brain. And without the restrictions of Tianyantu, it also directly drilled into the ground and left. The other side. Hinata Kangyu naturally saw the signal flare in the distance. After looking behind the monkey demon, the third Hokage, who was locked by her momentum and did not dare to move easily, she slowly backed away. As for her movements, neither the Sara demon nor Sarutobi Hiruzen made the slightest move, for fear of irritating the other party and causing them to kill her. At this time, they naturally saw that the other party had no murderous intention, but was simply trying to stop him. Who released the Kyuubi? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure who was about to leave, but still gritted his teeth and asked. Judging from the fact that the other party did not attack him, what the other party said was still somewhat credible, so he wanted to know the real culprit. The Nine Tails has nothing to do with our shell organization. It was done by your own people in Konoha. Hinata Kangyu left these words and quickly left. Yes, she didn't lie. The thing was indeed done by people from Konoha. Now Byakugan is a Konoha ninja and has not been expelled from the village. People from Konoha. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, for some reason, the Sharingan in Kyuubi's pupils appeared. However, what he didn't know was that not only the Sharingan appeared this time, but also something that surprised and astonished him. Chapter 307 Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of Konoha, I can only suffer for myself. G. The Hokage's office. At this time, F4, Orochimaru, Narashikaku and others were all there. Would escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wrapped in bandages and looked similar to Danzo, looked at the ANBU reporting in front of him and almost stood up out of surprise. Next to him was Danzo, who was even more surprised than him. Who asked him to keep experimenting with Hashirama cells, dreaming of mastering would escape, and even achieved some results, Ka/Yamato. So when he heard Mudun, his reaction was even greater. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention was all focused on the ANBU in front of him, and he did not notice anything strange about Danzo next to him. Only Orochimaru, who came temporarily from the front line, looked at Danzo immediately, wondering if the other party had done something behind his back. Although he disdained the rigid and inflexible researchers at the base, he had to say that the other party was crazy enough, and it would not be impossible if he really came up with something. But seeing Danzo's extremely shocked look, Orochimaru was instantly sure that it was not the other party's fault. Of course, Danzo also looked at Orochimaru immediately, both of them had the same idea. Did he create the wood release? But these are impossible to discuss here, so the two of them can only continue to listen. Yes, Hokage-sama, there are indeed wood escape remnants at the scene. The ANBU handed over a special piece of wood. Wooden escape will not disappear after use. These wood chips carrying the smell of plants are the best evidence. As for the meaning of wood release to Konoha, no further explanation is needed. That's why they had such a big reaction. Thanks for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled the ANBU in front of him to retreat. After the others left, the office became extremely silent. Because no one expected that Mudun would be involved in this incident. Having the Sharingan is enough trouble, but now with the addition of wood release, things have become a hot potato. Who do you think will possess the wood release? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at several people. Could he be a member of the Thousand Hands clan? Xiao Chun was the first to raise his doubts when he went to bed. After all, when mentioning Mudun, everyone will think of this clan. Impossible, Tsunade is the only one in the Senju clan, and she has not awakened Mudun. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to deny it. With Tsunade's character, it would be impossible to hide if she mastered wood release. As for those who have the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, it is even more impossible. The bloodline is so thin that they don't know how thin it is. How can they master Mudun? Yes, as long as there is Thousand Hands bloodline, the village will create files. Tisk tisk. I have to say, if the second Hokage knew that not long after his death, the Senju clan as for the genocide, even those with the Thousand Hands bloodline will be monitored, and they may crawl out of the grave and strangle several of their disciples. You are so filial. Teacher, I tried my best to protect you, but this is how you treat my people? Teacher, I need to do some experiments on this thing. Maybe I can find clues. Orochimaru asked for the wood escape fragment. Although he has been using Hashirama cells to cultivate Mudun, he has not seen the real thing yet. Now that he has the real Mudun in hand, it will definitely be of great help to the experiment. Can. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded directly. If someone else had spoken, he would definitely not have agreed, but his disciples would say otherwise. Danzo was also overjoyed. Because Orochimaru got it, it was equivalent to getting it himself. Thinking of being able to control Mudun in the future, he almost laughed out loud, so he tried hard to keep himself calm and avoid being seen by others. Now, should we re-elect Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Konoha lost its Hokage, so it was natural to choose a new one. No, now the village must organize manpower immediately to deal with the threats from other ninja villages. There is no time to choose Hokage. Hiruzen, you can be Hokage again. Xiao Chun went to bed and made a suggestion. Well, it seems that she is dedicated to the public good, but only she knows whether she has selfish motives or not. Ever since Namikaze Minato came to power, although he respected the elder advisors very much, his power had been rapidly eroding, and there were fewer and fewer people to please and flatter him. Comparing it to the past, it is natural that people cannot accept this gap, so Xiao Chun came up with this suggestion. As for what she said about not having time to choose Hokage, just listen to it. Ninjas are not politicians. The Hokage can be elected in a few days, and even temporary appointments are not uncommon. How could there be insufficient time? But few people in the office would point this out. Even Orochimaru only had a flash of disdain in his heart and would not point it out. Yes, Hiruzen, it is the best choice for you to resume your role as Hokage. Mito Minoyan also voted. In his view, at such an important moment, only old friends can turn the tide. Well, it's definitely not because after the other party takes over, he, the consultant elder, can regain his former glory. Absolutely not. Hiruzen, if you elect Hokage now, who do you think is suitable? Danzo asked a fatal question. Yes, if the Hokage is re-elected now, among the people who are qualified to take over, the most suitable one is Jiraiya, but the other party will definitely not be willing to be the Hokage. Among the remaining people, Orochimaru, Uchiha Dohei, Uchiha Fugaku, etc. The only one with the Hokage element is Orochimaru. But it's still the same sentence. Orochimaru does not have the will of fire. If the opponent is allowed to take over, the will of fire will be tarnished. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely hesitant. Seeing his expression, Narashikaku's eyes were complicated, and he finally spoke. Sandaime-sama, I think it's better for you to temporarily take over as Hokage. After this period of time, how about selecting the fifth Hokage again? His suggestion is the best of both worlds. Not only did he satisfy the suggestions of several advisors and elders, but he also took into consideration Hiruzen Sarutobi's unwillingness to take up the role of Hokage again. When Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to refuse, he thought of the emptiness of power during this period of time, so he couldn't help but swallow back the words of refusal, nodded slightly, and said that he could only suffer for Konoha. As for how long it will last and when a new Hokage will be chosen, I don't know why no one mentioned it at all. Therefore, the matter of Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily taking over as Hokage was directly decided. Now you understand, who holds the power in Konoha village, right? It is said that Hokage was elected by everyone in Konoha, but it completely emphasizes the importance of participation. Anyway, the person who really makes the decision will not be everyone. Naruto system. He is the real master of Konoha village. If other people don't join this faction, they won't even be qualified to become Hokage. After Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to power, he immediately strengthened border defenses. The Nine Tails Rebellion not only caused heavy losses to Konoha, but the most important thing was the loss of the fourth Hokage and his wife. In order to prevent other ninja villages from taking advantage of the situation, it was natural to strengthen border defenses. As for the original annexation of the castle tower, of course it's on hold for now. Now that it is too late for the village to win over the purifying flame, how can it continue to target him? Although the castle tower is very fragrant, it is not that important compared to the safety of Konoha. If the opponent believes in the will of fire like White Fang, Uchiha Fugaku, etc., it is not impossible to take it back by force. The problem is that people are rebellious and arrogant, which makes them extremely scrupulous. If you really dare to take back the castle tower by force, you will really know how to cause trouble. The reason why I dared to do this before was because the village was stronger and the fourth generation Hokage and his wife were still there, so even if they were tough, it would not be completely unreasonable. But now? If you really dare to be tough, if something goes wrong internally, other major ninja villages will take the opportunity to take action and make Konoha disappear directly. Therefore, the annexation of the castle tower was treated as if it had never happened. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a letter saying that he just wanted them to return to the village. If you don't want to, don't force it. They will always be Konoha people and if they need help, they can ask the village. Subtext, just pretend the annexation never happened, and I can give you some compensation. In this way, you can concentrate on dealing with foreign enemies. Chapter 308 Mining Areas and Traps. This chapter is Chapter 296 Suna Ninja Collapse Plan, but the name is wrong. Castle Tower. It seems that the Sandame is ready to appease us first. Tang Ping passed the letter in his hand to others. They had returned from the Nine Tails Rebellion for a few days, and even Uzumaki Nariko was handed over to Uzumaki Kashumi, making her Kashumi's sister. I received the letter today, so I came to the office to discuss countermeasures. Hinata Kangyu, who was climbing on the office window and looking at the harbor in the distance, mocked without looking back. Isn't this the style of the third Hokage we respect? When something happens, you want to compromise. Nin Xiong. This previous title may now be replaced by Ninja Bear. Humph, those old guys don't think that just by giving us some benefits, they can write off the past, right? Gurren had an angry expression. She was a militant and could be called the hawk of the castle tower. Nowadays, she has been completing missions desperately, just to get more contributions as soon as possible so as to improve her strength. For a direct descendant like her, there is no shortage of redemption qualifications, but what is missing is contribution. As long as she makes enough contributions, no matter whether it is potions, pills, or forbidden arts, her strength will increase crazily. That's why they will give benefits, at least let us not cause trouble during this period. Dohei said Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose and looked at the girl in front of him. Now the gap between Gurren's character and his impression is getting wider and wider. Originally the gentle and tough royal sister Root has now become a noisy old girl. The change in style is really big. What compensation do you think we need? Uchihame, who was wearing the fire fist gloves and roasting the chicken in his hand with the change of fire attribute chakra properties, asked back. Trade charter, right? Dohei feels that there is really nothing that Konoha needs to give now, and it is impossible for the other party to give him what he really wants. Having this thing is equivalent to having an official license, allowing you to conduct large-scale transactions with foreign countries. There is no need to worry about anyone using this to make a fuss. Although even without this thing, the castle tower is still doing these things. But if you don't have it, it's smuggling, if you have it, it's franchise trade. Just like now, a large number of special products are brought back from the Kingdom of Water, but they cannot be sold openly and can only be traded in secret. As for why this restriction is imposed, the reason is not difficult to guess. As long as you know that only nobles can do overseas trade now, you will know the meaning of this thing. It is completely used to restrict ordinary businessmen so that they can monopolize relevant interests. You're right. Now, This is probably the only thing Konoha can attract our fancy and be willing to offer. Uchiha Mei sighed and threw away the roasted messenger eagle in her hand. She doesn't eat eagle meat, so she must keep her word. In the past, Konoha seemed mysterious and powerful to her. But after arriving at the castle tower, she realized that although the other party was still a giant, it was decayed and old, and she could no longer look up to it. Let Yashiro negotiate this matter. Tang Ping designated task personnel. This kind of negotiation task is naturally not suitable for them to be responsible for. After all, they can fight if they can, but negotiation depends on emotional intelligence, not strength. Hong Lian, I will leave it to you to handle the matters in the Kingdom of Wind. Make the matter as big as possible. He handed over an important task to Hong Lian. The opponent's strength at this time is almost that of a Jounin. After all, he has been carefully cultivated since he was a child, plus he has the unique blood inheritance limit crystal escape, and there is some nutrient solution behind him. It is not surprising that he has this strength. The Kingdom of Wind. Something happened to the mine that was taken from Kong Ninja over there. The mine originally controlled by the Kong Ninjas is now occupied by a noble from the Kingdom of Wind. Test. It is definitely a test from the Kingdom of Wind and the Sand Ninja. After all, when they went to take over the mine, they reported the name Tenchu Pavilion, but the other party ignored it. And it is impossible for the other party not to know who the castle tower belongs to, so he must be testing it. I want to know the relationship between the castle tower and Konoha, and also see how much they attach importance to that mining area. Ninjas don't pay too much attention to iron ore. It's not chakra metal. Just think about how much iron the ninja village can use and you will know why it is not taken seriously. If they mine the little iron ore they need, they might even lose their pants. So it's not that ninja village doesn't have mining capabilities. If it were a country, it would be a matter of technology, ability, nobility, etc. Anyway, they are not good at doing things, and they are completely invincible if they hold them back. Now that the Sand Ninja discovered that the castle tower was mining on their own territory, they couldn't directly come forward, so they asked the nobles to come forward. As for how the other party knows? Of course, it was because the Kong ninjas learned that their homes had been stolen, and then abandoned the mining area and fled, that the news spread. If the mining area had been in the hands of Kong ninja, this situation would not have happened at all. What are your plans? Uchiha Mei's heroic eyebrows wrinkled slightly, already smelling the breath of battle. Letting Hong Lian's character go, and letting her make things worse, it's clear that she has another goal. Since Suna Ninja has always wanted to take advantage of us, I can use this incident to tell them something by robbing me of meat. I can give things to them, but if I don't give them to them, they can't rob them. Tang Ping said this domineeringly. Sand Ninja. This is the target that I want to use this matter to beat. As their joint fruit orders from Suna Ninja become larger and larger, Suna Ninja is now becoming more and more greedy. Before the Ninja World War, or after the opponent's strength recovered, he would not dare to play like this with the current strength of the castle tower. Now the Sand Ninja have plundered a large amount of resources, but have not yet transformed these resources into strength. This is a rare opportunity to take action. As for this plan, he was going to give it the code name Suna Ninja Collapse Plan. If someone knew Tang Ping's plan, they might think he was crazy. Suna Ninja's era is also one of the 5 major ninja villages. Now a small force like the castle tower wants to compete with each other. How can people believe it? And Tang Ping also did it on purpose. If you have muscles, show them off. Hit him with one punch to avoid 100 punches coming. It's hard to break up with Konoha, but you don't have to worry about it with other ninja villages. After beating up the Sand Ninja, no one will dare to provoke him again, right? Leave it to me. Hong Lian was very excited when she heard about this mission. Previously, her missions were all escort or clean-up missions without difficulty. Now that she had a big mission, she was naturally very excited. And Tang Ping looked at Xiang Rixiang Kengyu, and his meaning was obvious. Let her protect Hong Lian. The other party is her disciple and also the core person cultivated by the castle tower, so he is indeed qualified to play like this. Just like when Asuma's team goes on a mission, they are protected by ANBU. Before the true core elites grow up, they must be given some special care. Hinata nodded slightly to Kengyu, indicating that she knew what to do. By the way, let Yashiro say when negotiating with the village that we will help the village contain the Suna Ninja. Tang Ping added. Eat 2 for 1 fish. The attack on Suna Ninja was obviously for himself, but he said it was for the village. Since they are so proactive and knowledgeable, should the village, in addition to obtaining a trade charter for their activities, also allocate some money and materials to them? Sure enough, when the village's senior officials received the letter, messenger, not messenger eagle, from the castle tower, they were all extremely happy. I feel that although Tanghei is full of rebellion, he still takes the overall situation into consideration. It would be better if the castle tower can be handed over to the village. And the intention to call them back to the village also weakened. Everyone has taken the initiative to contain Suna Ninja, so naturally there is no need to transfer people back. But what happened next made the village regretful, because they didn't expect that the matter would be so big. I told you to contain the Suna Ninja, but I didn't let you take action. But these are things for the future, now it is just about lighting the fuse. That is, Gurren's team heading to the Kingdom of Wind. That's the fire. Chapter 309 The Sand Ninja Attacks. The Kingdom of Wind. Most of the territory is sand, and only oases are inhabited. So even though it has the largest area among the 5 major countries, it has the smallest population. The harsh natural environment has tempered the tenacity of the sand ninjas. Of course, it is qualified to be one of the 5 major countries, with a population of nearly 100 million, and these are all supported by oases, which shows how big the Kingdom of Wind is. At the same time, the Kingdom of Wind has the most minerals. Chakram metal. The most productive place is this land of yellow sand. Although the south of the Kingdom of Wind is close to the sea, there are not many gathering places in the coastal area, let alone development. Because there is no water source, there will also be threats from the sea. But just on this extremely desolate coastline, there is a natural port. At this time, a ship was slowly approaching this natural port. Step. Before the boat could stop, a figure jumped onto the cliff. Set off. Gurren greeted a small team of ninjas behind him. Yes. *3. Several people responded in unison. In addition to these ninjas, there are hundreds of ordinary people and a large amount of supplies on this ship. Their task is to create a temporary camp here to prepare for the subsequent landing of large forces. From the very beginning, Dohei was ready for a fight with the Sand Ninja. In order to be able to firmly control the mining area in the future, Tang Ping is planning to play a big game this time. Not only should we use this incident to hurt Suna Ninja, but we should also take the opportunity to bite off a piece of fat from the Kingdom of Wind. Invasion. Konoha doesn't like the barren desert, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like it. He is extremely greedy for the vast resources under the yellow sand, how could he not look down on them? No. He did not invade, but came to give them freedom. The castle tower is a beacon of freedom, how could it invade others? Fake news. Hong Lian didn't know the follow-up arrangements, so she led her team straight to the mining area. You can also see traces of a large number of heavy-duty convoys passing by on the road. Although it has not been running for more than a month, the wind and sand have already eroded all these traces. Speed up. At the same time as Hong Lian gave the order, he also recalled in his mind information about the mining area. Thousands of people. The Kong ninjas captured thousands of people and threw them into the mining area to mine. As the Kong ninjas who were guarding them escaped and the news leaked out, the mining area was occupied by the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind. As for strength, Hong Lian is not too worried. She is a jounin now. And this kind of strength is not too much even in the 5 great ninja villages. In addition, the ninja team he leads will be able to run rampant unless they encounter a large number of sand ninjas. The mining area is not too far from the seaside, only about 80 kilometers. It can definitely be regarded as the seaside. But this is normal. If the distance is too far, even if it is an open pit mine that is not difficult to mine, it will be difficult to transport it to the seaside. After all, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tons of ore is not a small amount. That is to say, the Kong ninjas have extremely profound knowledge in machinery and have been working hard for decades from the Second Ninja War to the present. Otherwise, they really would not be able to make such a big movement. But they are all cheaper than the castle tower. After harvesting those steel battleships, aircraft, refining factories, craftsmen, it was a wave of fertilizer. Now it's all about industrial upgrading. However, if we want to continue to develop, we must obtain enough ore, so the mining area must be taken back. Suddenly. Careful. A sentient ninja in the team reminded. After making a sound, he carefully followed a hair-thin wire to dismantle a trap. After seeing this trap clearly, even Hong Lian was a little scared. Because several detonating talismans are distributed in a triangle, even Jiaonan may not be able to escape once he steps into the trap. Although during the previous clearing mission, Hong Lian encountered many traps. But this is the first time I have encountered such a well-hidden trap. Ordinary ninjas don't have systematic skills in learning traps, so they just have to figure it out on their own. However, the Great Ninja Village School teaches them, and they can also ask for advice from their seniors, so the level is naturally different. Not to mention, in terms of props, how can ordinary ninjas compete with the ninjas of the Great Ninja Village? A detonating talisman trap taught this team a lesson. Fortunately, an experienced sentient Chuyunan was placed in the team, otherwise there might have been attrition. After encountering the trap, the team slowed down and finally arrived at the mining area. Because they were here to take back the mining area, not to raid, the team approached openly. The first thing that catches the eye is a flag representing the noble family's status, flying on the top of a wooden sentry tower, which means that this place belongs to the noble. There is a huge yellow sand fortress below. But these are not important. What attracts the most attention is naturally the huge spiral pit that is almost several hundred meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. This is a bit too open air. It is simply equivalent to an iron mine, with only a layer of yellow sand covering it. It's not surprising that this would happen. The amount of iron ore mining in the ninja world is far less than the world before time travel. If I had known before traveling through there that there were such rich and easy to exploit mining areas, I would have turned my brains into dog brains. But in the ninja world, unless it's chakra metal or gold mines, not many people are fighting for it. No. In places with good transportation and abundant production, iron ore is still very valuable. The Kingdom of Wind has never been without special products, but it is only because of transportation that it is extremely barren. Just like Sunagakure village, it is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the border in a straight line. For such a long distance, it can be imagined that the efficiency of carriage and caravan transportation is completely outweighed by the gain. Since Hong Lian and his party did not hide their whereabouts, in order to use the excuse of taking back the mining area to cause trouble, they were naturally discovered by the people on the sentry tower immediately. Dang, dang! The other party sounded the gong. Then a figure in linen clothes emerged from the sand pit like a gerbil. It was noon now, so naturally no one would be mining at this time, so they all huddled in the sand pit to avoid the hot and poisonous sunlight. Only now they rushed out when they heard the warning gong. But Hong Lian was the first to notice something was wrong. Too fast. The other party responded too quickly, as if they had been trained. The quantity is also a little too small. Careful. She warned aloud and started to form seals at the same time. Crystal release crystal shuriken. It's just like a Jingdun hand testing. Whoosh, whoosh. Pink crystal shurikens flew forward one after another. Although she is not incompetent in other ninjutsu, using blood succession limit is not only more powerful, but also consumes less. Naturally, she will not give up her advantage. Among the people who rushed out, one was wearing a linen coat and looked like an ordinary miner. He quickly formed seals. Wind escape. Gale wind palm. It was just a wind escape, blowing away the shuriken made of red crystal. It is only a basic C-level wind escape, but in the hands of the opponent, it is comparable to a B-level wind escape, which is enough to prove the opponent's accomplishments in wind escape. Relief. The person who performed the ninjutsu lifted the transformation technique and returned to his true appearance. The head is wrapped in white cloth, with 2 red marks painted on the right side of his face, and his eyes are extremely vicious. But his age is surprisingly young, probably less than 20 years old. Familiar person. If Doping was there, he would have recognized him instantly. He was the one who met Maki during the Chunin exam. Mirai even solo killed Gekao Gale. But he didn't expect that he would show up in the mining area. After all, he is not an unknown person. The leader of the new generation of Sand Ninja. There were also Sand Ninjas who had released their transformation techniques around him. And that's not all. There were already Sand Ninjas coming out of the sand cave in the back, blocking the retreat in advance. Trap. Hong Lian knew very well that she had encountered a trap this time. But she didn't despair. Because she was confident in her own strength, she took a deep breath to calm down, and then responded. Chapter 310 Who is calling the fleet? Thanks for the subscription and reward. Sand Ninja, do you want to go to war with Konoha? Hong Lian took the initiative and learned from the method of the Pot King to put a hat on the other party first, and at the same time, he pretended to be the representative of Konoha. In fact, this mining area was mined by the Sky Ninja without permission, but it was not purchased or reported to the Wind Country, so the other party did have an excuse to cause trouble for them. But putting aside the facts, this area was built up little by the Sky Ninja, and since they took over all the castle towers of the other party, they naturally have the right to regard this place as their own territory. Logic makes sense. So Hong Lian's questioning is not without reason. This is the Wind Country, and it is the territory of Lord Riz. Maki retorted loudly. The Wind Country is the territory of the Sand Ninja, and didn't you see the flag flying on the watchtower? Riz. It is the noble who occupies this mining area. If it were somewhere else, the other party would definitely not be interested. There are many mineral veins in the Wind Country, but not to mention the difficulty of mining, how to transport them out of the Wind Country is an unsolvable problem. But this open pit mine area only 80 kilometers away from the sea must be of great interest to the other party, because it represents huge benefits. So the Sand Ninja caught a fleeing Sky Ninja, and after finding out the specific situation, he immediately leaked the news to the scavenger and asked the other party to take the initiative to occupy this place, and then they participated in it as a protection mission. This incident was used specifically to test the relationship between the castle and Konoha, as well as the strength of the castle. Who dug this mining area? Hong Lian directly started talking, and secretly observed the surroundings, trying to find an opportunity to break through. It can only be said that her personality seems to be reckless and loud, but she is really not the type of reckless to the end. She is completely rough and delicate. But this is not surprising. Because if it really is a chopstick, unless you have the protection of the protagonist's halo, you'd better not be a ninja, because you will definitely die quickly. There were quite a few sand ninjas surrounding them, about 200 in total, and a small half of them were blocking the back. There were no well-known strong men among them, at least Yakang, Luo Shat and other cage-level people did not go out, and it seemed that they did not want to make a deadly feud from the beginning. It was not surprising that this happened. If the opponent's cage-level strong man stared at his own weak one to kill, no one could resist, so it was considered to be a mutual restraint. Therefore, unless it was during the Ninja World War, strong men with powerful backgrounds would not attack weak targets, which seemed very generous. This is the truth. Although the castle tower is not a big ninja village, there are two powerful cage-level people in the open, and there are also many Uchiha, so the sand ninjas are so generous, and at most they will send Maki, an elite Jonin level, to attack. If Hong Lian died under such an opponent of the same level, it can only be said that she had a miserable life. I will capture you and hand you over to Lord Riz. If you don't resist, I will guarantee your safety in the name of the Sand Ninja. Maki kept talking about Lord Riz, and never mentioned taking people back to the Sand Ninja. It was equivalent to saying that this conflict was entirely caused by the other party, and they, the Sand Ninja, were just following orders, and there was no personal grudge. Don't even think about it. Hong Lian naturally couldn't surrender. The battle started instantly. She is now 13 years old, but with adequate nutrition, her body size is not smaller than that of an ordinary adult, so she is not at a disadvantage in physical skills. Don't think she is still young at this age. As long as you know the battle record of Bianlang and Daxiaozi at this age, you will know how dangerous this age is. One killed his master, and the other slaughtered his clan. It's amazing. And both of them entered the cage level at this age, and although Hong Lian was only at the Jonin level, with only a few cards of chakra, the blood limit made her chakra higher than the same level, her combat power was not weaker than the elite Jonin at all. Because she used crystal release, not ordinary ninjutsu. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken dance. Hong Lian used this ninjutsu to clear the way. Swoosh, swoosh. One after another, hexagonal pink shurikens flew to the side like a rainstorm. Even if she had little combat experience, she knew not to break through from behind, because God knew how many traps the enemy had set up in that direction. And the power of this ninjutsu was close to the shuriken shadow clone technique. However, this is also the characteristic of crystal release, which makes this technique extremely cost-effective. Ah! Be careful! Stop them! The voices of many sand ninjas rang out. The killing effect of this technique is not very good. After all, under the premise of wearing a ninja vest, unless it hits the head or something like that, it can cause a kill, otherwise this palm-sized crystal shuriken it's really hard to kill a ninja. Therefore, after a round of crystal shuriken sweeps, the results were very few. But Gurren's goal has been achieved. The sand ninja on the side has been scattered by ninjutsu. Follow me. She rushed to the front immediately, and at the same time, a half-moon-shaped crystal sword formed on her arm. Crystal Escape Kuijing Deo. The weapon condensed by this ninjutsu is harder than steel, and it can also be used like an arm. It is her best melee weapon. I have to say that blood succession limit is really easy to use. Regardless of offense or defense, all have corresponding ninjutsu. Of course, this is also the reason why she has been carefully trained. Without these training, it is definitely impossible for her blood inheritance limit to be developed to this extent. If the level of development is not high, the power may be just that. But of course it was impossible for Maji to watch her show off her power and immediately lead the team to pursue her. However, he was not in a hurry to intercept. He just worked with other sand ninjas to harass and attack from a distance using senbon, kunao, shuriken, etc. Not even the detonating talisman was used. Obviously, this is to consume Gurren's chakra first, and then capture her and use her to negotiate with the castle tower. Obviously, Maji knows Gurren's identity very well. As for why it is clear? Naturally, this is because the castle tower is no longer an unknown person in the eyes of the major ninja villages. The Suna ninja were extremely close to each other. There was only one river country between them. In addition, the castle tower's increasingly large orders for various parts made them even more concerned. That's why there was this temptation. The results of the test will also affect the Suna ninja's subsequent response. It is precisely because he knows the importance of Gurren that he needs to exhaust her chakra before capturing her, instead of simply killing her genius. While both sides were chasing and escaping, there is a figure in the dark observing the battle situation. I see. Do you want to have a fight with Suna ninja to determine the future cooperation model? Sun Xiang Kang's eyes flashed with blue, taking in a panoramic view of the battlefield in the distance. At the same time, she also saw a figure with extremely large chakra hidden among the sand ninja. Although you can't see it, there are only a few sand ninjas who can possess such a large amount of chakra. Excluding the impossible Cho, either Yekeng or Luo Shat. It is not difficult to guess the reason why the opponent is hiding in the team. It is to prevent the castle tower from not respecting martial ethics and directly sending shadow-level experts. If there is only Hong Lian now, it is natural that her choice cannot be hidden. Of course, even if it is just a tentative war, it does not mean that they will hold back. On the contrary, it will only fight harder. Because this is to compete for the benefits of future cooperation. Thus, the fuse was lit in this war that both sides tacitly understood. Chase and escape all the way. Hong Lian kept delaying time. She is not stupid. She naturally knows that she will definitely have backup, otherwise she will not let herself make the matter worse. The current scene can be regarded as a big mess. After all, 200 Suna ninjas are equivalent to more than 1/10 of the current Suna ninjas. In fact, Gurren's guess was pretty good. Just as she was stalling for time, another fleet arrived at the original natural port. Not one or two ships, but an entire fleet. Led by several huge metal battleships, plus a large number of transport ships, they formed a sea fleet that could cover the sky and the sun. Who is calling the fleet? The Sun Fleet is here. The name is not called Tiancha Fleet, naturally because the name of the castle fleet is too unimpressive. And that's just a place name, not a formal force name. Tanghe has not left Konoha yet, so it is difficult to name his force for the time being. The Blazing Sun. This name is actually very suitable for his power. Not only does it represent that the future will come to the ninja world like a blazing sun, but it also refers to his fire release and mutiny. Now it will be used as the name of the fleet, and later it will be used as the official name of the force. Chapter 311 War Commander, Uchihame. Beautiful picture A0A. The computer is broken and there may be less updates. Move quickly. Uchihame is wearing a battle suit, showing off her tall and slender body that contains endless power. With her cold and perfect face, she is a perfect goddess. Flat chest, and then wearing a tight black battle suit is the image I am describing. I have been looking for a picture for a long time, but I always feel that something is missing in the anime version. Facing the iceberg queen like Uchihame, no matter it is Uchiha or others, they all obey orders. Even Shizuka Uchiha, who had been transferred back from the land of tea in a hurry, was no longer as relaxed as before, but was taking on the role of deputy seriously. Privately, but publicly, she is Uchihame's best deputy. It is precisely because she and Uchiha Sho have always set an example to protect each other and maintain each other's dignity, coupled with Uchiha Mei's own strength and talent, that the Nagabo lineage is extremely united. What if it were Uchiha Fugaku? With a wavering personality and a lack of domineering and strength to suppress the clan members, there is now endless internal turmoil. Especially after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village has decided to let Uchiha relocate. From the village the core area was moved to the edge of the village. And there were several Hokage-related ninjas next to them, and they were completely monitored. More importantly, Uchiha had agreed. After hearing the news, Uchiha Mei almost didn't fight back to Konoha, and directly grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's collar and asked him if he was crazy. Originally, Uchiha was suspected on the night of the nine-tailed fox, and now agreeing to move is just like admitting that the matter is related to Uchiha. Confessing without asking. Even if there is no evidence, it will affect other people's views. But those things can't affect Uchiha Mei's mood at this time for the time being. This is her first time to preside over a war. It's not a small-scale mission conflict, but a real war, and it's still led by them, and it has nothing to do with Konoha. It's a pity that the flying machine was not brought, otherwise we can try what Doping said can change the war mode of the ninja world. After making arrangements, Uchiha Shizuka suddenly sighed. Flying machine. It's what they got from the air ninja. Since it was a surprise attack, she didn't see the other side use it, so Uchiha Shizuka always felt that Doping took it too seriously. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to see it, but decided not to use it this time. We don't need that kind of thing this time, we can still win. Uchiha Mei is full of confidence. She has more confidence in Doping than the other side, so she agrees with his opinion. This kind of local war, it's better to take out this kind of thing that can bring about changes. That is their killer move, which can only be taken out at the most critical moment. If they show it in advance now, they will suffer. Forget it, it's up to you. Looking at the trust in her niece's eyes when she mentioned the other party without any reservation, Uchiha Shizuka said no more. Next, one by one, ninjas, craftsmen, and slaves disembarked and unloaded a large amount of supplies. Even though the battle has not started yet, they have brought all the things and manpower needed for subsequent development at one time, which shows their confidence. But it would be strange if they didn't have confidence. Let alone the two strong men Doping and Uchiha Xiang who can arrive quickly at any time. In the fleet alone, there are cage-level warriors such as herself, Uchiha Shizuka, and Yamama Koji, not to mention the fox spirit hiding in the dark. In terms of high-end combat power, their side is overwhelmingly strong. If it were not for reducing the fear of the ninja world for them and preventing them from focusing too much attention on them, they would be able to plow the sand ninja once with just their strong team. This local war must be won completely, and they must not show strength that exceeds the bottom line of the major ninja villages. Just like their strength is fully displayed, the first to deal with them is not the sand ninja, but Konoha. You are already rebellious, and with such terrifying strength, do you want to rebel? Whether they have this heart or not, having this strength is the way to death, so Konoha will definitely choose to pacify the country before fighting against foreign enemies. Once they start fighting with Konoha, it will be too much for them. Not only can they not continue to suck blood, but they will also lose their shield, so the restrictions on this action are actually not small. It is also a test. If Uchiha Mei performs well, it can be imagined that she will be responsible for the leading role in foreign wars in the future. After all, she is Dohei's fiancée, and there is no problem with her identity. In addition to her strength and ability, she is simply the best fit. By the way, Koji has already brought people to support Honglien, you should also go to support, lest the sand ninja play some tricks. After confirming that there were no sand ninjas around to prevent the landing, Uchiha Mei directly gave Uchiha Shizuka a task. Yes, she also knew the situation on Honglien's side. However, since there was a fox spirit protecting her in secret, she was not too worried. Letting Yamama Koji go to meet her in advance was also to prevent this trump card from being exposed. Yes. Uchiha Shizuka nodded, then quickly left the port alone and rushed in the direction of the intelligence. On the other side, Honglien was in a very bad state at this time. For nearly a day, she was playing hide and seek with the other party. At this time, she also realized that the other party was going to capture her alive, and even deliberately left the team around her to influence her. And they kept blocking the direction of the southern seashore, just to force her into the depths of the desert. No matter how much chakra was saved, it was almost exhausted at this time. Captain Honglien, Don't worry about us, we will help you to kill a gap later, you must not fall into the hands of the Sand Ninja. The perception type Chunin in the 3-person team suddenly spoke. The Sand Ninja did not hide their goals at all, and they also knew that they would only be a burden after their chakra was exhausted, so they made a decision. Ninjas are not afraid of death. As long as the death is valuable, it's fine. No, I will lead the way later, you follow me. This is an order. Hong Lian saw that the other party wanted to say something, so he gave a tough order. Turn around. She was ready to fight to the death before the last chakra was exhausted. Maki, who had been chasing behind, was like seeing an exhausted prey finally fall into a trap. One by one, the Sand Ninjas gathered around him. When chasing, the Sand Ninjas took turns, so both chakra and physical strength were kept very good, and now they could naturally intercept in full strength. A large number of Sand Ninjas blocked Hong Lian like a high steel wall. Facing this lineup, let alone Hong Lian in her current state, even if she was in her prime there is no chance of breaking through the defense line. Do you really think she is a shadow-level powerhouse? The faces of the Sand Ninja blocking the front were extremely relaxed. Because they can all see that the current prey has little power to resist. At this time, Hong Lian, who was rushing forward on the yellow sand, slowed down, and so did the team behind him. Because there was a roar from low to high in the sky. Everyone looked up subconsciously. In the southern sky, a black spot flew past at high speed, falling straight down like a meteor. Boom! Amidst the huge roar, the meteor fell between the two sides, flying away countless yellow sand. After the yellow sand fell, the tall figure in the sand pit was also revealed. The fury of the storm. Everyone recognized the person instantly. There was no way, the opponent's 2-3 meter tall, smooth, and jade-like powered armor was a little too eye-catching. He was unique in the ninja world, and it was impossible for anyone to admit his mistake. In the past, I still wore a layer of metal armor, but later I found that it was often destroyed, so I simply stopped wearing it. The strong figure of almost 2.3 meters, even standing in the sand pit, is full of pressure. This. Maki hesitated. With their strength, it is impossible to block the opponent's attack. But I am not willing to give up. Seeing that the goal is very close, giving up like this is equivalent to all the previous efforts and arrangements being in vain. Soon, a voice made Maki no longer need to hesitate. Chapter 312 Luo Sha and Yakang. Do what you should do. Following this voice came a man with short brown hair and panda eyes. Even though the opponent has always been in the team, no one noticed it before, but now he becomes the center of attention when he comes out. Lord Luo Sha. Maki excitedly called out the other person's name. The opponent was none other than Luo Sha, who was also a shadow-level expert of the Sand Ninja. His strength had improved after training in the Great Ninja World War. Although I don't know when the other party got into the team, it doesn't matter. If the other party is there, I don't need to worry about the fury of the storm. Long time no see, Lord Luo Sha. Yamamakoji's voice sounded from under the power armor. Thinking back to the beginning, he was just an ordinary ninja and was not qualified to talk to these famous figures in the ninja world. But now? After becoming loyal to Tang Ping, he not only revived the mountain clan, but also made him one of the powerful, and qualified to talk to these big shots on an equal footing. And all this is given by Tang Ping. It's no wonder that he is loyal to the other side with all his heart. He is even secretly called the Doheichuanu by the people in Konoha. Even if he had to choose 10 or 100 times, he would choose to be loyal to Tang Ping without hesitation. I didn't expect to see the famous Wrath of the Storm here. Luo Sha means something. Because the battle for the mining area can be regarded as a local conflict for which both sides are psychologically prepared. One party intends to test, and the other intends to show strength and teach lessons. It is completely tacit. Let me learn about magnetic escape. Yamamakoji stopped talking nonsense and directly entered the 8-door state. The threats to Luo Sha in the country of fire and in the country of wind are completely different. The desert is the opponent's home court, so it's not surprising that it can completely improve its combat effectiveness to that of a powerful shadow goalkeeper. Back at Mount Kikyo, if it weren't for the disadvantage of the terrain, Tang Ping might not be able to defeat the opponent, let alone 1-on-2, even if it was 1-on-1. And Yamamakoji's mission is not to defeat the opponent, but to contain and hold them back, so it doesn't matter even if the home court is unfavorable. Anyway, he will take the beating. Boom! With one punch, the yellow sand in front of him was torn into pieces, and the terrifying wind of the punch rushed straight towards him. However, it was blocked by the golden sand in front of Luo Sha. In the desert terrain, there was no need to use chakra to convert the soil into sand and then into gold sand in advance. Directly saves a link that consumes the most chakra. Konoha Fluid Technique. Koji Yamama uses taijutsu to attack. After all, after hard training and guidance from Mat Dai, he is not weak in physical skills. No matter how good your physical skills are, they are just like that. But when paired with his own extremely terrifying power, it would be a natural disaster. The first stage of the ascension to God level is combined with the power armor, which directly makes Yamama Koji's normal attack no weaker than B-level ninjutsu. Coupled with the blessing of the 8-gate dungeon, this means that this is a desert. Otherwise, Luo Sha will have to think about what to do. Escaped. As for the battle between two shadow-level experts, it is not easy for others to interfere. So Machi rushed towards Honglian immediately, but at the same time he discovered that a team was coming from behind. It was the team brought by Yamama Koji, but the other party arrived first. Careful! It's enemy reinforcements. Stop them, don't allow them to join together. The sand ninjas could only turn around and fight. The number of people who came may be less than 100, but they are well trained and their combat effectiveness is not weak. Many of them have racket patterns on their uniforms. Uchiha. Nearly half are from the Uchiha clan. As we all know, Uchiha has always been synonymous with elites. Except for some weirdos, they are completely crushed by the same level. If you open the Sharingan, even fighting against higher level opponents will only be basic operations. With these Uchiha taking the lead, especially the dozen or so Uchiha who have opened the Sharingan, they can quickly knock down the sand ninja in front of them with just a glance. It is simply a crushing defeat. The sand ninja defense line could not withstand the team led by Uchiha, allowing them to quickly reunite with Gurren. Even Maki was blocked by a double Magadama Uchiha Jonin who was leading the group. This Uchiha's fighting style was powerful and sophisticated, and he was able to hold his own against the sand ninja genius Maki. I have to say that the Uchiha clan's cheats are really too powerful. As long as they open the Sharingan, they all have their own personal cheats. I'm Sand Ninja Maki, who are you? Maki was forced back by the opponent's swordsmanship and illusion and couldn't help but ask. Uchiha ina him. Uchiha Inaib was not distracted. Although he answered the other party's question, his Sharingan was still staring at the other party. You know, he has the blessing of 2 Megatama, and his age and experience are stronger than the opponent, but he still can't suppress the opponent, which makes him a little surprised. I can only say that he is worthy of being a genius of Sand Ninja. Is he a descendant of Uchiha Nagase's first wife? Maki instantly understood why Uchiha Inairi did not add the word village in front of his name. Although ordinary people did not know about the affairs of the Uchiha Nagisa's eldest son's lineage, the 5 major ninja villages were not blind, so they naturally could not have been unaware of such a big move. However, he did not waste time and led his men to launch a violent attack. The two sides fought a fierce battle with soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. Half an hour later, after realizing that there was no way to capture Honglian from under the enemy's protection, Maki stopped pursuing and chose to retreat directly. Because his mission has been accomplished. There were indeed no Konoha ninjas in the enemy's reinforcement team. After knowing this information, for the sand ninjas, it was already worth the price of admission. At least know one thing. That is, the castle tower and Konoha are indeed in different camps and the two sides are not of the same mind. Don't underestimate this information. Because this allows the sand ninja to eliminate some wrong answers when making decisions. Just like when there is a conflict in Konoha, do we need to consider the castle tower, and so on. Knowing this, the sand ninjas would be able to fight the castle tower without any worries, without having to worry about Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other strong men suddenly appearing with the Konoha ninjas in the middle of the fight. Seeing the other party retreating with the sand ninjas, Uchiha Inaib had no intention of pursuing them. Uchiha is arrogant, but not crazy. If it's really crazy, at least his mind would be distorted by opening the Manjiki. Ordinary Uchiha wouldn't have such a bad experience. Just at this moment. Boom! The flames and explosions that shot up into the sky were heard 1 or 2 kilometers away from the side of the battlefield. Retreat! Uchiha Inahiri gave the order immediately. No matter what happens, they must retreat first. And on the other side, the female ninja, whose smooth and white skin was exposed and whose back would be wasted if she didn't use the cupping, was watching her surroundings vigilantly. Pippi! Crows gathered in front of her and turned into a female ninja wearing a forehead protector with the word on it and 3 megatama in her blood-red eyes. Uchiha Shizuka. Yekeng looked at the other party and said something hatefully. Originally, she was planning to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and capture the little guy. But he didn't expect that when he was going around to the back, he was ambushed by the opponent. I just used all my strength to force the opponent away, and I even got a little injured for it. Click, click. The blood slowly dripped onto the sand that was almost shattered by her blow. Gurgle. She took out a bottle of healing potion and drank it. This thing is too expensive for ordinary sand ninjas to use, but it is naturally not a problem for a strong person like her. I never thought that you could break my illusion. Uchiha Shizuka, who was formed by a gathering of crows, spoke with a hint of surprise. Because she attacked the other party halfway under the guidance of the fox spirit mentioned by her eldest daughter, Hinata Kangyu. But she didn't expect that the other party could break the illusion so quickly. If she hadn't discovered in advance that the other party had broken the illusion, she might have been counterattacked by the other party. Hey, can Uchiha also launch a sneak attack? Yekeng was a little unhappy about being injured. It was not easy to get a bottle of healing potion like this. Before I was an Uchiha, I was a ninja. What Uchiha Shizuka meant was that sneak attacks and assassinations by ninjas were very normal things, so there was nothing strange about them. She is not afraid of the other party when it comes to bickering. After weighing it for a while, Yekeng turned around and disappeared on the spot. Now that the opportunity for a surprise attack has been lost, there is no chance to stay any longer, so the natural thing to do is to leave immediately. God knows how many reinforcements the other side has. With Yekeng's departure, Luo Sha on the other side was unwilling to continue wasting time with Yamamakoji. Although his magnetic escape was extremely powerful, the other party did not confront him head-on, so he lost the will to fight and retreated as well. Therefore, this wave of probing by both parties ended in a draw, and both sides got what they wanted. Chapter 313 The Ambition to Control the Sand Ninja. Port. So the ones taking action now are only Yekeng and Luo Sha, and there are 200 sand ninjas. After listening to the report from the support team, Uchiha evaluated the enemy intelligence. Judging from the strength of the sand ninja, this number can only be regarded as a vanguard force at best, and the real army may still be watching somewhere. Only after the intelligence is confirmed will the main force enter the scene. The war between ninjas, naturally it is impossible to fight head-on like an ordinary army, but to fight in small teams, and then launch an attack when one side can't bear it. So now Uchiha starts to build a defensive fortress with this port as the core, and the fleet can also serve as fire support. Don't think that the steel battleships are just for show. The reason why these steel battleships were useless in the previous battle with the air ninjas was that the battle was over before they were used. If they really let their firepower go, they can completely launch a devastating attack. It can only be said that in terms of conventional forces, our side is at a disadvantage. If we want to win, we must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, due to the excellent logistics supply of the castle tower, and the fact that ninjutsu is not as restricted as the 5 major ninja villages, as long as we brush enough contributions, we can exchange, so the combat effectiveness is extremely strong. The most important thing is that there are hundreds of Uchiha among the 500 or so ninjas who came this time. With the massive investment of resources, and the acquisition of various secret techniques and information from Uchiha Madara, the difficulty of Uchiha becoming a ninja and the ratio of opening eyes have been greatly reduced. Therefore, the original 200 or so Uchiha ninjas now number more than 300, and the number of opening eyes has also increased a lot. In addition to the ninjas trained by the starting point orphanage, there are also civilian ninjas in the Hojiki clan. Now the number of active ninjas in the castle tower has exceeded 4 digits. Of course there is a price. The massive subsidy expenditure is enough to rival the 5 major ninja villages. After all, when training ninjas, various foods and medicines are indispensable, plus ninja tools and the like, that is, the castle tower makes money at an amazing speed, otherwise it would have been dragged down long ago. The current distribution of troops. 100 ninjas are stationed in the Tea country where the situation has stabilized, led by Uchiha Xiang. Among the remaining ninjas, 500 participated in this war. The other ninjas, in addition to carrying out daily clearing and protecting caravans, are all distributed in the castle tower and the river country, and there are no spare personnel. If the sand ninja knew their situation, they might be envious. Because they have a lot of ninjas, but no commissioned tasks. However, some of the commissioned tasks of the Wind Country were snatched by Konoha, which is also the reason why the Sand Ninja took the lead in invading Konoha during the Ninja World War. They are starving to death, so why bother with other things? And Dohei insisted on fighting with the Sand Ninja, not only to show strength and dispel the other party's covetousness, so as to occupy the advantage in the subsequent cooperation, but also to master the layout of the Sand Village later. Yes, he has already formulated the first strategic goal. Control the Sand Village. It's not that he doesn't know his place, but because there is such an opportunity. The Sand Village is too close, everyone is a neighbor, it's not too convenient to take action. At the same time, the other party is the one who has the hardest life among the 5 major ninja villages. If he tastes the benefits of cooperating with himself, he will only become more and more dependent on him. In addition to the advantage of foresight in the plot, it is not a fantasy to control the Sand Ninja. While sucking the blood of Konoha, he also has his eyes on the Sand Ninja. When the castle tower develops, and there is the inside ghost of the Sand Ninja standing on his side, he will have the confidence to fight against danger. As for why he doesn't just have his eyes on Konoha? Sorry, Konoha is too deep. It can be said that it is the center of the ninja world and has received all kinds of attention. Even LYB who lives in the Pure Land is also concerned about it. It is impossible to have his eyes on it. Only after the Sand Ninja is controlled and the castle tower develops, can it be drained by boiling it in warm water. At that time, there will be only a small broken village left, whoever likes it will be given it. Dohei doesn't think that he can make Konoha submit to him just because he is a time traveler. Dare to play like this, believe it or not, a certain LYB in the Pure Land gave the 2 protagonists a cheat on the spot, and instantly rewarded himself with a 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, so that he could rise to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaguya. So in Dohei's plan, Konoha can suck blood and secretly influence, but it must not occupy or annex. At least it was like this before it had the strength to deal with the Otsutsuki family. Another purpose of this conflict is to provide cover. As for who to cover? Of course it's Konan. Do you remember Dohei's promise to her? But if you want to revive Yahiko, the Jisei reincarnation technique is a forbidden technique that must be obtained. However, Dohei is not sure whether Cho has researched it, so Konan needs to investigate. No one in the castle tower is good at this kind of infiltration and espionage mission. Even Hyuga Sogitsu, who has a terrifyingly low sense of presence and has the Samsara eye, is at most an assassin, and this kind of espionage mission is not suitable for him. It is absolutely perfect to let Konan, who is good at intelligence gathering, do this task. If they really fail, Akatsuki will come to rescue them. The Nagato can even carry rice from Konoha, not to mention the much weaker Sand Village. Even, Dohei secretly hopes that the other party will really carry rice. Once the rice is carried successfully, the Sand Village will disappear, and he can take the opportunity to occupy the nest. South of the Wind Country. Both sides are constantly accumulating strength, and the smell of gunpowder is extremely strong. However, on the surface, neither side has claimed that the 2 sides are fighting. A local war is not a full-scale war. Once the matter is publicized and the entire ninja world knows it, all the major forces may have a hand in it, and the situation will be difficult to control. Therefore, they will take action in a low-key manner with a tacit understanding. Soon, the Sand Ninja used the mining area as a base and began to fight with the castle tower. It looks like the Suna Ninja will definitely win. After all, they have an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though the Great Ninja War had just happened about a year ago, the number of ninjas was still around a few thousand. But you need to know one thing. That means that the castle tower can go all out, but it doesn't mean that the Sand Ninja can also do it. They still have to carry out the commission. Because if you don't accept the commission, these commissions will fall into the hands of other villages. Once the trust is transferred, it is not easy to take it back. Although the Sand Ninjas plundered a huge amount of wealth during the war, it was only a one-time income. Only entrustment was considered long-term income. The importance can be imagined. Therefore, less than half of the Suna Ninja must carry out the mission, and the remaining ones must not only guard against Konoha, but also Iwagakuer. The IWA Ninja have always been eyeing the Kingdom of Wind. Once the border is undefended, believe it or not, Onaki will invade in an instant. If they really join forces in the Ninja World War, do they think the other party is an ally? Therefore, the number of ninjas that the Sand Ninja can freely mobilize is only about 1,000. This is the limit of non-all-out decisive battle. In addition to the number of people, a more serious problem is logistics. The castle tower is supplied from the sea. Due to the presence of the Liang fleet, let alone hundreds of ninjas and thousands of manpower, even if the number were increased tenfold, it would not be difficult to supply them. But if the Sand Ninja village wants to supply supplies, it will have to walk thousands of kilometers in the desert, and the difficulty is simply hellish. After knowing the opponent's shortcomings, Uchiha will naturally not let it go. In addition to constantly strengthening their own defenses, they also continued to send small teams to intercept and kill the Suna ninjas' transportation teams. It would be a tragedy for the Suna ninja, who already had difficulty in supplying supplies, to be targeted at their shortcomings. Supplies suddenly became tight, and even rice balls were in short supply from time to time. Ninjas don't have enough food, and refining chakra is equivalent to Krypton life. You can imagine how serious the situation is. If a large number of ninjas are sent to protect the transport team, then the front line will lose its numerical advantage, which is a dilemma. Nearly 2 months later after fighting like this, time came to January of Konoha 49. The Sand Ninjas finally couldn't help but gather together to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 314 The Suna Ninja is about to go bankrupt. The Sand Ninjas can't do this without discussing it. Because if they don't change their tactics, they will be brought down. In the past 2 months, the number of ninjas lost was not bad, only about 100. For a local conflict, this loss is not small. After all those who died were ninjas, not ordinary people. Sunagakure village can still withstand this loss alone. But at the same time, a huge amount of supplies were lost, which was definitely a fatal thing. The Sand Ninjas themselves are poor, and the things they plundered last time are still slowly being converted into resources. Naturally, they can't stand it when encountering this kind of thing. In the temporary conference room. Relief. Yekeng slapped the table and stood up. No, we can't let this go on any longer. I will lead the troops to attack tomorrow. She has had enough during this time. No, the firepower of those steel battleships is too fierce. Luo Xia objected immediately. It's not that he deliberately suppressed Yekeng when he first took charge, but because he knew what a terrible effect those firepower could play when his own side attacked. They organized an attack before, but were bombarded back by the artillery of those steel battleships. By the way, Raza successfully overpowered the opponent a few months ago and took the position of the 4th generation Kazekage. He also took the lead in planning the castle tower. And he was able to take the position of Kazekage not because he was stronger or more popular. Just because he can dig for gold to support his family, no, to support the village. In addition, in order to suppress Ichibai Shikaku, the magnetic escape was stronger than the burning escape, so the elders chose him. However, even if Luo Xia took the position of Feng Ying, Yekeng would still give him a look at him at every turn, which made him feel uncomfortable as a Feng Ying. You still haven't dealt with that fleet. Cho, who was sitting at the top, spoke up, and at the same time asked Yekeng and Luo Xia to quiet down. Now the 4th generation Kazekage has taken over. But Cho was stronger than the Yandame Kazekage in both strength and prestige, so as soon as she opened her mouth, she took control of the situation instantly. No, there is no chance to get close at all. Even if we get close by luck, there is no way to break through the opponent's water defense line. Luo Xia shook his head. It was naturally impossible for him not to send people to deal with the fleet that was a huge threat. Who knows that as long as that fleet is there, the castle tower will not worry about supply cuts at all, and it will also have strong fire support. Naturally, it must be resolved first. But the other party also knew this. The fleet had been huddled in the port and had also set up a defense line in the sea so that they had no chance to destroy it. And those on the castle tower ninja defense line who are good at water battles are naturally the Ghost Lantern clan. The Sand Ninja wanted to break through the Ghost Lantern clan's defense line from the water, but they thought too much. Fighting in the water, the combat effectiveness of the Ghost Lantern clan is completely enhanced by the epic level, and the advantage is fully maximized. It is precisely because of the Ghost Lamp Ninja. It is composed of a large number of puppeteers, so you can imagine how terrifying it is. If it is not strong enough, it is not worthy of being feared. Yes. Luo Xia also nodded. However, the reason he nodded was not just because of what Cho said, but because of financial problems. Recently, he did not go to the front line to mine. Without this income, coupled with the continuous consumption of materials, even if he just plundered a lot of money, he could not afford it. When the cannon sounded, Gold was worth a lot. Both the prices of materials and the prices of ninja tools were rising wildly. The sand village has extremely poor productivity, so it is naturally impossible to produce it by itself, but to buy it from other places, and the price is much higher than usual. And most of these things will be lost halfway, and the consumption can be imagined. If it continues to drag on, the sand village will go bankrupt. Therefore, Luo Sha felt that no matter whether he wins or loses, the result should be as soon as possible. So, the sand ninjas began to gather. And the movement here was naturally received by Uchiha at the first time. All troops on alert, ready to fight. After this period of training, her abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved, and her momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Following Uchiha orders, traps were set one after another, and various ninja tools and supplies were issued, including even healing potions and detonating tags. The Uchiha clan's detonating tags are worth tens of thousands of taels each. The strongest fire escape is not exaggerated. The detonating tags they make are far more powerful and of higher quality than ordinary detonating tags, so the price is naturally higher. These detonating tags are produced by the Uchiha of the castle tower, purchased with money. Anyway, the castle tower ninjas on the battlefield are allocated one per month, and then get more according to their status and strength. A jonin has at least 10 or more. And a detonating tag is equivalent to a high-level fire escape on the battlefield, and its role can be imagined. For this battle, the castle tower invested 5,000 detonating tags alone. The cost of these detonating tags alone is worth more than 100 million taels. If other supplies are added, the cost price of the materials invested by the castle tower is at least more than 1 billion taels, which is not a loss of sympathy. However, high costs bring high returns. The sand ninja lost hundreds of people, while the castle tower lost only dozens of people. The difference is extremely huge. The results of the war were achieved by spending money. Especially the healing potion. Among the sand ninja, only the jonin can be allocated, but the castle tower can be distributed to the genin. However, the supplies are bound to their own tactical belts, and once they die, the things they carry will be destroyed to ensure that they will not be seized by the enemy. It is precisely because of the detonating tags and healing potions that the castle tower has such a huge difference in the battle loss ratio in this period of strangling war. Anyway, the sand ninjas, who are used to being poor, are all envious of the castle tower after knowing the expenses. Too arrogant. If such a sum of money is given to them, it can help them deal with the noble of the wind country who occupies the mining area. The next day, thousands of sand ninjas gathered, led by Zhou Yakang and Luo Sha, and swept towards the port where the Liang fleet was stationed like a sandstorm. Note that sandstorm is not a metaphor, but a description. Because a huge sandstorm is blowing towards the port. Although the sand ninjas cannot cause natural disasters, it is not a problem to use them, so under the influence of some wind escape secrets, the sandstorm was diverted and swept through. It can only be said that the 5 major ninja villages have their own strong points. In the desert, the sand ninjas' advantage should not be too great. Although it is not as great as the mist ninjas in the sea, it is definitely amazing. Uchiha was not surprised to get this news. It would be strange if the sand ninjas could not come up with such a trump card. And in the U-shaped natural port, 310,000 ton aircraft carriers and 5,000 of tons of gunboats all adjusted the direction of their artillery. Yes, it is not a chakra cannon. Those are the unique items of the hidden cloud village. These cannons are the cannons used by ordinary people. But the ammunition is a little special. Chapter 315 Firepower Bombing. Metal shell plus 5 detonating tags inside. Yes, this is the shell. It does not rely on gunpowder to cause damage. If gunpowder is really used, the chemistry foundation of the ninja world cannot produce explosives such as TNT, RDX, etc. But science is not enough, so ninjutsu can make up for it. Since gunpowder is not powerful enough, detonating tags can be used to make up for it. The ninjas use as for detonating tags, they are usually thrown out, and if that doesn't work, they are used to set traps. But the attack range is extremely limited. If artillery can be used, the attack range can be greatly increased. The metal shell can be fired at a distance of several kilometers, and then once the internal detonating tag explodes, the metal shell with gaps can be instantly broken into fragments and spread. The effect is simply explosive. Each 10,000 ton aircraft carrier has 25 guns. Although aircraft carriers are designed for flying machines, aircraft carriers in the ninja world also serve as warships, so attack weapons are naturally indispensable. For example, those warships weighing thousands of tons are mainly based on speed and agility, and the number of guns is only 9. Special shells are stuffed into the guns one by one. When fired, the detonating tags on the shells will be ignited. Not far in front of the port is a huge fortress with a metal frame and sand and gravel as the outer shell. Even a real super sandstorm can be easily blocked by this fortress, not to mention this ordinary sandstorm, which is impossible to destroy the fortress. However, the sand ninjas didn't want to destroy the fortress with sand and dust, but to use the sand and dust to cover their own attack. Crack! Countless collisions sounded. Puppets of various shapes, mixed in the dust that was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, rushed towards the fortress on the side of the castle tower. The Liang fleet anchored in the port, the artillery that had already adjusted the shooting angle opened fire at the same time. The shells streaked across the sky, tore the sand and dust, and fell towards the dense puppets below. Boom! The detonating tag in the shell suddenly exploded. The power of the detonating tag was comparable to that of a high-level, B-level, fire escape, and at the same time, the metal shell of the shell was also shattered, as if the fragments of a metal storm swept across the surrounding area. The destructive explosion and metal torrent directly ravaged the area below. Unfortunately, there were no sand ninjas in the attack area this time. If it were a flesh and blood sand ninja, they would be torn to pieces without a word, but if they were all puppets, they could withstand it unless the distance was too close. Although many puppets were torn to pieces, many continued to charge forward. Puppet troops. It is not so simple to be used as a trump card by the sand ninja. And the fleet's long-range bombing did not mean to stop, and it was ready to use saturation bombardment. The number of ninjas in the castle tower was small and could not afford the loss, but they were not short of money, so they could use this pay-to-win tactic. Before this, no one had used this tactic. Because the lives of people in the ninja world are really worthless. With these resources consumed, more ninjas can be trained. After several rounds of bombing, the fleet ceased fire. It was not because there were no shells, but because the artillery would explode if used again. But it also completed the task and greatly reduced the number of puppets. The remaining puppets also killed not far in front of the troops fighting in front of the fortress. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. *N. Originally obtained by trading with Rock Ninja, the exclusive Earth escape was not included in the exchange list. All the castle tower ninjas who can use Earth escape in front of the fortress used this ninjutsu. Rumble. Walls rose from the ground, blocking the sweeping sand and dust, making the vision much clearer. Then, puppets came into view. Be careful. It's a puppet. Be careful to use antidote. One captain after another reminded loudly. Yes, the combat effectiveness of the sand ninja puppet is not bad, but the key point is that it is also poisonous. This is the most fatal point. The puppet itself is not afraid of poison, so it can be smeared with poison at will, which is much more convenient than the ninja using poison. Once you are scratched by a puppet, you have to rely on yourself. But there is also antidote on the tactical belt of the ninja on the castle tower side. After all, knowing that they were fighting against the sand ninja, they must be prepared for the opponent's most special puppetry and poison. Puppetry is not easy to guard against, but poison can be solved with antidotes. It's not that Cho can't make those poisons that can't be solved with antidotes, but the amount can't be too much, and the cost must be staggering. So the poison on the puppets can be solved with normal antidotes. Uchiha, throw detonating talismans to destroy these puppets. Uchiha Inairi commanded loudly. It's not that Uchiha Mei behind didn't command, but because she wanted to keep an eye on the sand ninja. It's time for the decisive battle. Today's battle will determine life and death and victory or defeat. If they win, they can not only continue to occupy the mining area, but also gain more benefits in the future cooperation. If they lose, they will have to pay a price to continue to occupy the mining area, and they will also have to give up more benefits in the cooperation. Because both sides knew that they would cooperate regardless of the outcome of this battle, the reason for this battle was the mission commission, not the war between the two sides. Swoosh, swoosh. Kunao with ignited detonating tags pierced the puppets. Boom. The detonating tags blew up the puppets that had managed to break through the bombing. Uchiha throwing technique. It is a very famous throwing technique. If you have Sharingan, you can do a lot of tricks. The future filial son used this to show off to countless people. No, the price of a kunao plus a detonating talisman is quite high, it can be said to be conquering people with money. But there is nothing we can do. These puppets are too dangerous. Even if there is an antidote, it doesn't mean you have a chance to use it in battle. Wow! At this moment, huge waves of golden sand like a tsunami submerged the earthen walls in front of them and surged towards the castle tower. Its placer gold. It looks like Luo Sha took action. In this desert terrain, his strength in all aspects has been greatly improved. Whoosh! There was a sound like a giant beast breathing out air. A tall figure appeared at an unknown moment and stood at the front of the team. 2 dazzling pillars of fire were ejected from the backpack. It's Koji Yamama. His mission is to hold Luo Sha back. Although he is superior to Cho, the other party who has learned a lesson will definitely not give him such an opportunity again, so he can only hold Luo Sha back. Relief. Furthermore, the substantial chakra on his body continued to blow away the surrounding yellow sand, and he had obviously entered the 8-gate Dunjia state. The dust has gradually subsided. The vision of both sides became clearer, and they could also see the short brown-haired man with his arms folded at the top of the placer wave. Luo Sha. As the 4th-generation Kazekage, he took the lead and rushed to the front. He who has magnetic escape is the most suitable for this task. Because in the desert environment, not only his combat effectiveness is greatly improved, but his life-saving ability is even more so. Is your opponent your opponent? Luo Sha looked down at the other party and spoke calmly. The opponent has a small target, fast speed, and high defense. Although he has no restraint on himself, he cannot restrain the opponent. Cosmic Phantom. With the assistance of a jetpack, Koji Yamama performed this big move in the 4th state of 8 states. Boom! The air was shattered and the earth was torn apart. A huge ravine appeared instantly, and an extremely violent fist wind swept forward, shattering everything around it. Boom! Amidst the vibrations that almost shattered the eardrums, the overwhelming wave of placer gold was directly shattered by this punch. As the strength increases, the power of the cosmic phantom also continues to increase. And the target of this blow was not Luo Sha. God knows whether the other party is the real person. Therefore, with this attack, Yamama Koji's target was this overwhelming wave of placer gold. Although they are not a threat to themselves, for ordinary ninjas, the threat of these gold dust is a bit too great. So instead of attacking a target that you don't know whether it's true or not, and that you don't even have a chance to hit, it's better to attack this gold dust that is extremely dangerous to others on your side. One Punch Man. At this time, Koji Yamama played a very good guest role in the role that Tohei occasionally complained about. Whoosh! After smashing the wave of placer gold, Yamama Koji also discovered the real target and killed it instantly. The speed in the 8-gate Dunjia state is not slow. Powered armor has little effect on speed, and even has a bonus. What affects dexterity is dexterity. However, after mastering the Needle Jizo, this can be avoided. So, even though Koji Yamama is wearing a heavy power armor, who would think that his clumsiness and slowness would definitely lead to tragedy? It's a pity that this is not the first time that power armor has appeared. Without the initial kill effect, it is impossible for Luo Sha to underestimate him, so he goes all out. The two sides moved the battlefield to other places with a tacit understanding. No one wants to accidentally injure friendly forces. At this time, the Sand Ninja sent another strong man. Chapter 316 Arrangement of Troops. Ye Kang. With both beauty and strength, she rushed to the front line. After holding it in for such a long time, she just wanted to have a fight. When seeing the other side going into battle, Uchiha, who was standing above the fortress, glanced around her. Shizuka Uchiha, Sogitsu Hinata, Guren, Kazumi Uzumaki, and others. By the way, Uzumaki Kazumi is here to prevent the tailed beast from appearing. Although with her strength, even if she has Uzumaki bloodline, she is only a special jounin at this time. But the superb sealing technique is enough to seal the tailed beast after it has been beaten over. Even if Tohei knew that Ichibai should be sealed in Gaara's body now and could not appear, who knows if the plot will change. Fuse. That's what Uzumaki Kazumi does. Of course, at critical moments, she will also act as a medical kit. Although there are healing potions, the effect is not as good as hers, so if she is really in trouble, she will bleed. Tangping is not like those time-traveling virgins who treat people like treasures after saving them, and never use their abilities again. The bottom line is so high, why don't you kill someone if you dare? He just wouldn't let the opponent be a blood pack normally, but not at critical moments. Is it true that providing you with a lot of resources every day and protecting you mother and daughter comes at no cost? For this fair deal, Uzumaki Kazumi readily accepted it and felt extremely at ease. Because in the ninja world, if you are not needed, you have no value. Sister Shizuka, go and hold the other party down. Uchihame nodded. Let Uchiha Shizuka restrain Yakang. Why are you called sister instead of aunt? Naturally, it's because the other party doesn't like this kind of address. Calling her sister will make people feel younger. Whoosh! Shizuka Uchiha disappeared like a bubble. She specializes in illusions and is qualified for this task, as long as she doesn't seek death. As for Hinata Kangyu, as long as she is not in a desperate situation, she will persist in visible identity. Even if Uchihame showed her Manjiki, she couldn't make a move. Because she had this hidden trump card, she could make moves without worrying about being suspected. As for Hong Lian, with her current strength, she was not qualified to intervene in such a battle between strong men, even with crystal release. Unless she could get several stages of natural power and Kagun, her strength could break through the Jonin. You can also fight, be careful. Uchihame signaled Hong Lian that she could make a move. She would not treat the other party as a flower in a greenhouse. As an Uchiha, she believed that the strong were only made of blood. Thank you, Minister. Although Hong Lian was vaguely opposed to Uchihame because of her teacher sister, she really respected her, so she nodded and rushed to the front line. In the previous stranglehold battle, although she also fought from beginning to end, and even fought with Maki several times. But she had never seen such a big scene today, so she was naturally very excited. If she hadn't dared to jump in front of Uchihame, she would have volunteered to fight. With a few instant body techniques, Hong Lian arrived at the front line. Although the castle tower has a fortress, it is not defended in the fortress, but with the fortress as the core, the team is dispersed around to form a series of defense lines. If they really shrink in the fortress, it will give the Sand Ninja an opportunity to use large-scale ninjutsu to concentrate fire. At this time, the puppets of the Sand Ninja had been blown away by their own Kryptonian tactics. So the Sand Ninjas have been the ones to attack at this time. Teams dispersed and rushed forward. Various ninja tools were thrown. Wind escape ninjutsu opened the way. And their side also used long-range ninja tools and ninjutsu to bombard each other. Only when they saw someone rushing over would a team come forward to intercept. In such a large-scale battlefield, if you want to kill the enemy, you must be able to break through the long-range firepower. Crystal release, Rokugan Shuriken dancing. After Hong Lian entered the scene, she immediately used ninjutsu to clean up the ground. Although she was only a jonin, her chakra was several cards high, and with the added combat power of crystal release, she could be called a dimensionality reduction strike against ordinary sand ninjas, directly clearing an area. But she was so conspicuous that she was naturally targeted by the sand ninjas. Hong Lian. Maki came straight over. He would not let the other party slaughter the sand ninjas. Although the other party was only a jonin, his killing efficiency was higher than his, so instead of competing with him in killing efficiency, it would be better to directly delay him. What a trouble! Hong Lian muttered. During this period of time, she had fought with the other party more than once. The battle between the two sides was almost an open fight, and it was completely a rhythm that neither could do anything to the other. But Hong Lian would not dodge and still chose to go straight in. Crystal release, Emerald Crystal Blade. After condensing a melee weapon, she blocked Maki head-on. Facing the overwhelming sand ninjas, the number of people in the castle tower was obviously at a disadvantage. But the situation on the battlefield was the opposite. Countless ninja tools and detonating tags made the attacking sand ninjas unable to raise their heads. Especially the detonating tags. Each one was equivalent to a high-level fire escape, and on the battlefield, a jonin could not release a few high-level escape techniques. That is, the detonating tags were not easy to hit, otherwise, the sand ninjas could be defeated with the detonating tags. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Cho had no choice but to fight. White secret technique, the Tenkinmatsu. She unfolded the scroll and released her 10 puppets. Each puppet was equivalent to a jonin, and there were various modifications, even poison. That was the natural counter-type like Yamamakoji that she had encountered before, otherwise the general opponent would be restrained by Cho. Special attack on people. Cho or the puppet technique of the sand ninjas all had this effect. Puppetry was originally a secret technique born for killing people. That's why they are so weak against tailed beasts and large summoned beasts, but extremely dangerous against humans. 10 Jonin-level puppets, working in perfect harmony as if they were one person, quickly tore through the defenses of the castle tower under Chiyo's control. In this kind of entanglement, the fleet's long-range firepower could not provide support. At such a long distance, if they really fired, the probability of accidental injury would be too exaggerated. Cry! Amid the piercing and sharp bird calls, Uchihame rushed down from the top of the fortress. It seemed as if she was holding a ball of lightning in her right hand. Chidori! Of course she couldn't use the lightning escape chakra mode. That would simply be a self-incrimination. The corpse of the third Reikage fell into their hands. Although Chidori was created by Kakashi, the other party would not cause trouble for him. Because he had given guidance when the other party was researching, he did have the copyright of this ninjutsu if he really wanted to pursue it, so he was naturally not afraid of the other party causing trouble. To be honest, this A-level lightning escape is really useful. Especially when there is a Sharingan. Lightning release stimulates the body and can make people move at an amazing speed. However, without the Sharingan, it is very likely that they will bump into other things or fail to hit the target because of moving too fast. But it is different for Uchihame. Even if she maintains the normal three-hook eye state, it is enough for her every step to be smooth and precise as if it was planned. Puff, puff. One by one Fang's sand ninja and puppets were torn to pieces by the lightning in his right hand, but its light did not diminish at all. As I said before, don't compare the future Nijiru with Mei. The gap between the two is too exaggerated. Neither chakra nor basics are at the same level. The fact that the opponent's Chidori can only penetrate one target is their problem, not Chidori's problem. Continuously replenishing the lightning chakra that has changed its nature can allow Chidori to last longer. After dealing with these troublesome guys, Uchihame dragged a streak of lightning and rushed straight to Cho, who was sitting in the center of the sand ninja. Both sides were unwilling to suffer heavy casualties. After all, it was just a local conflict, not a life-and-death battle. Therefore, the tacit understanding is that the outcome of the battle will be decided by the stronger party. If the strong man over there defeats the opponent first, he will be able to lead his side to defeat the enemy army and win the battle, instead of fighting to the death. Uchihame vs Cho. It will be able to determine the key to this war. Chapter 317 The Heaven-Defying Kaleidoscope Ability, Heaven Always Stands. Is this all your strength? It really brings shame to Uchiha. Cho used her modified hands to cast the mechanical light shield, blocking Uchihame's Chidori and then taunting her. Of course it's not because she's a gossiper, but because she's stirring up hatred. The 10 people of Chikamatsu took the opportunity to attack the enemy from behind. Yet, Uchihame is no rookie, so she naturally understands that the other party is trying to provoke her. Once you lose your composure and focus your main attack target on the opponent, it will give the opponent's puppet an opportunity. The puppeteer's strongest weapon is the puppet. Although the puppet is its own biggest weakness, a powerful puppeteer can turn this weakness into a trap. This can be seen from the fact that Cho transformed her hands into puppets and created the mechanical light shield, a puppet-specific defensive ninjutsu. She is a trap. Sizzle. Powerful lightning gushed out from his body, blowing away the puppet that was rushing towards him. It is obvious that the materials of the Chikamatsu Juninju are too good. If it were an ordinary puppet, it would have been torn to pieces by such a lightning attack. But apart from their black surface, these puppets have no other damage at all. But it's okay. Uchihame has more than just these tricks. Zilla. The sound of electric current surging came from the dagger she pulled out. Chidori blade. It is equivalent to enchanting your own weapon. Weapons in this state can easily cut through steel and iron. The puppet's material is very hard and it is immune to normal attacks, which is also a tricky part. But this advantage disappeared when facing Uchihame. Both Chidori and Chidori blade can destroy the Chikamatsu Teninchu. Little boy, your talent for lightning escape is truly amazing. Cho naturally sensed the power of the several lightning techniques performed by Uchihame. Are you kidding? These are some powerful lightning escape techniques of the future, how can they not be powerful? Of course, the most important thing is to be handsome. Tang Ping can't remember those who are not handsome. Just some achievements. Uchihame responded calmly. In the past, she might have gladly accepted such an evaluation. It can be seen that after seeing such a heaven-defying existence as Tang Ping, especially his achievements in fire escape, she felt that her own talent in lightning escape was at most okay. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Uchihame formed seals with one hand and performed this large-scale fire escape. fierce. The extremely violent fire escape covered everything around. Of course, she did not expect to be able to use this ninjutsu against Cho, but it was perfect for clearing the area and serving as a cover. And that's not all. The Uchiha members on the battlefield never stopped using various fireball techniques. A large amount of hot air diffuses into the sky, slowly affecting the climate. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and illusion. Uchihame has no weaknesses at all. Her skilled swordsmanship, combined with the Chidori blade, makes it so difficult for the puppets to get close to her. After being promoted to Manjiki, even without using exclusive abilities, the normal 3 Magadama state has a qualitative leap. Coupled with the increase in chakra, Uchihame can also reach the cage level with some reservations. If you take into account his exclusive eye technique and Susanoo, he is definitely at the level of a strong shadow. Cho was being beaten. This was definitely something no one expected. Because as the Sand Ninja expected, there were only 2 cage-level warriors in the castle tower. That is the Purifying Flame and the Storm's Fury. As for the others, even the 3 Magadama Uchiha are only at the elite Jonin level. Therefore, in this local conflict, the Sand Ninjas felt safe after knowing that the Flame of Purification was guarding the castle tower without moving. After all, we have 3 cage-level warriors on our side. How can we lose when 3 are against 1? But after the real fight started, the Sand Ninja realized that the situation was not good. First of all, Uchiha Shizuka, the Uchiha who specializes in illusion, has reached the level of quasi-shadow without knowing when. The most important thing is to specialize in illusion, the danger level is too exaggerated. If it were just this, Sand Ninja would still have the advantage. But who would have known that Uchihame, the Uchiha genius, the eldest princess, and Dohei's fiancé, also had the strength of a cage? It's not even a quasi-shadow, but a shadow level without any water. So, Sand Ninja was numb. Before the general attack, they confirmed that Dohei was indeed in charge of the castle tower. Our side has an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and strength. Now it is discovered that apart from having an advantage in numbers, they are at a disadvantage in other aspects. Especially with the large supply of detonating talismans and ninja tools, the fighting power of the castle tower ninjas is extremely amazing. Coupled with the geographical advantage, the small number actually gives them the upper hand. Elder Kyande only has this little strength, which is really disappointing. Uchihame suddenly sheathed her sword and retreated. At this time, he discovered Chiyo's plan, so he prepared to fight quickly, but naturally he couldn't lose in the scene, so he just said something. Uchiha brat, is your strength just your mouth? Cho also replied. The mentality of ninjas is extremely important on the battlefield, so they like to provoke and provoke on the battlefield, just to influence the enemy's mentality. If anyone takes it seriously, they have already lost. Gilu. Uchihame drank a bottle of antidote potion vigilantly, and glanced at the 10 Chikamatsu people who had already broken 2 bodies, and the remaining 8 bodies were almost all injured. A trace of regret appeared in her pupils. Too careless. Even though she knew in advance that Cho was very good at poison, she still underestimated him. People have already unknowingly poisoned themselves. If it weren't for Wan Huitong, she would have fallen down long ago. Yes, Uchihame has already activated his 10,000 flower eyes ability at this time, but it only happened in a flash, and even Cho didn't notice it. At this time, Cho didn't look like anything on the outside, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. She used a poison she developed herself, and even Tsunade herself couldn't easily remove it. But after the opponent is hit, he can still beat me. Isn't this a little bit unreasonable? In fact, even Sun Xiang Kangyu might be overturned. But only Uchihame doesn't. Because although her 2 kaleidoscope abilities are not attack types, they are extremely magical and powerful. Ama Iwado with his right eye can block off an area so that no one can enter or exit even with spatial abilities, and he can also turn off the lights. The kaleidoscope ability of the left eye that has never been used is called Heaven's Standing, and its name is similar to Heaven's Control. The effect is also extremely incredible. It can make people return to the previous time online, but it can be used on yourself and the enemy. The consumption and effect are not the same thing. That's what it sounds like. But if Uchihame has returned her body to the state it was in more than 10 minutes ago before entering the battlefield, wouldn't it be amazing? At that time, she was naturally not poisoned, so she had to drink the antidote. No matter whether it could have an effect or not, at least it could delay it. It's a pity that Tenzoki cannot restore chakra and eye power. This is like a genius yet, otherwise he would be invincible. In other words, as long as the eye power is enough, Uchihame can be said to be immortal. I have to say that among the various abilities of Kaleidoscope, the offensive ones sound overbearing, but the effects are far inferior to the auxiliary ones. Whether it's divine power or the eternal standing of heaven, the effect is unparalleled. The biggest limitation is the consumption of pupil power. But this is not a problem for Uchihame. Whether it is the Radiance Potion extracted from Baiju cells or the Power of Nature Potion with Hashirama cells, it can make up for this. The combined power of the two auxiliary eyes allows Uchihame to lock the opponent in an area with herself while remaining immortal. It is simply a nightmare for the enemy. At the same time, the potential of this pupil technique is endless, it just depends on how you use it. Anyway, it was just a small move now, but it had already stunned Cho, because her trump card had failed. Rumble. In the sky, the originally bright and blazing sunshine has been obscured by countless dark clouds. The extremely thick clouds were far thicker and countless times larger than the previous one in the Kingdom of Tea. And this also means one thing. That is the ultimate move used by Mei Uchiha this time, and its power will be even more exaggerated than before. Click. Silver thunder and lightning cruised in the clouds. Phew. The chirping of thousands of birds echoed throughout the battlefield, causing both ninjas on both sides to subconsciously look to the sky. Everyone could see the thunder and lightning that seemed to have grabbed their own heart, and began to gather on top of Uchihame's head to form a mountain-like thunder and lightning beast. Let thunder bury everything. Uchihame released Chidori's right hand and raised it high, and shouted coldly at the same time. There's no other meaning, he's just more handsome. Who asked Tang Ping to say something every time she entered immortal mode? Naturally, she was also affected. So, with the help of a large number of Uchiha, the S-class ninjutsu Kirin, whose power is already comparable to that of a sage, successfully appeared. Chapter 318 Overwhelmed Cho. Super S-level Forbidden Technique, Kirin. At this time, a huge thunder and lightning beast was using the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Using the Chidori in Uchihame's right hand as a rain, it rushed down from the sky. If it were a fire escape or something like that, there would still be a lot of dodge time. But Lei Dun is notoriously fast and doesn't give anyone a chance to escape. Click. The silver light made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. Fortunately, when the two shadow-level experts were fighting, everyone around them kept their distance silently to avoid being involved. So there are only Cho and Uchihame in this area. As a magician, Uchihame naturally has special methods of self-protection. Zira. His body was suddenly covered with a layer of thunder and lightning. Chidori flow. Body. Since she was already covered by lightning, she was naturally immune to Kylan's damage. If there was no such method, Kylan could only attack from a distance, and it would be useless when both sides were in close combat. And Chiyo's reaction was also very fast. When Kylan just appeared from the clouds above her head, she immediately gathered the remaining 8 puppets around her and let 3 of them directly use their ultimate skills. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorbed. But it was performed with herself as the center. Hey! The terrifying tornado swept across the sky, trying to tear the dark clouds in the sky apart, and also formed a layer of defense around Cho. At the same time, she also let the remaining 5 puppets perform the puppet technique, mechanical light shield seal at the same time. Layers of chakra escaped that even Chidori could blocked Chiyo's head. Kylan vs 3 treasures absorbed and mechanical light shield seal. Crack. First, the tornado was torn apart by the lightning beast, and then layers of mechanical shield seals were swallowed up. Finally, the lightning light flooded the area. Boom. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the battlefield, attracting all eyes. Both ninjas subconsciously stopped and retreated. Because they knew very well that the outcome would be decided after this strike. The lightning light quickly dispersed, allowing people to see the battlefield clearly. A deep pit appeared on the battlefield. The countless yellow sand inside had turned into liquid under the terrifying high temperature, making the pit look crystal clear and smooth, which made people shudder. Even the sand could be melted by the high temperature of lightning, which shows how exaggerated the attack power is. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures jumped out of the deep pit one after the other, standing on both sides of the deep pit and facing each other. If you only look at the appearance, Uchihame, whose face was as pale as paper due to excessive chakra consumption, looked a little embarrassed. And Cho was in good condition, if you don't look at the scarf that was almost torn apart by lightning. The scarf was her close-fitting thing, but she couldn't even protect it, which actually explained the problem. The more important thing is that the Tenkinmatsu disappeared. As a puppeteer, losing a puppet is like losing a weapon. Although Cho, a veteran cage-level warrior, will not completely lose her combat power after losing her puppet, her combat power will definitely be reduced by half. And just now, in order to block that attack, all her chakra was used to perform the mechanism escape seal. She had already drained the last drop of chakra in her body to be able to jump out of the pit, so Cho knew that she was indeed defeated by the girl in front of her who was less than 20 years old. You are worthy of being Uchiha. She sighed. Now there is no need to fight, so she naturally does not need to provoke. Elder Cho is not weak either. Uchihame had to admit that the other party was able to survive her full strength attack. Although she paid the price of all puppets and chakra. But it is an indisputable fact that she survived. You know, the power of this attack is much stronger than the one she had in the tea country, gathering more natural energy, and her control is also stronger than before. As long as you look at the area of the giant pit, which is not larger than the last time, but the depth is more than doubled, you will know how concentrated the power of the Kirin is. But such a devastating attack was blocked by the opponent head-on, which is really admirable. Of course, Uchihame dared to be so arrogant because she didn't go all out. Once you enter the Mangekyo state, the bonus in all aspects will only be higher. At the same time, among the two exclusive pupil techniques, Tianyanhua's turn off the lights and pull the switch is definitely not something Cho can deal with. Even if a ninja can fight with his eyes closed, his combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly affected. Not to mention, there is also the power of God of Susanoo. Under the premise of being at ease, it is no wonder that Uchihame put herself on the advantage side in her mentality. The best news is naturally that she did not expose the Mangekyo. Once they knew that she had the Mangeki, Konoha village would definitely have a violent reaction. The other party could accept that her strength had broken through the cage level, but they absolutely could not accept that she had the Mangeki. What was even more serious was that, after exposing the Mangeki, the incident on the night of the Nine Tails might be pinned on her. After all, if you want to control the Nine Tails, ordinary Sharingan is not enough. If it was the Mangeki, everything would be reasonable. As for the evidence, they are ninjas, do they need evidence? Having that kind of strength is the biggest evidence, so it is best not to expose the Mangeki. Of course, if they really fight to the end, Uchihame doesn't mind using the Mangeki. Even if it will be troublesome later, it is a matter for the future. The castle tower doesn't want to cause trouble now, but it doesn't mean it will be afraid. The village can doubt them, but if they dare to do it, they can just carry rice. At this stage, Prince Naruto and Nabashi are less than 1 year old. Even if LYB in the Pure Land comes out to fight for them, they are confident that they can escape safely even if they can't carry rice. Six Paths LYB is indeed so powerful that it is almost invincible at this stage, but there is a fatal weakness. There is no way to leave the Pure Land. If they can really come out, they won't have to give the task of sealing the mother to the two protagonists by cheating. Even if they can really come out, the price may be extremely heavy. This is what Doping realized recently. The current situation in the ninja world has changed a lot due to his influence. If Six Paths LYB is really omniscient and omnipotent, he would have come to crush him long ago. It is impossible that the other party does not want to do it, but can only say that he cannot do it. Knowing this, Doping is much more confident, so he dared to give the task to Uchihame this time. If there is really any plot kill or something like that, there is also Hyuga Sogitsu to back it up. It can be said that although Doping did not come to this local battle, all aspects have been arranged to the best. If something went wrong with such a big advantage, the situation would not be much better even if he was there. Fortunately, it may not involve Konoha, so there was no accident. Uchihame defeated Cho, a veteran cage-level player, alone without using several trump cards. Although it was a bit unfair, after all, they are already in their 40s. But cage-level players are cage-level players, their strength is absolutely solid, and they did not use any conspiracy or tactics, which makes people speechless. The sand ninjas began to gather behind Cho. Especially those high-ranking jonins, who may have known the intention of this local war long ago, so they were extremely restrained and did not choose any crazy tactics. Therefore, when the sand ninjas gathered, they found that the number of losses was somewhat unexpected. Almost 200 sand ninjas died. Most of them were genin, and there were only a few jonins, most of whom died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. This was a full-scale attack, and it took a long time. But the loss was only this small, which was indeed unexpected. It's just that now it's time to end the battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures broke through the air beside Cho. It was Luosha and Yekeng who moved the battlefield to other places. Trampling, trampling. Uchiha Shizuka and Yamamakoji also appeared beside Uchiha Mei. The two armies confronted each other with the huge pit as the dividing point. Chapter 319 Mining Area and Black Hand. We, the Sand Ninja, give up this mission. Cho announced loudly. Yes, we are just giving up the mission, not that the Sand Ninja lost. Although both are failures, it sounds better to say that the mission failed than to lose, and it will not cause much loss to the reputation of the Sand Ninja. It is natural to lose to Konoha in the Ninja World War. No one expects the Sand Ninja to really defeat Konoha. But if you are one of the 5 major ninja villages and can't even take down a small force like the castle tower, how can you survive in the future? So long before the local war started, the Sand Ninjas had already made preparations and used commission as an excuse. If the mission fails, it is not a big deal. Even for the 5 major ninja villages, mission failure is common. Individuals have the opportunity to maintain a 100% mission completion rate, but the ninja villages cannot. As for the truth of the local war, as long as both sides keep silent, it will be fine even if others tell it. After announcing the failure of the commission, Cho turned around and left with people. The commander of this local war is her, not Luo Xiao, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for her. Having just taken office as the 4th Kazekage, if she immediately encounters such a big defeat, it will have a significant impact on her prestige, so Cho will forcefully take over the command position. It must be said that Cho, the elder, is really thinking about the Sand Village sincerely. Perhaps it is because of this that she can gain such a high prestige in the Sand Village. Even if the two sides have something to communicate, it will be left for the future, not on this occasion today. After watching the Sand Ninja leave, Uchiha Mei led the team to the mining area, not afraid that the other party would go back on their words. Not to mention that there is Hyuga Sogetsu mixed in their side, they are not afraid of any ambush set by the Sand Ninja. Their revenge alone is worth the other party to think twice before acting. When Uchiha Mei led the troops to the mining area, it was found that there was no one here. In addition to those simple mechanical equipment and the yellow sand fortress, the most eye-catching thing is the noble flag. Riz. It is a noble of the Wind Country, and also a shield for this local war. The Sand Ninja has given the castle tower a problem. That is, if they offend the nobles of the Wind Country, it will not be easy to mine ore here in the future. Although the Sand Ninja village will definitely not intervene, it will not stop the nobles from making small moves unless they share the benefits. However, those are things to consider later. Uchiha Mei is more concerned about the mining area in front of her. Although she doesn't understand why Dohei attaches so much importance to this place, she trusts his vision very much. How? Standing above the spiral pit, she turned her head to look at Hinata Kangyu, who was following her alone with blue eyes. Very amazing, these are just the tip of the iceberg, and there are ore veins under this area. Hinata Kangyu was also a little surprised by what she saw. Because in her field of vision, there are almost ore veins under this yellow sand. There are many mines in the Wind Country, but it is not so exaggerated, not to mention open-air mines, plus it is close to the sea, it is full of advantages. That's good. Uchiha Mei nodded with satisfaction. Knowing that Dohei attached so much importance to this mining area, she also attached great importance to it. In this battle, she also saw a little bit of the power of those metal warships. If it weren't for the long-range firebombing in advance, which caused a large number of puppets to be reduced, this battle would definitely not have been so smooth. The loss was even less than 100 people. It was so terrible with just a few ships. What if there were more than a dozen ships? And these warships can not only serve as firepower platforms, but more importantly, they can be used for trade and transportation. The metal warships that are not afraid of wind and waves and ordinary sea beasts are much safer and faster than ordinary ships. For example, in the past, the loss rate of ships in the country of running water was not small, and the speed was slow. Even if there were ninja escorts, sea beasts could be dealt with, but those wind and waves and natural disasters could not be dealt with. Now with the Liang fleet, the speed is more than doubled, the transportation volume has increased several times, and the metal warships are at most worn out. If there are more metal warships, the trade volume will increase dramatically, bringing more profits. And the more profits there are, the more ninjas the castle tower can cultivate. This is a completely positive cycle, a cycle that can quickly increase their power. And the prerequisite for expanding the cycle is that a large amount of iron ore is needed. Now that the prerequisite has been solved by them, the mood is naturally relaxed. Let's go. After confirming the situation in the mining area, Uchiha began to make subsequent arrangements. First, she had to clear the traps set by the sand ninjas, then set up sentries, arrange garrison personnel, and manage manpower. As for mining iron ore and other tasks, she didn't need to worry about it. The current castle tower has a complete internal management system, and the ninjas don't need to spend too much time outside of fighting. After explaining these tasks, she suddenly looked at Uchiha Shizuka, who stayed behind. By the way, that noble named Riz, I think there is a possibility of being robbed by thieves, don't you think? Uchiha's words were no longer a hint, but a direct indication. In the past, although the nobles were not objects that could not be offended in her heart, she was definitely in awe of them. But now, because of Dohei's frequent complaints and comments, her mentality has changed, and now she has this kind of treasonous idea. Are you sure? Uchiha Shizuka looked around first, making sure no one else could hear before asking in a low voice. In her heart, the nobles were noble figures who must not be offended. However, as long as Uchiha ordered, she would not refuse to take action against them. I'm sure, don't leave any evidence. Uchiha nodded. Since the other party dared to snatch food from their castle, they must be prepared to pay the price. As long as there is no evidence, it doesn't matter even if they know it is related to them. The castle is not an ordinary force. There are several cage-level strong men sitting in it. Naturally, it is not as afraid of nobles as ordinary small forces. Even if the nobles force the ninja village to come forward, they must have actual evidence to prevent the ninja village from shirking. Otherwise, the ninja village has plenty of excuses to shirk. It's okay in ordinary situations, but asking them to trouble several cage-level strongmen is probably really treating them as fools. After getting confirmation, Uchiha Shizuka turned and left. Since Uchiha has made up her mind, she will not hesitate. As for why she was asked to take action, she is also very clear about the reason. No evidence can be left. If it is a weapon or ninjutsu, then the nobles can use this as an excuse to let the sand ninjas investigate with all their strength. But for illusions, as long as the body is handled properly, there is no need to worry about leaving any traces. Without evidence, the sand ninjas will not make an effort to investigate. When the other party used the noble Riz as a shield, they actually gave up on the other party. So far, this local conflict can be said to have come to an end. Next is the main course. Subsequent cooperation. The two sides had a local conflict in order to gain more benefits in the subsequent cooperation. Only by confirming each other's strength can we recognize our own position in the cooperation. Therefore, Uchiha is ready to return to the castle tower and wait for subsequent negotiations. As for the mining area, it will be temporarily handed over to Uchiha Inauri. It is not that Uchiha is taking care of the clan members, but that the other party's performance is indeed extraordinary. The most important thing is that Uchiha will not be excluded in the castle tower, so it is completely fair to give him this position. After dealing with these, Uchiha left with most of the ninjas and the wounded. Some ninjas who were seriously injured could not be cured quickly even with treatment potions, and needed to return to the castle tower to recuperate slowly. The importance of the Liang fleet has been reflected, and Uchiha does not mind spending more time to escort it. However, just as she was returning with the fleet, the result of this battle quickly spread to all the major ninja villages. Even if both sides are low-key, the Sand Ninja is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and other ninja villages are naturally very concerned. Although the detailed battle process cannot be obtained, it is known who won this local war. In this regard, the Mist Ninja is in the state of Blood Mist Village and does not care about the outside world at all. The Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja did not react too much. But the reaction of one force is extremely strong. Chapter 320 Danzo is in action. Hokage Office. Hiruzen, this can't go on. Danzo came here early in the morning to interrupt the third Hokage's work. What's wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head. He hadn't received any intelligence from the Wind Country, so he was a little confused. Those brats actually beat back the Sand Ninja. We can't let them go, otherwise they will definitely covet the position of Hokage. Danzo shared the intelligence and expressed his concerns. He could tolerate other aspects, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate the other party coveting the position of Hokage. In his mind, Dohei was so deliberate in creating his own power, just to get the position of Hokage. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it subconsciously. The other party didn't have a good reputation in the eyes of the villagers, so how could he be the Hokage? But Hiruzen, if we don't suppress them, if they forcibly usurp the position of Hokage in the future, do you think we can stop them? Danzo was too familiar with his old friend, and immediately persuaded him from another angle. Yes, if the villagers were allowed to choose, the other party would never be able to take the position, but if the other party used force to take the position, they might not be able to stop it then. 3 cage level. There were only 2 cage level people before, and now there is another cage level person from Uchiha. There are so many strong people, and the power is developing very fast, which is indeed a threat to Konoha. Just like a country cannot have 2 ninja villages, the fire country does not allow such a high potential power to exist. If it were the fire temple and the guardian ninja, Konoha would be able to ignore the other party, but if the castle tower has such amazing potential, how could they sit still? The key is that this force still belongs to Dohei, a guy who is full of rebelliousness, and his fiancée is the eldest wife of Uchiha, the hawkish family. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a little restless. He can give up the position of Hokage, but he cannot give this position to someone who is not a Hokage and does not have the will of fire. You are right, but now the 4th Hokage and his wife have just died, and the Uchiha need attention again. We can't act rashly. If Orochimaru is allowed to be the Hokage, I don't know if it would be better. The second half of the sentence was a low sigh by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Danzo was too close to hear it. This also made his eyes instantly dangerous. How can this be? The position of Hokage can only be his, and no one can snatch it from him. Orochimaru's experiment has been successful. After the transplantation operation, let him have a stain on his body, so that he can't compete with me for the position of Hokage. Danzo's one eye flashed a fierce look. Even if the other party is his partner, as long as he threatens his position of Hokage, he will not hesitate to take action. It is his duty to restore the glory of Konoha and make Konoha great again. Only by sitting on the position of Hokage can he realize his ideal. I will let the root monitor the castle tower. Once I find evidence, Hiruzen, don't be soft-hearted. Danzo stated his next plan. If he was asked to take action, he would definitely not agree, but monitoring was different. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree out loud. But he did not object either. It means that he has tacitly agreed to this matter, and this is also the tacit understanding between them. If something really goes wrong, he, the Hokage, will be unaware and can also use his status as Hokage to mediate. By the way, the root has suffered too much loss, so I need to recruit people from the major ninja clans. Danzo took out a list. Manpower. In addition to selecting from orphans, the root's manpower will also be selected from major ninja clans. Among them, his favorite are ninjas who are good at covert operations, such as Abarame, Yamanaka, etc. Ordinary orphans and ninja descendants are completely at 2 levels in terms of talent and growth, so most of the strong people in the root are from the major ninja clans. Never again. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll, looked at some names and signed, agreeing to Danzo's request. The root did need to recruit more people. Unfortunately, he did not notice a cunning flash in Danzo's eyes. After getting his signature, he first came to the Yamanaka clan. After Mrs. Yamanaka served tea and left, only Danzo and Yamanaka Inoichi were left sitting opposite each other in the reception room. The root needs these Yamanaka clan members to serve the village. Danzo went straight to the point and took out the scroll with the Hokage's signature and handed it to Yamanaka Inoichi. The root suffered a lot of losses from the killings during the looting of several bases in the Rain Country operation, so it was time to make up for it. This opportunity is rare now, and Sarutobi Hiruzen only agreed to deal with the castle tower, otherwise the root would not have the opportunity to ask these ninja clans for help. To serve the village, of course we. Yamanaka Inoichi took the scroll and opened it, but stopped halfway through his words. It's too much. There are more than 20 names on it, including several elite names. The problem is that their clan has only about 1,000 people, and less than 200 ninjas among them. If they really hand over the people according to the list above, the clan will be greatly affected. Because everyone knows that once a clan member joins the root, it is equivalent to acknowledging that the other party is dead. Now the other party wants nearly 1/10 of the number of ninjas, how can he agree? Even if he is afraid of Danzo, Yamanaka Inoichi will not compromise on this matter. Even if they, the Inoshikacho, support the Hokage so much, they don't support it so much, using the lives of so many clan members to support it. Chief Inoichi, are you unwilling to obey the orders of the Hokage? Danzo opened his mouth and a hat fell. You Hokage-related ninjas usually rely on as a Hokage, you have gained a lot of benefits and even monopolized many industries. Now you are unwilling to work for the village. How is this possible? Of course not. Yamanaka Hiki immediately retorted, saying that this big hat really cannot be worn. Then let me take you away. Danzo is a dog-faced person, he will fall out whenever he wants, and he will force him coldly. But Shan Zhonghai was struggling in his heart. Once he agrees, the mountain clan will suffer heavy losses. Danzo-sama, I. Faced with the oppression of the darkness of shinobi, cold sweat appeared on Yamanaka Hiki's forehead. Even if Dohei dares to confront Danzo, after gaining strength, that's because his mentality is that of a time traveler, and he completely believes in taking no chances on life and death, and if you don't accept it, do it. Let alone Danzo, even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, he will not be afraid of. But the major ninja clans in Konoha knew very well how ruthless Danzo was, so how could they not be afraid of him? The key point is that the Hokage is standing behind the opponent, so they don't even have the intention to resist. Now it is equivalent to letting Yamanaka Hiki choose whether to let part of the clan die or let the whole clan die. How can he make a choice? Wow! The wooden door of the reception room was opened, and a voice sounded. Danzo-sama. The young man who arrived was wearing earrings and a pineapple haircut, and he looked confident and calm. It was none other than Konoha's military advisor Narashikaku. He received the notification from the tribesmen in the mountains and came to the rescue in time. If I can't make a decision now, how about waiting for him to think about it before giving him a reply? If it had been anyone else, Danzo wouldn't have paid attention to him. But Narashikaku was deeply trusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was also the Jounin squad leader and Konoha military advisor. He might need him to assist him in the future, so he stood up to save face and said, "Okay, but I hope those mountain tribesmen can report to the route as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned around and left. The Yamazaki clan was just the beginning, and he would also visit the major ninja clans next. After waiting for the others to leave, Yamanaka Hiki relaxed all over, as if his chakra had been exhausted. At this time, Akimichi Dingza, who had long red hair and wore armor, also walked in. "Hiki, why is that guy Danzo here?" He received the news that Danzo was coming, so he hurried over. All the major ninja clans hate this shinobi. But while I hate it, I am also extremely afraid. Because they are really shameless and ruthless, if it were not suppressed by the Hokage, these ninjas might have been wiped out or maimed by him long ago. Chapter 321. As long as he is a human being, he will not do anything about human affairs. Reception room. After listening to what Yamanaka Hiki said, relief. Akimichi Tingzao's fat body suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. "We will gather the clan members immediately and go to the roots to find Danzo and ask him clearly." The three clans have always been on the same page. In the past, because the other party didn't want a large amount, they accepted it in order to support the Hokage clan. But now, more than 20 mountain ninjas are required at one time, and they are simply not given a way to survive. How can we not make people angry? Previously, they sent out all their private troops and paid huge amounts of supplies for the village. But they were tricked by the third Hokage and received no reward at all. The other party used abdication as the price, leaving them no excuse to attack. The original plan was to remove the corrupt and greedy old guys like Konoha F4 from power, but it was not unacceptable to the major ninja clans. But who knew that the fourth Hokage would die during the Nine Tails Rebellion, leaving the third Hokage to temporarily take over as Hokage? Until now, there is no intention to elect Hokage. It's not that the village doesn't have suitable people, it's just that the people are not Hokage type, so the other party's approach naturally makes the major ninja clan unhappy. When the village was first founded, it was said that the Hokage was elected by the villagers, but it would be too much for you Hokage to directly regard the position of Hokage as your own. Out of resentment, all the major ninja clans lay flat and lay in ruins after the war. But they didn't expect that Danzo would come to target them after everything was like this. It's no wonder that the hot-tempered Akimichi Dingza reacted so strongly. "Calm down Dingzuo." Narashikaku stopped his friend's impulse. But to be honest, he may not be dissatisfied with the third generation. At least he had a strong opinion on the other party's indulgence of Danzo, but he knew that in the Hokage's heart, his status was far inferior to that of several advisory elders, so he did not dare to speak out. In his opinion, letting Orochimaru take over was the best choice. Even if it would suppress the ninja clan, it would at least allow Konoha to recover quickly. But just because the other party does not have the will of fire, he rejects the other party. In this regard, Narashikaku just wanted to say, as long as you are happy. Because other people don't know about the will of fire. Don't they, the great ninja clan, not know it yet? It's just a naive and unrealistic ideal. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi may really believe in the will of fire. The problem is that he is not the only one at the top. Anyway, Narashikaku was not prepared to obey this order. After stopping Dingzo, he said, Danzo should not only come to the Yamanaka clan to ask for manpower to join the roots, he will definitely go to the Aberme clan as well. Let's find each other to plead with the Hokage-sama. The two tribes of Yamanaka and Aberme are considered to be the hardest hit areas, because their personalities and secret skills are both different. Too good for roots. But before they could go to the Aberme clan, they found that the leader of the other clan had arrived at the Yamazaka clan. Shikaku, you must save our Aberme clan this time. As soon as they met, Aberme's Highway, the patriarch of the Aberme clan, changed his usual taciturn style and directly asked for help. Narashikaku frowned and asked, What's going on? He felt that something must have happened to Danzo to make the so-called perfect ninja Aberme Shimai lose her composure. Danzo wants 15 members of our Aberme clan. Aberme's Highway told them a piece of news that shocked them. This number doesn't sound like a lot. But you must know that the Aberme clan is just a small ninja clan. There are only a few dozen ninjas in the whole clan. This number represents nearly half of the clan. It is simply a rhythm that wants the Aberme clan to be exterminated. How dare Danzo do this? Why doesn't he let you, the clan leader, join the roots together? Akim Ichitaza complained angrily. The other party has a good relationship with them. Although he is taciturn, he is an extremely reliable companion on the battlefield. Just when he complained, he found that the other party's face was silent. A terrible thought came to mind, and Akim Ichitaza asked in a low voice in disbelief. Highway, the root of it is not really even you. I have never heard of such a thing. Danzo shouldn't dare, right? Yes, I'm on the list too. Aberme's Highway nodded decisively. If they had not been forced to this point, with their always submissive attitude, the Aberme clan would never have had such a big reaction. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. None of them thought that Danzo would be so crazy. Not only the members of the Wujian family, but even the clan leader was prepared to swallow the root together. No one else would dare to even think about doing such a thing. Danzo is really brave. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Let's go see the third generation. Narashikaku finally spoke. And when they left the clan and went to the Hokage building, there were also Inyazuka, Kazamatsuri, Kurama, and other clan leaders of the small ninja clan following them. They are also victims. Although Danzo said he favored the Aberme and Yamanaka clans, these ninja clans did not let him go. After all, the talents of the adopted orphans are really not good, and they are far inferior to the descendants of the ninja clan. In addition, these ninja clans have been trained since childhood, which can even save a lot of time and resources. How can we not let him seize the opportunity and kill him? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the office, received a report that many clan leaders asked to see him, and he was astonished and motioned for people to come in. Shikaku, what are you? He didn't understand what could happen that could make them come together. Hokage-sama, I beg you to save our Aberme clan. Yu Shui's Highway immediately came down from his seat and begged with a great ceremony. Highway, get up quickly, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in confusion, having no idea what was going on with Aberme's Highway. Loyal and powerful little ninjas like the Aberme clan are the pillars of Konoha. He would not save them unless he was crazy. Even the second Hokage's strategy of weakening the ninja clan and supporting the common people was to weaken the ninja clan who had too much power and would not target the smaller ninja clan. Lord Hokage, please let 15 Aberme clan members, including Highway, join the route. Narashikaku reminded in a low voice. And after hearing this, the faces of the clan leaders who came with them were full of disbelief. They didn't expect that this guy Danzo could really do such a thing, he was completely out of character. But that's right. As long as the other party can be a human being, it doesn't mean he is not a human being at all. After listening to Narashikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized what good deeds Danzo had done. Call Danzo immediately. He ordered an ANBU angrily. There is no way. Once these ninjas cannot be appeased, it will be troublesome. The other party is the real pillar of their Hokage system. If they really lose their support, it wouldn't be surprising that the Hokage system might collapse. These patriarchs did not make a sound, just stood silently in the office. Their appearance here has already shown their attitude. That is to say, I want an explanation for what happened today. Normally, they always follow the Hokage, no matter whether it is recruitment or material support, they are willing to sacrifice everything for the village. But what Danzo did today really broke their bottom line. If they dare to do this today, they will dare to annex the ninja clan tomorrow, and they will not even dare to think about it the day after tomorrow. If they don't stand up this time, it might be their turn next time. Of course, Danzo was not stupid, and he did not attack several elders, Uchiha, and Hinata. As for the Shimura clan, he had no intention of letting it go, he just decided to make the last move. It has to be said that Danzo really treated everyone equally in this regard, and did not show mercy just because the Shimura clan was his own clan. Unfortunately, before he could visit the Shimura clan, he was found by ANBU and asked to go to the Hokage's office. Dozens of minutes. The Hokage's office welcomed the culprit of today's incident. Chapter 322 Sarutobi Hiruzen, back, everything is back. Hiruzen, what do you want from me? After Danzo entered the Hokage's office, he naturally saw a group of ninja clan chiefs, but he didn't pay attention. Danzo, give me the recruitment list. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand. He just signed. There must be something wrong with the word list. Give. Danzo took out the list. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfolded the list and looked at the names on it, his face darkened. Fake. Because there are not many names on it, even the Yamazaki clan only has a few people, and the Aberame clan only has 2 names. With this amount, I believe that the major ninja clans will not refuse to give him face, so he signed it before. Danzo, I want the real list, the real one. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was low, as if he was a lion about to become angry. Nin Xiang. But one of his previous titles, although this title has been ridiculed by Tang Ping as Ninja Bear, is enough to illustrate his courage. If he didn't have this kind of courage, he wouldn't have been able to rise to the top and suppress Danzo to death. Seeing a side of his friend that he had not shown for many years, Danzo could only take out the real list from his arms no matter how unwilling he was. Without the Hokage's signature, the major ninja clans would not obey Northeast by East's orders. This is also a restriction imposed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, so when recruiting people on a large scale, you need to get an order first. Of course, if just 1 or 2 tribesmen with dark hearts are kidnapped by Danzo and taken to the root, it will be considered unlucky for the other party. After getting the real list, Sarutobi just glanced at it and almost fainted. Do you think it's a store discount? The densely packed numbers on it made him dizzy just looking at them, let alone agreeing with them. Especially the Aberame clan. Good guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen called him a good guy. A small ninja clan wants more than half of other ninjas. Even the clan leader is on the list. It's not called recruiting, it's called annexation. No wonder the oil girl's highway, who has always been silent and docile, couldn't help but jump out this time. You are trying to exterminate the clan. It would be strange if others don't jump out. Danzo, how dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend, he really didn't understand how he dared to do this. Doesn't he know that these little ninjas are the pillars of their Hokage family? Hiruzen, I'm doing this all for the village. Danzo has a clear conscience. Yes, he does have no selfish motives. In his heart, he can do anything for the sake of the village, even for the Shimura clan. Be confident. It's Danzo's mentality that makes him dare to ignore these clan leaders who are obviously complaining. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at his old friend. Even though he was in good health, he still felt a little out of breath. Although I'm used to wiping each other's butts, I really don't think you would cheat me, the Hokage, like you do. They enjoy the protection of the village. What's wrong with contributing to the village now? Danzo asked back with a cold expression. Anyway, he always plays a bad role in the village, so he is not afraid of offending these ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in anger. Yes, people do have an obligation to contribute to the village, but they have no obligation to die for the village. That's enough. We are not allowed to draw any more people from the major ninja clans. This is the Hokage's order. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to continue bickering with Danzo, so he just got tough. When it comes to reasoning, he is really no match for his old friend. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo resisted instinctively. As soon as he heard the other party using his identity as Hokage to suppress him, he would instinctively yell out this sentence. Danzo, I am the Hokage. And Sarutobi Hiruzen would also use this sentence to emphasize his identity as Hokage. Come back, everything is back. When Namikaze Minato came to power, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt something was wrong. Only now did I realize that it was because I was no longer Hokage, so I couldn't use my identity as Hokage to suppress Danzo. Now that he used his Hokage identity to suppress Danzo, he felt instantly relaxed all over his body, and even the fatigue and boredom during this period had disappeared. Yes, he is the Hokage, the ruler of Konoha, and nothing can trouble him. Danzo turned around and left with hatred. After once again enjoying the drama of the domineering Hokage suppresses me, his obsession with becoming Hokage became even stronger. As long as I can complete the operation and then displace Hiruzen Sarutobi from his position, then who else will be the Hokage? Wait a minute, Hiruzen, after I become Hokage, I will say to you 10 times every day, I am the Hokage. Danzo said this in a voice that only he could hear. Yes, being suppressed countless times by the opponent using his identity as Hokage is also the reason why he wants to sit on the position of Hokage. In the office. Seeing Danzo leave angrily, the atmosphere became quite relaxed. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to stand up for them, whether it's real or pretending, it's good to have this attitude. Hokage-sama, those people who have been brought to the root. Narashikaku spoke up to remind others. Danzo personally came to visit, but not everyone had the courage to refuse in person. For example, some small ninjas could only let their roots take people away. The Abarame clan also had Highway's tough attitude, so Danzo didn't force himself. In other words, many members of the ninja clan have been taken away by the roots. Now we have to find a way to get people. If time drags on a little longer, with the brainwashing ability of the root, those people will all turn into the shape of Danzo. All clan leaders go back first, I will go to the root to negotiate with Danzo later. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a seemingly comprehensive reply. But Narashikaku lowered his eyes. Because he had already heard that this was the rhythm of preparing to smooth things over. There was no clear guarantee to bring the people back, and no time was given. After a while, when the matter was done, the various ninja clans would have to admit this fact. But even if he saw through this, Narashikaku did not dare to say it out loud. Coming here today to seek justice was already the limit of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance. If he continued to speak out, it would be easy to lose the other party's trust. Ino Shikacha has always been a follower of the Sarutobi clan, and the other party cannot tolerate him eating his own way. Forget it, the Yamanaka clan and the Abarame clan are fine anyway. Narashikaku finally chose to compromise. After this farce, it seemed that Danzo lost all face, but in fact, he lost face but gained something. Because he got a lot of manpower from other ninja clans. These members of the ninja clan, both in strength and potential, far surpass the orphans trained by the root, so it can be said that he made a lot of money. It can only be said that Danzo may have a strange personality and a bit stubborn, but he can't really say that he is stupid. Originally, his plan was to maximize the benefits, that is, to recruit all the people on the list into the root, but if it could not be completed, he could also take the bottom line, that is, those ninjas who were taken away on the spot because of his personal visit. After obtaining these manpower, Danzo naturally could not sit idle, and immediately sent a large number of root ninjas to the castle tower. It might have been difficult in the past. Because the population of the castle tower is pitifully small, even monitoring everyone is not a problem. But now, the population of the castle tower is more than 100,000, and it is still growing. It is really not difficult to sneak in. As for the river country, the root naturally noticed it. After all, the movement was a bit too loud. But Danzo doesn't care. In his mind, only the 5 major countries are worthy of his attention. As for a small country like the river country, is it worthy of the attention of his dignified ninja dark? So, this is why the root is staring at the castle tower, but turning a blind eye to the neighboring river country. Unfortunately, Danzo doesn't know. Something is happening in the river country, which he doesn't care about at all. The Sand Ninja Village secret delegation visited. The two sides launched a negotiation with a huge impact in the river country. Chapter 323 Sand Ninja Delegation. The river country. Du Ping stood on the top of a 100-meter-high stone mountain, looking down at the civilians like ants below. One by one, wooden cows are distributed among them. This kind of thing has many uses. Transportation, farming, harvesting are inseparable from each other. In short, it is equivalent to the agricultural machinery before Du Ping traveled through time, but more comprehensive. Although the wooden cow is mainly made of wood, it is not only more outstanding in all aspects, but also not easy to be damaged because it has been processed by puppetry. It is also because of a large number of wooden cows that civilians can cultivate the land carefully instead of relying on luck to eat after the seeds are sown. The river country at this time is different from before. Even if the population exceeds 1 million, it is still absorbing population continuously. After all, people can eat well, live well, and wear warm clothes here, and these things cannot deceive people. Even if you have to work 007 every day, it is the life that civilians dream of. Anyway, the development speed is a little scary for Tang Ping himself. What limits its expansion speed now is that the training of management personnel can't keep up with the pace, and it dare not jump too fast. The hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land occupied at this time are not small. If they really dare to swallow the entire river country, believe it or not, the neighboring fire country and wind country will immediately teach them a lesson. Therefore, although the population of the river country has skyrocketed, the territory is not in a hurry to expand. At least it is not the time yet. The Sand Ninja is here. Hinata Kangyu came over to remind. This huge stone mountain, which was revealed because the river was diverted, is the negotiation site this time. A few dozen kilometers to the west is the Kingdom of Wind. After hearing the voice, Dohei retracted his gaze and walked towards the fortress. It is called a fortress, but it is just a simple building made of stones. It is a base for monitoring the Kingdom of Wind. There are ninja teams rotating at ordinary times. And the border is blocked by traps and warning barriers to prevent the river kingdom from being entered and exited at will. Of course, today is an exception. Because of the arrival of the Sand Ninja mission, 2 teams of ninjas were transferred away. As for ordinary people, there is no need to transfer them away. With their abilities, it is impossible for them to discover the Sand Ninja mission. There are only 3 people in the Sand Ninja mission this time. Ebizo, Yakang, Maki. The one who makes the decision is naturally Ebizo, the Sand Ninja Elder. As the intellectual leader of the Sand Ninja, and the master of diplomacy and intelligence, he is indeed the best choice. As for Yakang and Maki, of course they were responsible for the protection and also for the appearance. Trash. Do Ping walked into the simple stone fortress and saw the people inside. In addition to the 3 people from the Sand Ninja mission, there were Uchiha Yashiro, Ashia Kiyomi, Honda Takashi, and several others from the castle tower, all of whom were internal affairs personnel. Lord Dohei. Asterisk 3. Sir. Asterisk 3. Seeing Dohei coming in, both parties stood up and greeted him. Even Yekeng did the same. Because today she represented the Sand Ninja, not herself, so naturally she couldn't act recklessly like usual. It seems that you Sand Ninja have finally figured it out. Dohei sat down and looked at Ebizo who was sitting across the stone table with interest. Because cooperating with the Sand Ninja was something they had mentioned a long time ago, but the Sand Ninja didn't bother to cooperate with them at that time. After all, no matter how much, the Sand Ninja is one of the 5 major ninja villages. Do you think that the castle tower is worthy of cooperating with you? Now agreeing to cooperate, in other words, means that the Sand Ninja admits that the castle tower is qualified to be on an equal footing with them. No one will go against interests, right? Ebizo responded with this. As expected of the Sand Ninja's intelligence, his adaptability is really good. The cooperation between the 2 sides is that the Sand Ninja will carry out larger-scale cooperation in puppets, minerals, venom, etc. At the same time, the products produced by the castle tower, especially cloth, wood, salt, ironware, etc., also need a larger market. Both sides have mutual needs. However, this kind of thing can be done but not said. Because these fields have always been monopolized by the nobles of the Wind Country. In the past, the Sand Ninja had no chance to contact these, and could only survive with difficulty by relying on task commissions. Otherwise, they would not choose to invade Konoha with all their might because their task share was robbed. Because the castle tower smuggled materials to the wind country through channels, allowing the sand ninjas to discover huge benefits, so Luosha coveted it and prepared to control the castle tower through the mining area, so that they would understand that if they want to do business in the wind country, they must give up their interests to the sand ninjas. The result was a failure to control. However, this does not mean that the two sides will not cooperate, but it will affect the distribution of benefits in the cooperation. If the sand ninja wins, it means that the castle tower took the initiative to come to discuss cooperation, instead of the other party sending an envoy to discuss cooperation. Well said, I'm just very curious about one thing. Doping also agreed with Ebizo's words, and expressed that he was very curious about one thing. Excuse me. Ebizo put on an attitude of knowing everything. How dare those nobles suppress the sand village like this, and how can you bear it? Doping directly hit the heart. The ninja world knows what kind of life the sand ninja has lived. They were completely backstabbed by the nobles of the wind country, and even a lot of the task of maintaining the survival of the village was allocated to Konoha. They are simply inhuman. Sure enough, a trace of anger appeared between Yakang's eyebrows. She was the one who had the biggest opinion about those nobles, but under the suppression of the village, she could only choose to act as the pioneer of invading Konoha, and dared not blame the nobles. There is no way, the finances, food, resources, of the sand village need to be supplied by the wind country. Otherwise, do you really think that a village with more than 100,000 people can survive in the desert alone? They expressed dissatisfaction with the nobles of the wind country, and then they were cut off from all kinds of supplies, so they were left to eat themselves. Such a realistic threat, coupled with the noble status deeply rooted in the hearts of ninjas, made the sand ninjas endure it. The adults have always supported the sand village, and the information that Lord Dohei heard may be wrong. Ebizo directly responded to Dohei's heart-piercing question with fake news. Even if the sand village is dissatisfied with the nobles of the wind country, they can't say it directly. Anyway, no matter what others think, they can't say it themselves. Okay, let's talk about the next cooperation. Dohei turned to the main topic. The nonsense just now was to suppress the other party's morale and show that he has the initiative in the cooperation. Even if he is not good at negotiation, he naturally understands this little trick. The sand village can make puppets and parts for you at a low price, and even sell minerals, venom, and you need to pay with salt, food, cloth, weapons. As the intellectual leader of the sand ninja, Ebizo understood Duping's intention just now, and proposed cooperation with a normal face. Barter. The castle tower has everything that the wind country lacks, so they can get a lot of benefits if they cooperate. It was just a small fight before, but once the formal cooperation begins, any oil and water will represent huge benefits, and even allow the sand ninja to get rid of the control of the wind country nobles. Such a huge benefit, let alone the loss of manpower in the local war, even if all the ninjas died, it would not affect their cooperation. Cooperation is possible, but we want to take 90% of the benefits. Duping was aggressive, and didn't mention 50-50 at all, but directly 19-10. When Yakang was about to lose his temper, he was stopped by Ebizo. If it were anyone else, even if it was the newly appointed Kazekage, Yakang would not have obeyed his orders, but she barely suppressed her anger after hearing what Ebizo said. Our sand village needs to spend a lot of energy to protect the convoy and provide the market. If we take half, I think it's very suitable. Ebizo comforted Yakang and went to the ground to pay back the money. As long as this material channel can be controlled, the sand village will not be firmly controlled by the nobles and major forces. This is the most critical point. In comparison, although interests are also important, they are not that important. However, what he didn't know was that Doping's idea was similar to his. Chapter 324 Guano, the Prelude to War. If he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the other party, Tang Ping would rather not have any benefits. Yes, that's what he thought. Benefits. It's important to him, but also not that important. Because what he wants is not money, but Sand Village, or even the Kingdom of Wind. Once he can monopolize the channels of food, cloth, ironware, salt, etc. of Sand Ninja or even the Kingdom of Wind, he will be the uncrowned king. If it were an ordinary chamber of commerce, they would not dare to do so even if they had the ability. But the castle tower is not afraid. If he could really monopolize these materials, Tang Ping would be willing to pay money, not to mention not making money. Just like the world before crossing, the four major grain merchants' approach is very classic. selling grain to certain countries at the initial cost price or even at a loss, making the other parties' planting and grain merchants lose money, defeating the other parties' planting industry and peers, and finally monopolizing the grain market. As long as you control the grain, you will control the country. Although the ninja world is different from before crossing because of the existence of ninjas, many places are different from before crossing, but food is also indispensable. Even ninjas will consume more food. If the food, salt, cloth, etc. of Sand Village are monopolized by the castle tower, it will be very easy to influence the Sand Ninja. Finally, they will support a own man to take the position, and the Sand Ninja will be completely occupied by them. Therefore, no matter how the profit sharing is negotiated, Dohei can accept it. He will even try to reduce the sales price to the lowest. In this way, no other chamber of commerce can compete with him for business, and the profit can be as high as he wants after the monopoly. He has already prepared for strategic losses. As for why he obviously doesn't care about the profit, but wants to fight a local war to fight for the profit. It's the same sentence, what I give is yours, and what I don't give, you can't take it. If you really give in everywhere, the Sand Ninja will only get more and more, so you must show your muscles first before you can start subsequent cooperation. Of course, it is also to create conditions for Konan to sneak in. The other party has confirmed that Cho should have just started to study the reincarnation technique, but she should not have any clues. After knowing this, not only was Konan not disappointed because she didn't get the things, but she had more confidence in Dohei. Because this meant that the prophecy was correct, and the other party was indeed studying the resurrection technique. So, she left with peace of mind after leaving some chess pieces. In the letter, she also showed that she would stand firmly on Dohei's side. Thinking about the dependence conveyed in Konan's letter, Dohei kept bargaining with Ebizo, and he was completely at ease. It seems that he also has the potential to be a time management master. The two sides talked for more than an hour and finally came up with a rough cooperation agreement. 30 to 70. The castle tower has 7, and the Sand Ninjas have 3. And when the caravan enters the territory of the Wind Country, the Sand Ninjas will be responsible for protection and provide support to the best of their ability. At the same time, they will send a large number of puppet apprentices and puppeteers to the river country to make things for them, and train some puppeteers. Note that they will teach puppetry, but they will not teach advanced knowledge. And the other party is not afraid that the castle tower will surpass them. It was just the basic puppetry that was taught. This information had been leaked long ago, and as one of the 5 major ninja villages, Sand Ninja had its own pride and was not afraid of being surpassed in puppetry. In general, both parties were very satisfied with the negotiation. Do Ping had taken the second step to control Sand Ninja, and was ready to hurt others with his own strength and quickly monopolize the trade channels of Wind Country. Then he would support another own person to take the position, and Sand Ninja would completely belong to him. Great! Thinking of this, Do Ping's eyes swept across Yekeng secretly. The other party will soon become his own person. Even if she is not now, she will be after a while. Because the hatred between Mist Ninja and Sand Ninja is not shallow, there are conflicts from time to time even after the Ninja World War. In order to resolve this hatred, Sand Ninja will probably make a wise choice soon. Send Yekeng to death. After all, her title of Scorch Release was completely earned by killing Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja will not stop until she dies. Even if this will not happen for the time being, Tang Ping does not mind pushing it forward personally. When the time comes, he will come to save the beauty, and it will be difficult for the other party not to become his own people. It can only be said that having the advantage of foresight is equivalent to opening the whole map cheat, and you can completely use the plot to benefit yourself. That is why Tang Ping will try every means to make the plot return to normal while causing an impact. Only by predicting the plot can he have the opportunity to get the biggest benefit to strengthen himself. Looking at the Sand Ninja delegation leaving, Tang Ping's eyes are like seeing prey caught in a trap. The Sand Ninja is sure to eat it, and the Six-Path Sage can't keep it, I said. Yashiro, Kyofu, Eagle, the rest is up to you. Tang Ping explained to the few people who participated in the negotiation throughout the whole process but did not say much, and the subsequent execution depends on them. Yes. Asterisk 3. Several people took the order in unison. By the way, there are more and more Miko in the river country during this period of time. It is because of the commissioned training. It is almost similar to the castle tower paying compensation and asking the demon country to help them train management talents. With these shrine maidens, as well as the talented people from the Kidian orphanage who have not become ninjas, plus the civilians promoted, the internal management system of the castle tower was formed. It is this system that allows the castle tower to develop at a rapid pace. I hope Mei didn't wait too long. After the explanation, Tang Ping took Hinata Kangyu and left the border stone mountain. As soon as they got off the stone mountain, they saw Uchiha Mei, who had separated from the group and accelerated alone. Yes, she is here this time too. It's just a protection mission. Tang Ping is not careless. The negotiation position with Sand Ninja this time is too close to the Kingdom of Wind. It would be too dangerous if the other party is prepared to deal with him without any action at all. Too many ants kill an elephant. Even those who are at the peak of the super shadow level such as the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja realm have never heard of conquering the world alone, let alone a strong shadow level like him, so it is best to go and let people protect him secretly. Strangeness. Let's go. Uchiha Mei glanced at the two of them first, then turned to lead the way. She was obviously worried but said nothing. It can only be said that the evaluation of fellow time travelers is very accurate. Uchiha is tsundere, Hinata is evil. On the way back, they slowed down and looked around. It is around January now. Although the temperature is extremely low, there are still a large number of people working in the fields. In particular, various soil fertilizers, plant ash, bird droppings, etc. were sprinkled non-stop. Bird droppings. It is a small country from the northwest of the River Kingdom, located in the buffer zone between the Wind Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom. As you can tell from the name, there are countless birds in the territory, and the amount of dung is exaggerated. The entire country is covered in bird guano. Even the daimyo of the Kingdom of Birds is hiding in the Kingdom of Fire, with no intention of going back. However, after Tang Ping found out about this, he asked the United Fruit Merchants Association to purchase unlimited amounts of guano. For this reason, the Chamber of Commerce also has the contemptuous title of Bird Shit Club. But it's okay, Tang Ping doesn't mind. He even wished that only he knew the best effect of bird droppings. But it is impossible to hide this kind of thing. The communication in the ninja world is indeed backward, but the profession of ninja is more powerful than any commercial spy in terms of intelligence spying. Especially since guano has been used on a large scale since last year, its effects will naturally be fully exposed. Natural organic fertilizer. Not only can it increase production, but more importantly, it can improve the soil. It is simply a farming artifact. So, this small country that was just a place for birds to poop has now become a golden mountain. Onoki even roared out. The Kingdom of Birds has been the territory of IWA ninja since ancient times, and others will never be allowed to covet it. Naturally, the sand ninjas are not lagging behind. Although they do not claim it, the supplies and ninjas mobilized will not lie. Generally speaking, both sides want to fight in the Kingdom of Birds. The guano war is about to break out. But before that, the sand ninja must resolve the conflict with the mist ninja, otherwise there will be no spare power to deal with the IWA ninja. Chance. Tang Ping is ready to take the opportunity to make Yekeng one of his own. Chapter 325 False Allies, Konoha, True Allies, Tuan. Hide. Just return to the castle tower. Before Dohei could finish handling the internal affairs and go to work, he received several letters from the Konoha ninja clan. They are all implicitly building relationships, especially the Abermei clan, who have clearly expressed their allegiance. After putting down the letter in his hand, Tang Ping asked, "What happened in Konoha recently?" He was really curious about what happened in Konoha that made these ninjas who were loyal to the village think carefully. Pharmacist Nanoyu is also here. She came to report on issues related to the promotion of Sprite, and she immediately replied. It's Danzo. She is now the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Intelligence. Originally she didn't want to, but she naturally gave in to the temptation of the high salary. After all, one more job means one more salary. In terms of loyalty, with the private orphanage, it can be easily controlled. No. There is no need for orphanages now. Because the pharmacist Nanoyu has sincerely loyal to Dohei. After all, it's hard not to be moved after seeing how they have changed the fate of so many refugees. Konoha also accepts refugees, but the number is pitifully small and there is no way to resettle them. But allegiance is allegiance, and money still has to be earned. She wants to support an orphanage. As for why Nanoyu knows so much about Konoha's intelligence? Naturally, it was because there were a few small ninja people left behind in the village, so it was impossible for them to spy on secret information, but it was naturally impossible not to know about such a thing that had a huge impact. Ha ha ha. Tang Ping laughed wildly. Sure enough, Danzo, this ally, really would not let him down. If he doesn't cause trouble, his castle tower may not be able to develop. Konoha's advantage over itself is too huge. As long as they don't waste time, it will be almost impossible for them to make a comeback. But Tang Ping is least worried about this. With Konoha F4 here, why not worry about the other party not being spared? Once the other party does something, and there are a few young ninjas and Uchiha Fang's lineage role models, there may not be any imitators. Just like now, isn't there the Aberme clan? There is no need to worry too much about loyalty, because ninjas have always been conflicted. Neither loyal nor loyal. The reason why I say disloyal is because during the commission period, I pretended to be a spy many times. If you say loyalty, it's because you are sincere. As long as they don't do anything to disappoint the loyal queen, they will not betray even if they die. Although there are many traitorous ninjas in the ninja world, as long as you compare the data, you will know that the proportion of ninjas who betray the ninja village is pitifully low. If it is changed to the 5 major ninja villages, the proportion is even higher. If it is a ninja clan, it will take a long time to find 1 or 2. So it is difficult for the ninja clan to betray. And the Aberme clan's surrender to the castle tower is not considered a betrayal. They are all Konoha forces. At most, they don't come back to the village often. Anyway, whether others believe it or not, this is what Dohei and others promote. Just kidding, since they have made up their minds to suck Konoha's blood, it is naturally impossible to say that they are not from Konoha. With the name of Konoha, the ninja clan in the village can deceive themselves, whether they choose to surrender or cooperate, and convince themselves that this is not betrayal, but just changing factions. Don't underestimate this. For ninjas, they would rather die than betray. Therefore, it is really important to keep a Konoha identity. Without this identity, it is unrealistic to want to suck blood from Konoha. And hear the crazy laughter of Dohei. Uchihame and Hyaga Kangyu, who were also in the office, looked at each other. For some reason, they both thought of his evaluation of Danzo. Ally. In the past, they didn't understand why Danzo, who always targeted them and used mean and cruel means, was called an ally. Now, the two of them have also recalled it. Whether it is Hashirama's cells or the ninjutsu library and experimental funds, they are all rewarded by this big brother on the list. If it weren't for him, the castle tower would never have developed so well and so smoothly. Now it has also brought them a lot of friendship from the ninja clan, and even made a famous ninja clan choose to join them. If this is not an ally, what is it? False ally, Konoha. Real ally, Danzo. With Danzo, the ally lurking in Konoha, there is no need to worry about not being able to dig corners or suck blood. Dohei quickly wrote a letter. The content was that he accepted the Aberme clan and said that he would give corresponding compensation according to their industry in Konoha village, but they needed to stay in Konoha. They didn't need to betray Konoha or do anything that was bad for Konoha, just some ordinary intelligence would be enough. If the Aberme clan was asked to betray, they would definitely not be willing. But collecting some ordinary intelligence and providing them with some conveniences would not be a problem at all. No, I'm going to let Kabuto deliver the letter, and I have a task to give him. After Dohei sealed the letter, he explained the follow-up arrangements. Yes, the original plot. This is his biggest advantage, and he is also going to get a free ride from Orochimaru. So he plans to follow the original plot. Send Kabuto Yakushi to Konoha, let Orochimaru discover his talent, and let this first master in the ninja world train him. Although Dohei is definitely better than Orochimaru in terms of research ability, he is really no match for him in terms of teaching disciples. At the same time, he was not worried about Kabuto Yakushi's betrayal or accidents. Resurrection. This route is about to be opened, and even if something really happens, it can be compensated. At the same time, with the compatibility of Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru, there is no need to worry that the other party will not like it. After listening to the arrangement, Nono began to think seriously. Because after the Tea Country incident, she was very clear about the potential of her adopted son, and she also understood that the step-by-step training was not suitable for him. Accepting this task, although the degree of danger is extremely high, it also represents a shortcut to promotion. The key is that Du Ping has the ability to predict. His arrangement shows that this is the best for Kabuto. He will not betray his own people. Finally, after thinking about all aspects, Nono Yakushi spoke. I will ask Kabuto when I go back. If he is willing, I will not object. It can only be said that the children in the orphanage have a deep affection for her, and it is not without reason. That's good. Du Ping nodded with satisfaction. Placing the pawn of Kabuto Yakushi in advance will definitely bring him a huge surprise in the future. After dealing with these, Tang Ping also looked at the development summary of last year. In general, even if there is crazy investment in construction, factories, and shipbuilding, the profit is still amazing. Nearly hundreds of millions of taels. You must know that this is the money after deducting the investment. In terms of investment, it has spent more than 10 billion taels. However, the biggest contributor to such a lot of profits is naturally the Wangliang. It is precisely because of its construction core that the castle tower does not need to spend a penny on the infrastructure that consumes the most manpower and funds. To be honest, if the construction core is converted into funds and manpower, the project done by the construction core will at least invest hundreds of billions of taels, and tens of millions of workers will die before it can be completed. It is a project that is almost like changing the world, and it is normal to pay these costs. Even if these costs are paid, it may not be completed. Just like the river country. It is impossible for an ordinary person to complete this project. If a ninja is hired, no ninja village is willing to take on this task. Because it requires countless ninjutsu, it is simply a life-threatening task. It can only be said that the biggest contribution to the castle tower's success is that Lao is the monster from another world called Monster. Anyway, if anyone dares to purify it now, both Dohei and Maitreya, the Miko, will kill each other at all costs. After reading these things, Dohei asked Uchihame to replace him in the castle tower, and at the same time announced his retreat. And following him in retreat was Hinata Kangyu. As for the latter, because it has always been a little transparent, no one cares at all. This is also a deliberate effect. Only if no one pays attention to Rixiang Kangyu, can he hide in the dark and attack arbitrarily. Of course, it is said to be a retreat, but in fact it is going to Kirigakure village. The opportunity has come. Chapter 326 Commit suicide with 17 kunao in your back. Kisame. Remember him? Tang Ping had his eye on the other party from the beginning, but because the time had not come yet, there was no contact for the time being. Now the opportunity has arrived. Due to the trade between the castle tower and the Kingdom of Water, as well as the absorption of the Ghost Lantern clan, it is not easy for them to place some scouts. Without this information, we would not be able to seize this opportunity. This time I went to Kirigakure village to take the opportunity to recruit Kisame and Akigaki, the chosen part-time worker, under my command. There is no way, who makes Tang Ping really optimistic about Kisame. When the Xiaotian group was doing all kinds of tricks one after another, this person was the only one who completed the mission cautiously, and would do anything for the mission. There is simply no subordinate who is better than the other party. Of course, in addition to this goal, there is another purpose. What a mess! It was about using the Mist Ninja to force the Sand Ninja to stab Yekeng in the back. When that time comes, if they jump out to save each other, they can make each other one of their own. Both of these things are extremely important, and they are also fun, so Tang Ping, a musician, rushed to the scene as soon as possible to enjoy the fun. The two of them encountered no trouble at all along the way. The route is so clean. No matter the castle tower or the cooperating ninja clan, they are not the merciless type. As long as there are pirates and coveters, they will be killed. With their strength, unless Mizukage personally takes action, it is impossible for them to affect this route. Who allowed this route? With the expansion of the castle tower, a large number of ninjas can now benefit from it. If someone dares to touch their interests, do you believe that the other person will commit suicide with 17 kunao in his back in a matter of minutes? It's not like this hasn't happened. Previously, in the Kingdom of Water, there were chambers of commerce that used officials to cause trouble for them several times. As a result, both businessmen and officials who were looking for trouble committed suicide by taking 17 kunao in their backs. By the way, this method of suicide was specially requested by Dohei. Although I don't know why he asked for it, the cooperating ninjas did not object. Although they did not dare to attack nobles, it did not mean that they did not dare to attack officials and businessmen. As long as you kill the opponent until they are afraid, then there is nothing you can do to the nobles no matter how unhappy they are. It's impossible for them to personally go to sea to intercept smuggling, right? If the nobles were really so brave, they wouldn't have caused such chaos in the ninja world. You can also see supply points along the way. With these supply points, not only can personnel losses be reduced, but they can also have a place to escape when encountering some natural disasters. It is these auxiliary measures that have greatly reduced the loss rate of the trade fleet. Now, this route can be said to be a golden route. As long as it can transport goods from the Kingdom of Fire to the Kingdom of Water, and then bring back special products, the profit will be at least doubled. But most of it needs to be allocated. But even so, the remaining profits are extremely amazing. The castle tower can invest heavily in ninja training precisely because of this golden route. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to support themselves, let alone train a large number of ninjas. Dohei and the others quietly came to the vicinity of Kirigakure village. As mentioned before, the ninja clan of Kirigakure are distributed near the village and even on the island. This time the target is the Terumi clan. Due to the advance notice, they had just arrived at the edge of the island where the Terumi clan was located, and Terumi Mei came out to welcome them. Now that she is 16, she has changed in all aspects compared to a few years ago. Not to mention his more mature temperament, his strength is also amazing. Quasi-film level. This is Tang Ping's rough judgment. Because he felt a little threatened. It has to be said that the opponent's strength is indeed beyond his expectation. If Tang Ping remembers correctly, in the original plot, the opponent's strength growth rate was not so exaggerated. So there is only one reason. His influence. The other party had been captured before, and had seen Tang Ping's strength, which gave him a goal to catch up in his practice. In addition, he had obtained more resources, so his growth rate was naturally completely different. By the way, she also went to the castle tower from time to time to pester Dohei for competitions. It seemed that she was still brooding about being captured in the first place. But Dohei said that he should defeat Yamamakoji and Uchiha Mei first. Maybe it was because I was beaten too many times that I grew up so fast. Donping-kun. Terumi Mei waved excitedly, showing a bit of girlish liveliness. As for Hinata Kangyu, she will naturally continue to act as a little transparent person and follow behind her. Today is the first time for Dohei to visit the ninja tribe of Kiri Ninja. It is said to be a clan land, but it is similar to an ordinary village. The cultivated land, various plants and rivers, and the salted fish hanging from the dilapidated eaves. Salted fish. It is considered a specialty of the Kingdom of Water. Because it can be used as food and salt, it is also a trade the maximum amount of goods in the exchange period. Anyway, every time the fleet comes, a large amount of salted fish will be transported back. It can be used as food and salt. The key is that it can be preserved for a long time, making it extremely popular in various countries. The children of the Terumi clan have worn out clothes and are pale and thin. Just from these places, you can see the living conditions of the ninja clan. If you see a child with a good spirit and a strong body, there is no doubt that he is a member of the clan with ninja talent. They can get enough food and benefits such as medicinal baths. Resource tilt. It is also the last resort of the ninja clan. After all, every ninja is a gold-eating beast. Even if you are rich, you can't train all of them into ninjas. You can only choose the ones with the best talents to train. After seeing the situation of the Terumi clan, Tang Ping's eyes twitched slightly, and there was only one word in his mind. Poor. Too poor. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have thought that the seemingly omnipotent ninja would be so poor? But more than 90% of the wealth of the ninja world is in the hands of those wealthy merchants and nobles. The ninjas can only rely on the leftovers from them. It is not surprising that they are so poor. For ordinary civilians, starvation is a common occurrence. Soon, they came to the clan leader's house. The tall and gorgeous wooden building made people wonder if they had seen it wrong for a moment. Because it was in starvation with the surrounding short and dilapidated buildings. However, Dohei reacted instantly and looked at the ninja world with his 3 views before crossing. In the ninja world, this situation is completely basic and not surprising. Welcome, Your Excellency. A middle-aged man with brown hair came out to greet him enthusiastically. He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. Since cooperating with the castle tower, the Terumi clan, which was originally only a medium-sized clan, has now greatly increased its power. Seeing that it is about to become a large ninja clan, it is natural that they dare not neglect it. Clan leader Terumi is too kind. I haven't visited you for a long time. Tang Ping said politely. Although he disliked these things very much, he still had to abide by these rules before he had the strength to overturn them. After the small talk, the head of the Terumi clan took a few people to the reception room and sat down, and then asked directly. Is there anything that the Terumi clan can help you with? He understood that if there was no matter, Du Ping would never come to visit. I do need the Terumi clan's help. Du Ping said what he wanted to do. The other party got a lot of benefits from the castle tower. Although they also paid some efforts, it was far less than the benefits, so it was normal to do something for themselves. Well, this was also a layout for Du Ping. Use benefits to win over the major ninja clans in the Hidden Mist Village, and when the other party can't stay in the Blood Mist Village, they can directly absorb the other party's essence. As for what he wanted the Terumi clan to do, it was not to let them betray the ninja village, but to find a way to promote the Mist Ninja and the Sand Ninja to sign a peace agreement. However, the prerequisite for signing the agreement is that the Sand Ninja must use Yekeng as the price of signing the contract. Since the Sand Ninja has always wanted to sign a peace agreement, now that they have this opportunity, they will definitely not miss it. Even if the cage level strongman is very important, it is not impossible to give it up. Next, they will wait for the Sand Ninja to backstab Yekeng, and then they will rescue the beauty and turn the other party into themselves. But before that, they have to subdue Kisame, the chosen worker. Chapter 327 The Strongest Escape Technique, Mouth Escape. A stream in the land of water. Kisame Hashigaki, covered in blood, is numbly treating his injuries. Not far from him, there is a tall and fat corpse that any mist ninja can recognize. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. The other party is Kisame's boss, but he has become a corpse at this time. And there are no other enemies around. Obviously, the other party died at the hands of Kisame. Because the other party sold information to the enemy, Kisame cleaned up the door. But he is very confused now. In the past, his mission was to kill his teammates first in order to keep the information secret. Now he found out that it was his superior who colluded with the enemy and sold the information, which meant that all his previous efforts were in vain, making him feel that everything he did was meaningless. Who? After treating his injuries and drinking a bottle of healing potion that he had finally obtained, Kisame suddenly turned his head and looked into the fog behind him. As expected of the tailed beast without a tail, his strength is really good. A young male voice sounded, followed by two figures slowly walking out. Swish! Kisame rolled over and picked up the bandaged sword not far away. Same Hata. It is also the most magical of the 7 ninja swords. Because it is alive. But now it is wrapped in a layer of bandages, so there is no chance to show its true appearance. I have no ill intentions, otherwise I wouldn't have waited for you to recover from your injuries before coming out, right? The young man with short black hair and a handsome face spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was chatting with a friend. After seeing the other person's appearance and elbow-high gloves, Kisame instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. Purifying Flame. He said this title. And this title he is famous among the Mist Ninjas. I still prefer others to call me Tang Ping instead of this title. Tang Ping complained and walked to stand not far in front of the other party. At this time, Kisame is like a powder keg, but he can't continue to stimulate the opponent, otherwise he will really explode. Why are the Konoha ninjas here? Do they want to spy on information about Kirigakure village? Kisame was ready to escape. There is a river next to it. If you enter it, you might be able to escape from the opponent. No matter how confident he was in himself, Kisame would never think that he could handle this strong man who had defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen and killed the 3rd Mizukage before. So despite his tough appearance, as if he would attack at any time, he was actually ready to escape. It has to be said that if you don't understand Kisame's character, you might be deceived and give him a chance to escape. But Tang Ping is different. He naturally understood how thoughtful this chosen worker was. So he seems to have a leisurely and relaxed demeanor, but his aura has locked onto the opponent. As long as the opponent makes the slightest movement, he will go all out. Even without the immortal mode, he is sure to evaporate the entire river in an instant. He doesn't believe that the other party can escape like this. So strong. Cold sweat appeared on Kisame's forehead. Even if the opponent didn't make any offensive moves, this substantial domineering and fiery momentum made him dare not move at all. To be honest, if we only talk about chakra, Dohei is really no match for him. But sometimes we really can't just do it. Just like now, in terms of chakra, Dohei is indeed no match for this tailless beast, but in terms of combat power, he can crush the opponent with one hand. In terms of chakra, except for some perverts, Hashirama, no one can compare to tailed beasts. However, shadow-level warriors whose chakra is far inferior to the tailed beasts can suppress the tailed beasts in battle. Therefore, even if Kisame has more chakra than Daogai, there is no point in it. I'm here to save you from this false world. Tang Ping said his intention. It's not that he wants to be a whisperer, but that's what Kisame does. No. All the strong men in the ninja world fall into this trap. Gan. Tang Ping could only say that it was no wonder that the future Prince Ming could conquer the world with his words. The version is too favorable to him. And Kisame's DNA was touched by Dohei's words, and even his thoughts of looking for a chance to escape faded away. As for Sun Xiang Kengyu, his eyes were shining with blue light, hidden in the mist. Yes, Tang Ping has not forgotten. Kisame-san was deceived into Akatsuki by Byakugan using the Eye of the Moon plan, so he asked Hinata Kangetsu to lure him away for a while and give him a chance to communicate with him. And Kisame Ruansuk and Dohei have already figured it out. Do you still remember the girl from the signal department who had a crush on him that he personally killed in order to keep the information secret? The other party will bite back the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost, which is also affected by the other party. Hey. With this weakness, coupled with the other party's natural loyalty to the worker's holy body, there is no need to worry about the other party's betrayal. Yes, this world is indeed false. Everyone is just a chess piece and toy of the Otsutsuki clan. Tang Ping is ready to add some tough stuff. Otherwise, the other party may be fooled by Obito's Eye of the Moon plan. As for how strict Kisame's mouth is, he completely understands. In order not to leak information in the future, I would rather summon sharks to devour myself than fall into the hands of the enemy. It's a wolf killer. It was the other party's impeccable qualities in terms of strength and other aspects that made Tang Ping remember this chosen worker's holy body. The Otsutsuki clan. He is the biggest mastermind in the ninja world. It can be said that all tragedies in the ninja world are caused by family affairs. Even the Eye of the Moon plan was just a scam to resurrect Kagaya. Kisame seemed like a goose at this moment. As long as he knows that the Eye of the Moon is just a conspiracy, he will not be moved by the white-eyed wolf and will just accept it. Even Dohei said that the fourth Mizukage was just a puppet of the Byakugan wolf. Anyway, the other party's mouth is definitely the strictest in the ninja world, and he is not afraid of the other party leaking it, so it doesn't matter if he tells him. Gilu. After hearing this, Kisame swallowed his saliva and calmed down. There is no way, no matter who it is, they will have the same reaction when they hear information about aliens and Six Paths Immortals. Of course, Tang Ping didn't say a lot of details, he just glanced at them. At the same time, it can be regarded as leaving some room for verification for Kisame. As long as he sees those things, he will understand that what he said is the truth of the ninja world. A real world is what Kisame pursues. And Tang Ping now showed such a world in his eyes, which naturally saved him from the lament just now. Your Excellency Tang Ping, I am willing to serve you. When Kisame faced Dohei's insistence on prescribing the right medicine, he just bowed down and bowed. Next, I will give you a chance to prove the truth about what I said. Wait a moment. Tang Ping clearly wants the other party to acting as a spy to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, but it was said to be giving him a chance. A chance to see the truth of the world. Thank you, sir. Kisame was extremely grateful. Steady. Seeing the other party's appearance, Dohei knew that this tailless-tailed beast had become his pet from now on. It can only be said that the strongest in the ninja world is not ninjutsu, but mouth persuasion. Once you can talk, it is guaranteed that no matter how strong the enemy is, he can make him repent and directly cleanse himself. Also, since you work for me, then I am willing to give you a chance, Dohei smiled, a chance to revive. The other party was actually attracted to the Mist Ninja girl. If it weren't for the mission, Kisame would never have taken action. It can only be said that in his heart, the mission is indeed more important than the girl. The first sword of the mission, kill the one you like first. It is the best description of Kisame. With such a good working saint, Dohei can't bear to let the other party be alone. It would be even better if there were a few more descendants working for him. Resurrection. Kisame's pupils trembled violently, as if he had never thought about it. Yes, Du Ping lowered his voice and said, since even the Six Paths Sage exists, resurrection is nothing. If you want to resurrect, just give me the body. After saying this, Du Ping disappeared into the fog. The contact information and secret code have just been explained, so he is not afraid that the other party will dig up the body and not be able to hand it over to him. After Du Ping disappeared, Kisame's face was extremely complicated. But he finally regained his calm, and at the same time he made up his mind to witness the truth of this world with his own eyes. If it is really as the other party said, then he will naturally serve him wholeheartedly. Putting the same hata in his hand to the previous position, he also sat down, as if he had just treated his injuries. And the person he was waiting for also appeared at this time. Chapter 328 S-Level Rebel, Kisame. So, all my efforts are fake. Kisame sighed by the stream. That's not necessarily true. Yakura Kyujitaki's voice sounded. Lord Mizukage. Kisame stood up in a panic. As a mist shadow ninja, it was hard not to panic when he met the Mizukage just after killing his superior. The pufferfish ghost betrayed the village's information. You killed him to make contributions to the village. Perhaps he noticed Kisame's worry, so Yakura Kyujitaki spoke in advance. Hearing this, Kisame visibly relaxed. Do you want to be free from this false pain? Before Kisame could speak, Yakura Kyujitaki started to talk. If there hadn't been the baptism before, Kisame might have been persuaded by him when he was confused. But now? Knowing that the other party was just a pawn, and was also deceived by the false world, how could Kisame bow down? However, on the surface, he performed his moved expression to perfection, and there was no acting skill at all. With his ferocious face, no one would doubt that he was acting. It can only be said that as a multifaceted spy, it is not without reason that Kisame can hide his identity all the time. A few kilometers away from the stream, Tang Ping took out a fishing rod and a chair from the seal scroll and fished leisurely. Beside him was Hinata Kangyu, whose eyes were emitting light blue light, observing the situation over there. You really got it right, that guy also targeted Kisame. Her tone was a little sighing and pitying. Because the ungrateful wolf was really played by the applause. Nonsense, who wouldn't be jealous of such a good worker? Fortunately, we got ahead of others, otherwise we would be robbed by others. Tang Ping answered without raising his head. Don't think he is really fishing, this is to temper his heart and sense natural energy. Only when the heart is calm can these aspects be better improved. It has been several years since he mastered the sage mode, and Tang Ping has never relaxed. He didn't want to learn from Jiraiya, who had already mastered the sage mode, but chose to lie down in the end because he had mastered a way to cheat to enter the sage mode. It was simply a sin. Anyway, the current Dohei was definitely far superior to the other party in terms of sage mode. Although he had not yet reached the level of entering the sage mode with a clap of his hands, the time had been greatly shortened. I don't know what the other party's expression would be when they knew that Kisame was our man. Hinata Sogitsu had a malicious smile on his face. Well, it will definitely be exciting. An expectation also appeared on Dohei's face. It was cool to have the advantage of the prophet, so he would try his best to maintain the original plot. After White-Eyed Wolf met Kisame, he soon became an S-level rebel ninja. Because he was suspected of killing the daimyo of the Land of Water. White-Eyed Wolf felt that the current daimyo was too much of a hindrance, so he directly became the other party. The powerful and shrewd daimyo naturally found it very inconvenient for him to set up the Blood Mist village. In addition, they wanted Kisame to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, so they gave him this task. It was a complete two birds with one stone move. However, what he didn't know was that Kisame also incidentally killed several nobles during the operation. These nobles were all related to trade and shipping routes, and had close relations with many chambers of commerce. Although the castle tower also tried to win them over, the other party was too deeply tied to other chambers of commerce, and even the chambers of commerce were their white gloves, and they could not be pulled over at all. Now, it's all solved at once. It's much easier to win over the newly promoted nobles than before. Great. If the castle tower took action on its own, it would probably leave traces. But if it was the Mist Ninja who took action, and it was arranged by the fourth Mizukage, it would be impossible to find any problems, so it is an unsolved mystery. This alone is enough for the castle tower to make a fortune. If they really want to monopolize the trade, even if they can't monopolize it, monopolizing a few % of it will already affect the Water Kingdom. But it's still a long way from that. Because the market of one of the 5 major countries is too huge, let alone the current castle tower, even if the productivity is expanded by more than 10 times, it is far from enough. Now that the 2 huge market channels of the Wind Kingdom and the Water Kingdom have been opened, the next step is to farm like crazy. It's not easy to expand the river kingdom because it is located between the three major countries, and any movement will attract attention. It's even more impossible for the castle tower. It was in the territory of the fire country. Now there were spies everywhere, and the land was owned by someone. Those dozens of acres were coveted by countless people. How could they be given the opportunity to expand? So, Tang Ping finally decided to develop the tea country. Yes, it was this small country full of tea mountains. It was also because of the harsh environment that this small country could only rely on tea trees and ports to feed the country. But for the castle tower with the construction core, these were not a problem at all. Flatten the mountains and fill the lakes. It seemed like a great feat of the gods, and they could do it. The key was that this small country was completely controlled by the castle tower, and the area was large. With an area of millions of square kilometers, and most of the area not occupied by rivers and islands, it was enough for them to transform it at will. As long as it was developed, the castle tower would be comparable to a big country in terms of productivity. With huge productivity, the materials produced could be used to quickly erode and monopolize the trade markets of the two big countries. It's just that these strategic plans take time. It seems silent now, but when these plans are exposed, they will surely sweep everything like a storm. When Kisame became an S-rank rebel, the Mist Ninjas also sent a signal of peace to the Sand Ninjas. But there are also prerequisites for achieving peace. The negotiator can only be Yakang. The intention is completely acting. The Sand Ninja high-level officials naturally noticed the hint at the first time. Yakang is very important. The problem is that compared with the Sand Ninja's strategy, she is not irreplaceable. There is another extremely critical reason. Her existence threatens the fourth generation Kazekage Raza. After all, she is not only rebellious, but also has a huge popularity. There are many people in the Sand Ninja who admire her. If she can be obedient, even if she is rebellious, Raza can be tolerated. The problem is that Yakang does not give Raza face at all, and is upset that the position of Kazekage falls on him, a little man. So, this condition that was originally impossible to agree to was agreed to under the intervention of Luo Shat. If Zhou and Ebizo strongly opposed it, it was not impossible to stop it. But the same thing. They cared too much about the Sand Ninja. Rosa was the Kazekage, and the two of them handed over their power one after another after he took office, without any intention of staying. At the same time, sacrificing Yakang could end the long-term battle with the Mist Ninja, and stabilize the power of the Kazekage, avoiding internal strife, so they could not refuse. Avoid internal strife. This is extremely important. The current Sand Village can't stand turmoil, so the two can only acquiesce. So, Yakang soon received a task. As an envoy, go to the Mist Village to sign a peace agreement. Although she was very unhappy with Luo Shat, she would not refuse such a normal task, so after accepting the task, she immediately set off with a team. Just when she set off, Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu, who were staying in the Tea Kingdom, also received the news. Now the intelligence channels of the castle tower are extremely sensitive in the three major countries of fire, water, and wind. It is not too easy to know this kind of public information. This also makes Haiga Kangyu, who has been in the Tea Kingdom for more than a week, excited. Because there is fun to watch. Maybe it is because of the repulsion of the same sex. For Yakang, a strong female warrior, Haiga Kangyu is more willing to see the other party get into trouble. As for Tang Ping, of course, he must first explain the things in his hands before setting off. This time he came to the Tea Kingdom, he did not come for vacation, but also to make development plans. Chapter 329 Backstab from Behind. Development Plan. It sounds useless, but it is actually very important. Because after investigating the environment, Tang Ping will decide where to flatten the mountains, where to fill the lakes, where to build roads, ditches, and so on. Directly treat the entire Tea Kingdom as a sand table and make any changes on it. It is arrogant to have a construction core controlled by the ghosts. If it were any other power, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it, let alone do it. Anyway, in Dohei's plan, the future Tea Kingdom will not be developed in the north where it borders the Fire Kingdom, except for building a few passages. It is equivalent to continuing to use these mountains to block the Fire Kingdom, considering the possible outbreak of war in the future. The mountains may not be able to stop the ninja, but they can stop the logistics. After the only bordering fire country is blocked by mountains, the remaining areas can develop with peace of mind. Food and manufacturing base. The two most important points for Tang Ping's plan for the country of tea are these 2 points. Various manufacturing factories can be built in the coastal areas, and the internal areas can be turned into super planting farms. A giant puppet several meters tall, holding a huge metal hammer, smashed the mountain wall into pieces. Others bulldozed vegetation and dug ditches and reservoirs. A construction army composed of terracotta warriors and horses. You may not be able to do some delicate work, such as planting, production, etc., but this type of work is really no problem. Not afraid of losses, not tired, not complaining, and also extremely powerful. With such a labor force at hand, what else do you need a bicycle? And the monster has no objections to letting it do this. After all, as the castle tower grows, it can absorb more and more fear, and now it is more than twice as strong as before. At the same time, although the shape of the terracotta warriors and horses has not changed, the command distance, strength, and sturdiness have all undergone qualitative changes. Even a mountain range can be bulldozed in just a few days. Now that many areas have been leveled, various aspects are being improved. Once these are completed, civilians can be relocated. Right. The castle tower is working on a good thing during this period. If it succeeds, it will bring 100 million small technological shocks to the ninja world. But that was what happened later. Now, Dohei, who had just finished planning the development of the Kingdom of Tea, was being dragged by Hinata Kangyu to the Kingdom of Water. Even though Yekang, as the Sand Ninja Messenger, doesn't know the route. But they can know in advance. This is naturally because this incident was initiated by the Yuan Master. Genshi is the Mist Ninja Village's version of Cho, and he is a more powerful type. It is precisely because of being appreciated by the other party that Terumi Mei can obtain resources and be protected. Otherwise, do you really think she can grow up? It is through the promotion of Yuanshi that we can quickly accomplish what we asked the Terumi clan to do before. Let Yekang come to sign the peace agreement instead of Suna Ninja. So it's normal for them to get the roadmap in advance. Lily. The drizzle kept falling. Several ninjas wearing ponchos were passing through a valley path. The person walking at the front was naturally Yekang, and behind her was the Mist Ninja team that greeted them. The envoy who originally followed her escorted her into the Kingdom of Water and then left. Although this is somewhat unreasonable, Yekang II is brave and continues to carry out this mission alone. Suddenly, she stopped. Come out. While drinking coldly, he looked at the heights on both sides. A Mist Ninja stood up from above, numbering nearly 100, making her seem like a prey surrounded by wolves. Do you Mist Ninjas want to destroy this peace agreement? She made a fighting stance. Even if he was in such a desperate situation, Yekang didn't show any fear. As the hero of the Sand Ninja, most of her fame was gained by killing the Mist Ninja. How could she be afraid of him? Yekang, we did not break the agreement, but we came to complete it. A Jonin of the Kirigakure village high up in the valley looked down at Yekang below, with a complicated look in his eyes. If possible, he would prefer to kill this great enemy of Kirigakure on the battlefield, rather than resorting to this method today. By the way, although the agreement was promoted by Yuanshi, it was fruit-picked during its execution. Now the person responsible for this plan has become another faction. It can only be said that Master Yuan is indeed an old fox. He saw the problem somewhere, so he decisively chose to pass the blame. In this way, even if something goes wrong with the plan, it has nothing to do with him. Not to mention if it succeeds, at least he was the one who came up with the plan, so he can get some of the credit by sharing the credit. Humph, is this how you complete the agreement? Yekang glanced around, trying to find a weak spot to attack. However, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is the other party not in a hurry? Obviously knowing that the longer the time drags on, the longer it will take for you to prepare, and the harder it will be to kill yourself. But the other party still did it. Of course it's not because of stupidity. You can doubt the emotional intelligence of ninjas, but you really can't doubt their IQ. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance answered all Yekang's doubts. Because along with the fragrance, her whole body became soft and she was completely unable to move. Poison. She didn't know when she was poisoned. Of course, there is no poisonous gas in the ninja world that can make cage-level experts lose their mobility after smelling it. If it did exist, it would have been used in the Ninja World War. And it only attacks fixed targets in a targeted manner. So there is only one possibility. The aroma is just an inducement, triggering the poison that I have already been poisoned by. And with this kind of poison mixing method, there is only one person who is the strongest in the entire ninja world. Cho. He is also the elder he trusts most. Now, she related aspects such as the fact that the other party deliberately entertained her before the mission, and that the mission she was following left the border directly, and so on. So, am I also part of the peace agreement? Ye King smiled bitterly in his heart. The village he worked for betrayed him. Let her not even know how to hate. Because Cho attacked me, it must be out of love for the village, not personal reasons. Luo Shat, you are such a sinister guy. But not hating Cho doesn't mean not hating Luo Shat. The only one who can make Cho compromise is the other party, who is the Kazekage, and even this plan is led by the other party. As for the reason, Ye King also knows. I can't submit to the other party, the two of them are not compatible. Naturally, her faction is unwilling to submit to Luo Shat. After all, everyone used to be equal, how can they be willing to be suppressed by you now? The contradiction is getting bigger and bigger, and there are even signs of internal strife. The only way to resolve this contradiction is to make the leader of the faction disappear. As the Kazekage, Luo Shan naturally can't disappear, so the only choice is 1. It seems that the teacher is going to break his promise. Before she went on the mission, she promised to teach the other party a powerful technique after returning. Do it. The Mist Village Jonin saw Ye Kang's body stiffen, knowing that the other party was poisoned as the intelligence said, so he gave the order. Swoosh, swoosh. Kunao after kunao were shot from all directions towards the lonely figure surrounded in the middle. And Ye Kang's vision was also occupied by the drizzle and kunao. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, a voice came to her ears through the rain curtain. Fire escape. Fire pillar formation. Although the voice sounded after the kunao, it was strange that it came first, as if it flew faster than the kunao. Turbulent. The extremely violent fire pillar suddenly erupted from the ground around Ye King, forming a circle of flame barriers. Not only did it blow away the kunao that was shot, but more importantly, it protected her in the middle. This sudden change also made everyone look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 330 Heaven's Curse Seal, Orochimaru, please be a human being. Black combat uniform, elbow-high gloves. Combined with that young face and the fire escape technique that makes people's scalps numb, everyone instantly recognized the other party's identity. Purifying Flame, Uchiha Dohei. But no matter which side, no one could think of the reason why the other party was here. Mr. Dohei, this is the enemy of our Kirigakuer. You are protecting the other party. Aren't you afraid of going to war with us? Even if the leading Kirigakuer ninja was afraid in his heart, he would not lose in the scene, so he directly brought out the backers behind him. Kirigakuer. Of course, he felt that he had spoken tactfully enough. After all, this is the land of water, which is his home area. Unfortunately, facing his humbleness, Dohei did not appreciate it and directly shouted coldly. Are you teaching me how to do things? You are just a mere jonin, and you dare to provoke me. I'm afraid you have never died before? Triple Divine Sky Attack. Before the Mist Ninjas could reply, a female voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The air was blown up, and the rain was broken. 3 transparent fists as thick as a train swept across with an indestructible force. Originally, there were nearly 100 Mist Ninjas, but after this attack, nearly half of them disappeared. And that's not all. Swoosh, swoosh. Red fox tails pierced through the rain curtain, killing those Mist Ninjas who had escaped the Divine Sky Attack by chance. Ah! What is this? Monster! Screaming continued. In front of the full-powered Hyuga Kangyu, this group of Mist Ninjas, whose strongest was only 1 jonin and whose number was less than 100, had no chance of escaping at all. With the Samsara Eye, unless the opponent possessed the space-time ninjutsu, it would be a dream to escape. Especially the 9 fox tails, which made these Mist Ninjas despair. The attack had no effect on it, and the power was unmatched. Even the cliff could be easily broken. Tisk tisk. How could these Mist Ninjas withstand such a terrifying weapon? There was no match for them. So, when the barrier formed by the pillar of fire around Ye King dissipated, what appeared in her eyes was a scene that she would never forget. A black-haired boy came stepping on the rain and blood, followed by a girl with blue eyes and 9 red fox tails swaying, looking charming and pure. Yes. The people who came were Tangping and Hinata Kangyu. Originally, according to Hinata Kangyu's idea, he would let the other party die once. But Tang Ping said that he didn't know when the resurrection route would be opened. Wouldn't it be better to save the person alive and work for him? The most important thing is that with Yakeng in hand, he can absorb the resources of Sand Village through her. Just like the castle tower has the name of Konoha, it can absorb blood. If not, it's betrayal. Once Yakeng is captured alive, those ninjas and clans in the Sand Village who can't make it can be absorbed. After training them, they can find an opportunity to kill back and seize power. At that time, it will be the rhythm of the loyal Sand Village welcomes its wind shadow. If it's Dohei and his men, it's an invasion, but if it's Yakeng, he can sit in that position legitimately. As for the worry that the Sand Ninja will turn against them because of Yakeng? Sorry, they are really not afraid. If you have the guts, don't turn your back on them for the huge profits. And he's not afraid of being played hard by Suna Ninja. Because they had just finished fighting a local war and proved how strong they were. Now, if you, Suna Ninja, don't compete with IWA Ninja for the treasure land of Bird Country, you will be seeking death if you dare to come and cause trouble for them. Chance. This is an opportunity to accept Yakeng openly. Having monopolized the trade in the Kingdom of Wind, and with Yakeng in hand, it would be impossible for Sunagakuer village to escape control. As for Yakeng's disobedience, well, Tang Ping asked Hinata Kangyu to take action without concealing her strength. How could such a thing happen? Bite your index finger. Make quick seals with both hands. Assistant, don't come over. Looking at this scene, Yakeng didn't know why, but he immediately felt something bad, so he tried desperately to avoid it. Unfortunately, she is still in a state of poisoning. Used by Cho, who uses the poison sealing in the ninja world, the effect is really overbearing, and even a shadow-level powerhouse cannot resist it. The Curse Seal of Heaven. Tang Ping cast the curse seal he carefully made on Yakeng. That's right. The inspiration for this technique comes from the curse seal developed by Orochimaru in the future, just like his Nirvana technique also comes from the opponent's substitute technique. The other party will be balled by him. Orochimaru, please be a human being. Not only did he copy other people's ninjutsu and intercept other people's subordinates and disciples, but he also copied other people's techniques. He was simply not a human being. But Tang Ping has nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, there is no such thing as copyright in the ninja world, so you can copy it at will. The original prerequisite for Orochimaru's curse seal was the body fluid of Yugo that he would capture in the future. Zhongwu was born with a degraded version of the immortal body, which can absorb natural energy and run wild, which is also the origin of the curse seal. But in terms of natural energy research, Tanghei really completely crushed Orochimaru. And the extraordinary organ he created has the function of absorbing, adapting to, and digesting natural energy, which is equivalent to a degraded version of the immortal body. With such a deep accumulation and the sealing level of his sealing skills, it is really easy to create the curse seal of heaven. But his heavenly curse seal did not split the soul fragments inside. After all, Orochimaru is a good negative example of the consequences of soul splitting, and he will not learn from it. But it's not like he didn't add any ingredients. Blood and chakra. After accepting the heavenly curse seal, your subconscious mind will favor yourself. Subconscious brainwashing. After all, in the ninja world, a place where people can change their cognition, beta gods, resurrect the dead, Ijinasha, create the world, infinite Tsukuyomi, etc., this kind of brainwashing illusion is nothing at all. But the advantage is that it takes effect continuously. There is no need to worry about the target's willpower. At the same time, there is no way to cancel this illusion, or the secret of the soul. The art of spiritual transformation. Tang Ping has been given a lot of time and cannot say that he has completely mastered this technique, but he has learned a lot about the soul. At least simple use is not a problem. Thus, the art of heaven's curse seal, Tang Plate, was born. As for the effect, refer to Orochimaru's curse seal of heaven, as well as subconscious brainwashing and tongue eradicating seal, and so on. Anyway, if you get it, it will gradually turn into a flat shape in the future. If it were one of his own, he would definitely use the castrated version, which would remove some restrictions and secret hands. I have to say that the curse seal of heaven also has many benefits. At least a few stages will bring higher improvements than Orochimaru's version. It can be regarded as a low-end version of the extraordinary organ. The advantage is that it does not require materials and costs, but the disadvantage is that it requires a lot of blood, and it consumes a lot of money. Didn't you see that after he completed the curse seal, his face turned pale and he almost fell down? In this case, in addition to bleeding a lot, it also consumes too much chakra and energy. But it's just the Heaven's Curse Seal. If it were replaced by the Earth's Curse Seal, the consumption would not be so great. Let's go. Tang Ping motioned to Hinata Kangyu to take the person away. After dealing with so many mist ninjas, if we still don't leave, it won't be that easy to leave when the large army arrives. This is also true. Not long after they left, the ANBU from Kirigakure village arrived, but could not find any clues. Because Tang Ping and the others had dealt with all the traces when they retreated, and there were no survivors, naturally this matter became an unsolved case. The Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja even accused each other of not being sincere in making peace. But in the end, the two sides signed a peace agreement. The Sand Ninjas definitely need peace for the upcoming Guano War, and on the Mist Ninja side, the White-Eyed Wolf is not willing to waste his strength outside in order to implement his Blood Mist plan. So, Yakeng was brought back to the castle tower without mentioning anything, and attracted onlookers. Chapter 331 Sand Ninja, I have Cloud Ninja outside and a castle tower inside to help me. How to lose? Conference room. I really didn't expect it. Sharp. Good. Everyone looked at the person sitting at the bottom, their faces full of dissatisfaction, but they could only bear to sit down. Yakeng there. Those who can be here are the core members, so there is no need to hide Yakeng's existence from them. Now she is also a member of our castle tower. Dohei, who was sitting at the top, introduced. With his words, everyone will accept each other. As for whether the other party has problems? Of course not, because they know Dohei's character very well, and since he dares to say so, he must be sure. Even Yakeng's mouth is not as hard as before. Because she has experienced the horror of the Heaven's Curse Seal. As long as she has ill intentions towards Dohei, or wants to reveal some information, she will be unable to move, the seal of the root of tongue disaster. What should we do about the reaction of the Sand Ninja? Uchihame, who was sitting in the first position on the left, spoke first. Yakeng is not an ordinary person. If she surrenders to them, the Sand Ninja will never give up. The price of the goods sold will be reduced by half, and Yakeng's identity will be claimed as an envoy of the Sand Ninja stationed in the castle tower. Dohei said the response plan that he had thought of long ago. With the combination of interests and respect, I don't believe that the other party will not agree. The other party dare not disclose the truth, otherwise, knowing that the village cooperated with the Mist Ninja to murder their own hero, the people's hearts will be shaken. And this is also an opportunity. Doping has long wanted to monopolize the trade of the Wind Country. Now take the opportunity to lower the price and give those peers a small price shock of a few billion. Although this will make the Sand Ninja share less interests, it will also greatly reduce the price of the other party's procurement materials. In general, there is definitely profit. For the Sand Ninja, interests are very important, but it is more important than getting rid of the control of nobles and wealthy merchants. With this interest, it is definitely a great thing for them, so ignoring Yakeng is not impossible, not to mention that it also gives a step. Nominally, Yakeng is still a member of the Sand Ninja, but he has been stationed in the castle tower to work for them. With this step, it is naturally much more respectable. If the Sand Ninja does not want to be respectable, then the castle tower will help the other party to be respectable. After getting Dohei's answer, Uchihame no longer asked about the impact of Yakeng's joining. He is just a cage-level strongman. If it were before, she might have taken it very seriously. But after having the Mangeki, she was confident that she could suppress the other party. Even Hyaga Sogitsu was not without confidence. Humph. After I transplant my extraordinary organs, I will definitely teach this fox spirit a lesson. Uchihame's eyes met with Hyaga Sogitsu's and they separated immediately. The two had no personal conflicts, but for some reason, they were completely incompatible. However, they also knew their limits, so Dohei always ignored it, and the high-ranking officials of the forces mostly watched it for fun and would not participate in it at all. Even Hong Lian, the Hyaga flower-faced sister and disciple, was the same. What is the situation of Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja now? Dohei asked Yakushi Nono. At this time, Kabuto had been secretly sent to Konoha and had officially gone to school. Both ninja armies have entered the Land of Birds, and the Hidden Cloud Village has also mobilized troops at the border. Pharmacist Nono spoke out the intelligence he had collected. The Guano War has already broken out. After all, Guano is too important for increasing food production and improving soil, and no one is willing to give it up. Not to mention the ninja villages, the same is true for the 5 major countries. Whoever occupies the land of birds means that they can greatly improve their strength, so both the land of wind and the land of earth are supporting the ninja villages behind the scenes. This is why the Guano War broke out so quickly. The financial backers behind the scenes have spoken, so how could the ninja villages, as thugs, not take action? And the scale is not small. The rock ninja went all out from the beginning, led by Huang Tu and Han and the blasting troops, with a total of about 3,000 ninja troops. The sand ninjas were not to be outdone, with more than 1,000 ninja troops led by Luo Sha, Ebizo and the puppet troops. As mentioned earlier, the number of rock ninja is indeed the largest, but the average quality is far inferior to that of other ninja villages, so the strength of both sides is exactly the same. It's not that the rock ninja can't produce more ninja troops, but because of the actions of the Cloud Village, Onoki can only choose to keep his troops in place, and at the same time let the Old Purple, the Jinchuriki, lead the ninja army to guard against the Cloud Ninja. Who made the Rock Ninja suddenly attack the Cloud Ninja in the previous Ninja World War, which directly led to the death of the 3rd generation Raikage. The Cloud Ninja has not forgotten this grudge, and the Rock Ninjas naturally have to guard against the other party taking the opportunity to kill into the land of Earth. The Cloud Ninjas seem to be brainless, but they are actually very smart. Knowing that if the Sand Ninjas really challenge the Rock Ninjas, they will be beaten to shit, so they deliberately do this to tie up a lot of Rock Ninjas' strength. Of course, the Cloud Ninjas are not really doing nothing. The ninja team frequently crosses the Moon Country and the Hot Spring Country and directly kills into the Fire Country. As the second in command of the ninja world, the Cloud Ninjas dream of dragging Konoha down with them and taking the top spot. They are willing to do anything to weaken Konoha. This small-scale invasion is an attempt to disrupt Konoha's recovery rhythm. It would be even better if they could fight a local war. Otherwise, if they really fight for development, the Cloud Ninjas are no match for Konoha. But it's okay. I don't need to be better at development than you, as long as you can't develop. That's what the Cloud Ninjas think. At the same time, this can also keep the warlike Cloud Ninjas motivated to fight, and show their strength to the Rock Ninjas so that they can't ignore them. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The originally calm situation in Konoha was indeed affected. Fortunately, the Ninja World War ended only more than a year ago, and all the major ninja villages suffered heavy losses, so they were restrained. Otherwise, there might be a chance of accidental firing at any time, and the 4th war would begin directly. At this time when the ninja world is in turmoil, the most peaceful place may be the castle. Not only was it not affected by the turbulent situation, but it became more lively. After all, the more turbulent the situation is, the higher the price of various materials will be, which is a great opportunity to make money. The only problem is how to transport the produced materials to the target safely and quickly. At the same time, the productivity is also directly maximized. Now that the Sand Ninja is going to go to war, it is natural to purchase a large amount of materials and weapons. In the past, it was even necessary to borrow money to get enough for the war, so the Sand Ninjas were controlled by the nobles. But with the castle as a procurement channel, both basic materials and weapons and equipment can be purchased at low prices and in large quantities. This time, the Sand Ninjas are full of confidence because they have the Cloud Ninjas outside and the castle tower inside to assist. Otherwise, do you really think that they themselves don't know the gap with the Rock Ninja? Next, our main task is the Tea Country. After listening to the intelligence, Dohei began to arrange the next focus of the castle tower. That is to develop the Tea Country while the attention of the major forces is not on themselves. But in this case, at least tens of millions of people are needed, as well as a large number of wooden cows and materials. It is extremely difficult to transport these things. Ashia Sajai Kiyomi, who came to attend the meeting, stated the actual difficulties. Now he has 2 identities. Minister of the Ghost Country / Minister of the Interior Department of the Castle Tower. There is no way, his ability is really strong, coupled with rich governance experience, it is indeed the most suitable for this position. With the Ghost, it is not difficult to flatten the mountains and pile up the lakes. The problem is that if you want to use the reclaimed land, you need a large number of people and materials. And transportation is extremely difficult. Coastal areas can be transported by boat, but those inland areas cannot be entered by boat, and the efficiency of using carriages is too low. Don't worry, I called you here today to introduce something to you. Doping announced to them with a proud look. Yes, Today is also a product launch. Chapter 332 Ground Effect Vehicle, No Science, All Ninja Science. More than 10 minutes later, the senior executives of the castle tower came to the dock. This is a large offshore dock. The huge gate blocked the seawater. To launch the ship, just open the gate and let the seawater in. Although the science of the ninja world is not good, the ninja science is extremely amazing, so it is not surprising to see a completely different scene from before the crossing. There are people busy on several slipways. Due to the continuous digging of a large number of shipbuilders from the land of water and other places, the shipbuilding capacity of the castle tower is extremely outstanding. With special management and welfare, the efficiency and research are extremely outstanding. Of course, the most important thing is to annex the craftsmen of the empty ninja village, so that their construction capabilities have been greatly improved. If we only talk about the number of ships produced, the castle tower may not have too many. But in terms of production tonnage, they completely crush all shipyards, and most of the ships now have become self-made. Especially, the ironclad ship technology is unique to them. Although other shipyards are also researching this technology, after all, the benefits of the castle tower's fiery sun fleet are obvious to everyone. If they can't research it, can't they copy it? However, even if they want to copy it, it's not so easy to copy. From wooden ships to ironclad ships, there are still a lot of technologies to be solved, and at the same time, there is a huge problem to be solved. Steel. Even if the technology can be solved, there is no way to solve the steel problem. It's not that there is no steel in the ninja world, but the quantity, backward productivity makes the steel production extremely shocking. It's not shockingly high, but shockingly low. Most places produce in small workshops and factories and the like, maybe only the country of thunder has some. For example, the country of fire, although it is the most prosperous place in the ninja world, it is a problem whether the steel production is tens of thousands of tons a year. It is not surprising that the fire country, with hundreds of millions of people, has only this much output. Because except for some prosperous cities, ordinary small villages do not even have things like steel. Therefore, the ironclad ship technology is unique to the castle tower. Even the fire country covets it, but it is only because they are afraid of their strength that they do not mess around. And today, what Du Ping brought with him to the castle tower to see was not only an ironclad ship, but also an extraordinary ironclad ship. Sir, the fiery sun you designed has been completely completed, and today is also the day for testing the water. A Chunin, who was originally an air ninja, reported loudly. The fiery sun. It was the experimental ship that Du Ping discussed with the shipbuilders, plus several black technologies he came up with, and consumed a large amount of manpower and resources. Several ships had been built before, but all failed. This is the first successful one. If it were before the time travel, a 20,000 ton ship would definitely take a lot of time, not to mention an experimental ship. But in the ninja world, a place where chakra exists, it is really not difficult to build quickly as long as you are willing to invest. Just use ninjas or chakra piles. It was at this speed that the black technology that Tang Ping brought out could be quickly digested and the Liang came out. Judging from the tonnage, the 20,000 ton Liang is not much larger than the previously captured aircraft carriers. But the appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only is it more refined and sci-fi, it also has a large number of runes distributed throughout it. And these lines are engraved with special materials. Chakra metal. Therefore, this Liang is naturally not an ordinary aircraft carrier. Let's get started. Tang Ping ordered. And the senior officials around him didn't make any move to urge him. Obviously, they all know that the Liang is what is going to be displayed this time, so naturally they don't mind taking a moment to slowly appreciate it. TCH, it's just an iron shell. Ye Keng snorted lightly. Even if you are planted with the curse seal of heaven, it does not mean that you will surrender instantly. It can only slowly affect your subconscious mind over time. This is also the difference between curse seal and other gods. Therefore, no matter how shocking the appearance of the Liang is, she will only belittle it. After seeing all aspects of the castle tower, all she could think of was her harsh words. Everyone felt a little funny about her harsh words, but they didn't say much because they also wanted to know what was so special about the Liang. Wow! After the ship lock was opened, countless seawater poured into the dock, soaking the strange-looking metal battleship in the water. There are no letters and red stars on the wings. On the flat metal battleship, the crew members were naturally already in place, and the Liang was launched at this time. Buzz! A huge roar sounded. Each jet nozzle provides forward momentum for this behemoth. Whoosh, whoosh. Tang Ping and the others jumped on the Liang. The metal deck is clean and tidy, and it is also several times wider than the deck of an ordinary battleship. The Liang slowly left the dock. Speed up! The ninja who was the captain ordered. Wow! With the suddenly louder roar, the speed of Liang continued to increase. The huge gust of wind suddenly dispersed the seawater under the hull, which also gave the battleship itself a boost of lift, making its draft shallower and shallower. In the end, this huge 20,000-ton metal warship actually rose out of the water, flying rapidly at a height of several meters away from the sea surface, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Fly! However, it is not the original Air Fortress flight mode of the Air Ninjas, but the flight mode created by Tohei based on the simple principle of ground effect. There is no science, it's all about ninja. Of course, if you can weigh it at this time, you will find something extremely strange. The metal hull, which was originally about 20,000 tons, may now only be about a few thousand tons. Coupled with the principle of ground effect flight, it is possible for the 20,000-ton ship to fly so high and so fast. This is naturally because of the technology obtained from the Air Fortress. The complete technology can directly make a city-sized fortress float in the air. Now this technology, which has been simplified to an unknown extent, can only reduce weight. But the advantage is that the layout is simple and the consumption is not large. Otherwise, it would take Kong Ninja decades and countless manpower to build an aerial fortress. It would be impossible for him to spend that long to do it. Weight loss barrier. This is the name of this technology. After being activated by Chakra, the weight of the ship is directly reduced to a fraction. If a ninja fights, this ability is meaningless. But when used in transportation, it can be called a revolutionary technological achievement. Just like the Liang, it can carry tens of thousands of tons of weight and fly. It's not scientific at all, but it's very hard to learn. Note that ground effect flight does not necessarily have to be on the sea, but the sea is extremely flat, which is most suitable for ground effect flight. If the land is a flat area, you can still fly. Being able to carry tens of thousands of tons of cargo and fly at hundreds of kilometers per hour, everyone knows how scary it is. In this ninja world where horse-drawn carriages can only transport less than a few tons and travel at dozens of kilometers per hour, having a monster like the Fiery Sun is indeed a super revolution for transportation. In addition to the weight-reducing barrier technology, another technology is the core of the Liang. Motivation. Whether it is weight reduction barrier or ground effect flight, it requires huge chakra drive. Little Zero Tail. As you can tell from the name, it is completely a weakened version of Zero Tail. The main manufacturing materials are fusa tree and white ju and sacred tree fragments. It is not as bloody and cruel as the original one, and it is not troublesome either. Naturally, the power and reserve capacity are far inferior to the original version, even less than 1%. If the original version can support a city floating in the air, now this small Zero Tail may only be able to support ships with an upper limit of 100,000 tons. But of course the manufacturing difficulty has also dropped geometrically. And this kind of small Zero Tail does not have the ability to absorb dark emotions, but only has the effect of converting dark emotions into chakra to store and output. There are only so many functions, which is Tang Ping's intention. He used the original version of Zero Tail to collect the dark emotions from the river country, then compressed them into a solid black rod and fed it to Little Zero Tail, allowing Little Zero Tail to stably input chakra and transform it into wind escape power is obtained by blowing out from the jet port. The principle sounds easy, but it is not easy to do. One black stick is enough to make the Liang travel for half a year, the effect is simply explosive. Chapter 333. Do you want to be a wind shadow? Half a year. What does it mean to use a black stick for half a year? It is even more powerful than the fuel rod before crossing. The key point is that there is no pollution. No, it is no pollution to the environment. For flesh and blood creatures, this black stick compressed by dark emotions is extremely dangerous. But it doesn't matter. It's better to be dangerous. If anyone can touch it, it will be detrimental to control. At the same time, in terms of manufacturing efficiency, from the placement of Zero Tail in the river country to now, only one black stick has been obtained, and the efficiency is indeed not high. But it doesn't matter. When technology advances in the future and the population increases, they will definitely not lack black sticks. Who? The oncoming strong wind made the people on the deck look very exciting. How is it possible? I never thought of it. It can fly so fast and for so long. Uchiha Shizuka, Ashiaka Yoshi, and others all sighed. Flying is not something that a ninja cannot do. Both summoned beasts and secret techniques can do this. But they never thought that a metal warship of more than 20,000 tons could do this, so how could they not be amazed? That is, they had heard about the information about the air fortress before, so they were a little prepared, otherwise the shock might be even more exaggerated. The fiery sun can not only fly on the sea, but also fly close to the ground, so transportation capacity is no longer a problem. Tohei looked at Ashiaka Yoshi. With this kind of ground effect vehicle, developing the Tea Kingdom is no longer a troublesome thing. It can transport tens of thousands of tons of materials to the inland at one time, which is a terrifying transportation efficiency, not to mention the speed of several hundred kilometers per hour. The channel problem is not difficult either. With the presence of the demons, a smooth passage can be dug out for ground effect vehicles. After the transportation is solved, the biggest problem in developing the Tea Kingdom is no longer a problem. As for people, it is not a problem for the ninja world with a serious overpopulation. Not to mention that they already have it. Yes, the castle tower really has a population of tens of millions. The Tea Kingdom. Although this small country has a harsh environment, it still has a population. However, it was previously divided into various places by mountains. If added together, it is not a problem to have a population of over 10 million. It's just that these people are owned. Lords, nobles. Civilians are their property. However, in Tang Ping's view, since the Tea Kingdom is theirs, these people are naturally his property. Before, it was just because there were too many eyes on him, so it was not easy to do it too hard. Now that local conflicts in the ninja world have begun, he must also take the opportunity to clean up internal problems. To deal with these nobles, we can't play the 17 Kunao in the back suicide drama. Thieves. That's the best way to deal with nobles. It's really hard to deal with ninjas. Once it's confirmed that it's a ninja, other nobles will offer a reward, which will make things worse. If ordinary thieves take action, things won't be too troublesome. As long as all the local nobles of the Tea Kingdom are cleared out, the civilians left behind will become the property of the castle tower. This task is naturally given to Yakushi Nono. As long as the lords and the nobles are dead, the castle tower can receive the other party's property in the name of the Tea Kingdom. Wealth and the like are not in the eyes of the hall, and can be used to manage ministers and keep people silent. But the population is different. For other forces, the population is a burden, but for the castle tower, it is a strength. The Liang went out to sea for half a day, and directly rushed more than 2,000 kilometers at full speed, and then slowly returned to the dock to complete its maiden voyage. A great success. From now on, it can be declared that the transportation efficiency of the ninja world has entered the next era. Step. After getting off the ship, no one showed any weakness in their legs. After all, even the Minister of the Interior, Kiyoshi Asashai, has mastered chakra among them, and is not as fragile as ordinary people. At the same time, in terms of driving, such a large ship, the Liang, can be freely controlled by less than 100 people. Ninja studies and science are indeed very promising. With the Liang, the efficiency of trade will be improved geometrically in the future, and safety is even more so. Such a fast speed, when moving at full speed, is comparable to the instant body technique of the upper ninja. As long as it is not intercepted by the opponent halfway, it is completely safe. Next, it depends on you. Du Ping looked at Kiyoshi Asashai and Yakushi Nono. Yes. Asterisk 2. The two answered confidently. After visiting the Liang, everyone naturally dispersed to work. Du Ping naturally took Yekeng away with him. For the next period of time, the other party must stay with him. No matter how powerful the Heaven's Curse Seal is, it is not the type that takes effect instantly, so it is better to be careful. The most important thing is that various secret techniques and abilities emerge in the ninja world in an endless stream. He doesn't want to be caught off guard and let the other party pass on the information. Get out. As long as a period of time passes, under the influence of the Heaven's Curse Seal, the other party will not have any other intentions, and will also agree with his plan. Yes, Dohei does want to control the Sand Ninja, which looks like an invasion. But if under his rule, the Sand Ninja can live countless times happier than now, then except for some people who will lose power, ordinary ninjas will live better. If it were those ninja clans, they might find it difficult to accept this situation. But Ye King is a civilian, and he is extremely disgusted with the ninja clan, and he empathizes with the civilian ninjas. That's why she doesn't accept guys like Luo Xie who are from the ninja clan. Because the two sides are not the same kind of people. From her perspective, as long as the Sand Ninja can live better than before, even if the castle tower controls the Sand Ninja, it is not unacceptable. But if it were Luo Xie, it would be absolutely impossible. The most important thing is that she can't go back. Even if she can really go back, there is no place for her in the Sand Ninja village. Just like the Uchiha Nagisa's first and last lineage, if they did not stay in the castle tower but return to the village, they would be ostracized and suppressed, not because of hatred, but because of shame. If I can let you return to the Sand Village openly and become the Kazekage, are you willing? Walking in front, Dohei suddenly turned back and asked Ye King, who looked a little lonely, like a homeless puppy. Yes, he was ready to show his cards, and he would not pretend. He directly stated that he was ready to support her to become the Kazekage. Impossible. Ye King retorted subconsciously like a cat whose tail was stepped on. It was not certain whether she could return to the Sand Village, let alone become the Kazekage. As a Sand Ninja, who doesn't have a dream of becoming the Kazekage, marrying a tall, rich, and handsome man, and reaching the pinnacle of life. If she didn't want to be the Kazekage, she would not have competed with Luo Xie in the first place. If she lost in a fair contest, her resentment would not be so great. But the other party has no martial ethics. He didn't get to the top by merit, but by suppressing the tailed beasts and mining. It would be strange if she could accept it. As for compromise? Sorry, her ninja way doesn't allow her to do that. Once she deviates from the ninja way, the ninja is equivalent to being useless. Originally, she didn't have any hope, so her condition was so bad, but when she suddenly heard what Tang Ping said, how could she not refute it emotionally? Why is it impossible? Tang Ping asked back. Yes, why is it impossible? Since ancient times, the Kazekage has been the one with the strongest soldiers and horses. As long as she can master enough strength and have the support of her own castle tower, it is not a problem for her to become the Kazekage. At most, those vested interests will oppose it. For ordinary ninjas, as long as the welfare and treatment are better than before, they will only resist in the early stage, and they will definitely be happy later. For example, the Kizuna clan at this time, even if they are asked to return to the water country, they are unwilling. Compared with the life in the castle tower, the life in the land of water is simply a nightmare. The living environment of the Sand Ninja will only be worse than that of the land of water. Once you enjoy the benefits here, it would be strange if you are willing to go back to live a hard life. No one is born a masochist. Chapter 334 The Compromised Sand Ninja. I will not betray the Sand Village. Ye King finally shook his head. Although she dreams of becoming the Kazekage, it is definitely not at the cost of betraying the Sand Village. And what she hates is the high-level officials such as Luo Xie, not the Sand Village. It can only be said that ninja is indeed an extremely contradictory profession. On the one hand, for the mission, betrayal is like eating and drinking, on the other hand, loyalty to the organization or the village is extremely strong, even more loyal than those samurai who usually boast of loyalty. I didn't say that you betray the Sand Village, just give them a better choice. Doping began to change the concept. That is, joining Konoha is indeed a betrayal, but not joining Konoha, but coming to serve under you, Ye King, can't be a betrayal, right? It can only be said that his move of not letting Ye King leave the Sand Ninja was indeed extremely clever. In this way, he could suck the blood of the Sand Village through Ye King. When her subordinates are strong enough, they can completely kick Luo Xie off the position of Kazekage. As for whether her Sand Ninjas are willing to work for the castle tower? As mentioned before, no one is a born masochist. After enjoying the treatment here, and not joining Konoha to betray the village, they have this excuse to convince themselves that they can never go back. There may be a few stubborn ones, but the number is definitely not large. Even so, Ye Kang's resistance was obviously weakened a lot. Because what Doping said was right. If you don't join Konoha, or even don't perform any tasks that are detrimental to the Sand Village, it's actually not impossible. Don't worry, one day, you will sit on the position of Kazekage with a clear reason, and at the same time make all sand ninjas live happier than they are now. Doping gave a specific promise. He was not lying, because he wanted to control the sand ninja, but it did not mean that he wanted to be the Kazekage, so there was no better target than Yakang. Not only was she born a commoner, but she was also backstabbed by the current sand ninja high-ranking officials, and the influence of the Heaven's Curse seal made it impossible for her to betray. But before that, she had to solve her identity problem, that is, she had to be recognized by the sand ninja. So Dohei wrote a letter immediately. It stated that he had saved Yakang in the land of water, and now invited him to become the envoy stationed in the castle tower of the sand village. At the same time, it also hinted that if the envoy was not the other party, the cooperation between the two sides will have fluctuations. It's fine at other times. Now the sand ninja and the rock ninja are at war. If the logistics are in trouble, the consequences can be imagined. The letter was quickly sent to the sand village. After receiving the letter, Cho sighed first, and then forwarded the letter to the front line, letting Luo Shat, the Kazekage, make the decision. It must be said that she is indeed an impeccable elder. She is responsible and capable, and Luo Shat, the Kazekage, has never exceeded his duties as an elder since he took office, which makes people admire her. Not everyone can hand over the power in their hands. This can be seen from Konoha F4. After Minato Namikaze became Hokage, his power was restricted everywhere. In addition to the fact that he was born a commoner, it was also because several elders did not decisively hand over the power. The land of birds. How is it possible? After receiving the letter, Luo Sha stood up from behind the table. Lord Kazekage. The members of the shadow guards who were guarding outside the tent rushed in. It's okay, you guys retreat. Ebizo, who was sitting next to him, signaled. After letting the shadow guards leave, Ebizo looked at Luosha, not understanding why he had such a violent reaction after receiving the letter from the village. Is there something wrong with the village? This thought flashed through his mind, and his expression became solemn. In the battle on the front line, the sand ninja is not at a disadvantage. If Oniki Makoto makes trouble in the village, it will be troublesome. You can take a look too. Luosha handed the letter in his hand to Ebizo, and then returned to his seat and sat down. As the village's military advisor, the other party naturally had to let him know when encountering such a situation. As for his previous selfishness, the two not only did not object, but also secretly helped, which was enough to explain his position. Standing on the side of the Kazekage. Therefore, Luosha dared to trust the two elders with confidence. After reading the letter, Ebizo felt a headache. He naturally knew that using Yakang to reach a peace agreement with the Mist Ninja. Although it was extremely cruel for the Sand Ninja hero, it was beneficial to the village. Not only could it solve the hidden dangers of the village, but it could also stop the conflict with the Mist Ninja and better concentrate its strength on the land of birds. As long as the land of birds can be taken, the village's funding will be increased by half next year, and the tasks originally entrusted to Konoha can be reassigned to the Sand Ninja. So the Sand Ninja had no choice but to attach importance to this war, and was even willing to sacrifice a cage-level strongman in exchange for a brief peace with the Mist Ninja. What should we do now? Seeing the other party put down the letter, Luo Sha asked. You can agree, but you must compensate us. Ebizo rubbed his eyebrows and decisively came up with a countermeasure. Agree. Because they simply could not have any other choice. It's impossible for them to sell out and then kill the other party, right? Anyway, they have reached an agreement with the Hidden Mist Village, so there is no need for this. It is even more impossible to let the other party return to the Sand Village. Originally, the other party was at odds with Luosha, and both factions showed signs of internal strife. Now that this happened, if the other party returned to the village, there would only be internal strife. Therefore, the identity of envoy proposed by the castle tower is the best step. As for why compensation is required? Of course, it means that they agree to this deal. Taking the benefits is equivalent to selling the other party again, which can make the castle tower more assured and make Yakang give up the idea of returning to the village. Even if they are wrong, they can only make mistakes again and again at this stage. Waiving will only cause greater losses to the village. Therefore, although Ebizo felt extremely guilty, he directly sold Yakang again in order to gain benefits for the village. What else can be done? If they directly turned against the castle tower, the endless benefits would be gone. Even if the cooperation had just started not long ago, the Sand Ninja had already made a profit of hundreds of millions of taels. This amount of money is really nothing in Konoha. A big ninja clan may have more than this profit every month. However, for the Sand Village, which has always been in extreme poverty, this amount of money is a small sum. For example, the Sand Village's annual appropriation is only about 5 billion taels. It sounds like a huge number, but for the Sand Village with more than 100,000 people, this number is nothing. Because to maintain the combat effectiveness and status of a senior ninja, more than hundreds of thousands of taels are consumed every year. After all, food, ninja tools, medicines, etc. cannot be saved. Note that the currency here is all converted into the currency of the fire country, not the currency of the wind country. So making a profit of hundreds of millions of taels in a short period of time is a huge benefit for the Sand Ninja. After all, it is an additional benefit. At the same time, if it comes down to a year, the profit is at least more than 10 billion taels. This profit is not very high now because the shipping price is too low. At least compared with other chambers of commerce, their goods are no longer reduced in price, but sold at a loss. Dohei and others can still make some profit by selling at a low price because the cost of the goods is low, the distance is short, and there are ninjas protecting them throughout the process, so there is no need to worry about accidents. Other chambers of commerce do not have these advantages. If they sell at their prices, let alone making money, it would be considered good if they do not lose money to the point of vomiting blood. For the ninjas, in addition to money, there is another greater benefit. No need to worry about not being able to purchase goods. In the past, in order to raise enough war supplies, the Sand Ninja high-level officials had to beg those nobles humbly and spend a high price to buy. Now there is no need to beg anyone, and at the same time, you can get war supplies at a low price. This is the most important. For this benefit, the Sand Ninjas will never turn against the castle. Therefore, Ebizo made this decision decisively. And Luasha did not object. Finally, Dohei in the castle received a reply soon. Chapter 335 Yekang's Advantage. From now on, you are the envoy of the Sand Village stationed in the castle. Dohei handed the appointment scroll to the other party. Yes, with this, she is the envoy of the Sand Village in terms of both procedures and name. But this identity is just a saying. Just like the castle, it belongs to Konoha in name, but in fact it is completely unobedient and undeclared. In the past, since half of the Southwest Ninja Army was there, they could monitor or influence the village, but now the Southwest Ninja Army has been transferred back to Kikyo Mountain and has not returned, so the village naturally lost its influence. Now, although Dohei still has the title of Southwest Ninja Army Commander, it is completely an empty title. It is precisely because he gave up the real power of the Southwest Ninja Army that he can be so relaxed. If the ninja army is in his hands, he seems to have great power, but he has to run around for the village. For example, the village has a small-scale conflict with the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja, and the village has no intention of transferring him there. Even if there is such an intention, he can refuse. After all, you suppress me like this and don't give me real power. It's normal for me to refuse, right? But if the ninja army is in your hands, it's not easy to refuse. Power and obligation are equal. If he doesn't enjoy the rights, he naturally has no obligations. It's just that this treatment is only for the strong. If it's an ordinary ninja, then there are only obligations, no power. I didn't expect. Yekang took the commission scroll with a complicated expression. Because even though she was still a Sand Ninja in name, she had actually become the other party's shape. Thinking of this, she touched the flame-shaped curse seal hidden on her smooth forehead. Next, you can select people from the Sand Village to train them into ninjas. When you are strong enough, you will have a chance to realize your dream. Doping told her the arrangement. That is to let others train them into ninjas and develop their own strength. There is no need to worry that the trained people will not obey the castle tower. They are the ones who pay the salary, and they are also the ones who give the commission and treatment. In addition to the brainwashing during the training, except that they are still Sand Ninjas in name, they are no different from the people in the castle tower in other aspects. The only restriction is that the recruits can only be recruited from the Wind Country. It's like telling her to suck the blood of the Sand Village. Don't think it's difficult. In fact, it's easier than you think. It's still a good thing for the civilians of the Sand Village. The cost of training ninjas has been mentioned before. Ninjas are built up with resources. After all, they need to be taught all kinds of knowledge, and then use a lot of food and secret medicine, etc. to make their bodies reach the level of refining chakra. For ordinary people, it is impossible for them to refine chakra. Because they don't know what meridians are, what seals are, etc. If you want to learn these, the prerequisite is that someone must teach you. The knowledge alone is a huge difficulty, not to mention the need for food, secret medicine, ninja tools, etc., all of which require real money investment. The sand village is located in the wind country, which is 90% desert, and the economic situation can be imagined. So they took the elite route. It's not that they want to go, but the environment forces them. Most ninjas are mainly wind escape and puppetry. Is it because there are no other talented ninjas? No, it's because even if they have this kind of talent, they can't grow up, and they will even be eliminated. Now Yekeng can take action against these people. The castle tower is not short of resources, but only lacks suitable training targets. In the past, Konoha also helped them search for orphans with chakra talent. Although their talent and potential were not very good, it was not a problem for them to grow up to be genin. After seeing that doping had turned against them, Konoha naturally could not continue to help. At the same time, the village was also keeping a close eye on them. Except for a few small ninjas, they did not give them any chance to recruit people. As for finding orphans with talent by themselves? Sorry, it is really impossible. The proportion of ordinary people with ninja talent is pitifully small. With their manpower, the probability of finding one is very small. And after research and data statistics, Doping found something very interesting. The potential and talent of ninjas will change with the erosion of chakra. For example, if both parents are ninjas, then the probability of the next generation having ninja talent is not small. And this talent can be inherited. This is also the biggest reason why ninja villages control their population. Controlling villagers with ninja talent is also a disguised monopoly of ninja force. If the bloodline has never been exposed to chakra, then it can be refined. The probability of chakra is pitifully small. For example, if there are civilians with ninja talent and their bloodline is traced, there is a high probability that one of their ancestors was a ninja. Therefore, the villagers with ninja bloodline in the ninja village are the most basic and precious resources. Konoha is completely guarding the castle tower, making it difficult for them to pull people in. Anyway, Konoha's mentality is that if they don't train themselves, they will definitely not let the castle tower train. However, the environment of the sand ninja is different. The villagers can hardly survive, so they don't mind the villagers leaving the village. If the resources are limited and they can't support so many people, it's impossible to restrict their freedom to leave, right? And these villagers with ninja talent are the best targets for Yekang. With her fame and the identity of the sand ninja, she can also dispel these people's concerns. Great! Anyway, Tang Ping thinks that if Yekang puts in more effort, he will soon be able to pull out a ninja army that is not as good as the sand ninja in quality, but not much less in number. The castle tower has money and resources, but there is no target worth investing in. Now Yekang has solved this problem. That is to say, the people from Uchiha Nagase's eldest son's lineage, the Hojiki clan, etc., were absorbed before, so that they can continue to have training targets. Otherwise, the proportion of refugees worth training may be less than 1 in 100,000. Note that it is not to say that there is no ninja talent among civilians, but it is difficult to become a genin with massive resources invested. And the next generation of such people will have much better talent. It is equivalent to making human genes more adaptable to this power through chakra erosion. After getting the guidance of Dohei, Yekang instantly glowed with fighting spirit. Yes, I did lose the battle for Kazekage, but it does not mean that I will not have the opportunity to become Kazekage in the future. So, Yekang began to act. Anyway, except for Luasha and the top management, no one else knows about her current relationship with the village, so she directly uses her name to let the United Fruit Merchants Association help her recruit some ordinary people with ninja blood from the sand village to work. As for how to do this job, that is another matter. Cho, who was in charge of the village, was the first to notice this, but after thinking about it, she did not stop it. Because this was an open conspiracy. If the sand village came forward to stop it, it would cause dissatisfaction among the villagers. Why, the village does not train us, and does not even give us the opportunity to be trained. If it was the castle tower that recruited, it could still use the suspicion of collaboration with the enemy to stop it, but if it was Yekang, the sand village envoy, who recruited people, this name could not be used. Of course, the most important thing is that the castle tower and Konoha are not the same thing. They even hope that the castle tower will be stronger, which is not a good thing for Konoha. It is for this reason that the 4 major ninja villages, except Konoha, watched the rapid growth and expansion of the castle tower with cold eyes. Especially the matter of the tea country, except for the nobles. Do you really think that the major ninja villages are blind? But they are completely happy to see this. Because once the castle tower grows up, the biggest headache is not them, but Konoha village. As for Konoha, besides the root's increasing focus, there was simply not much energy left to cause trouble. The Nine Tails rebellion had a huge impact. Economic losses were just a small matter. The main point was the loss of the 4th Hokage and his wife. So the castle tower should not be too comfortable in its growing environment. Soon, the first batch of sand ninja villagers arrived in the river country a week later. Chapter 336 The Will of the Blazing Sun. The border of the river country. A large number of small figures in tattered clothes followed the convoy with the flag of United Fruit and slowly came to this area. Around the convoy, there were 2 small teams of sand ninja. They stopped only after seeing the team cross the border. 2 of the team leaders looked at the female ninja wearing a backless tights across the border at the same time. Yakura. She came here today to greet these people. And this is just the beginning. As long as she confirms that everything she promised is true, she can have as many people as she wants. Unless the sand village explicitly prohibits it, she can continue to recruit people. As for the 2 team leaders, they are naturally Wan and Maki. They are also the sand ninja geniuses who faced Dohei in the Chunin exam. Now they are all Jonin, so naturally they can't stay in the same team. They are completely leading a class. They are the kind of students who have just graduated. This method is the easiest to cultivate strong people. Those graduates who don't have a mentor should just be cows and horses. There are strong people in the ninja world who grow up through their own efforts, but the proportion is less than 1/10 of the strong people trained by this class. Most of the strong people in the ninja world today grow up in this way. Otherwise, do you really think that everyone likes to copy the homework of the 2nd generation Hokage? The reforms in various aspects of the major ninja villages are mostly based on the 2nd generation Hokage, and the other party's hair is about to be bald by the major ninja villages. As for the 3rd generation Hokage? Sorry, there is really no homework to copy. I can't just change myself from a ninja hero to a ninja bear like him. Teacher. Jian murmured to herself, but she didn't have any intention of stepping forward to recognize him. As a Jonin and a rare sealed talent, her status in the Sand Ninja is not lower than those elite Jonin. She is considered a famous new generation of Sand Ninja, so she knows what happened. But even if she knew that the teacher was not wrong, she couldn't call him teacher anymore, or even get too close to him. Because she is a Sand Ninja. All I can say is that the saying that the butt determines the head is really not nonsense. Even though she was extremely dissatisfied with her teacher's defection to the castle tower, she could understand it. Here in the village, the teacher really has no way to come back. Originally, the faction he belonged to was dissatisfied with Luo Sha. If he knew the truth, it would only hurt the village. Therefore, even if Wan knew the truth, he would remain tight-lipped and not reveal a single word at all. Marky, on the other hand, had a complicated expression. As the core of the Luo Sha faction, he knows things better, so he doesn't know what to say. The purpose of coming here this time is to gather information, and to monitor Wan, a former teammate, so that he cannot communicate with Yakang. Although they gave up Yakang, it didn't mean that the Sand Ninja gave up on the other faction. On the contrary, the senior Suna Ninja issued an order prohibiting those people from contacting Yakang. Although the order was not given explicitly, the meaning is this. If you dare to contact the other party, you will be suppressed from all aspects without explanation. The other side. Yakang withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at his disciple. The two have a deep relationship. But the more this happened, the less she knew she couldn't have anything to do with him. The other party also has relatives and friends, so he cannot let the other party be like him. Let alone return to Sand Hidden Village, he cannot even enter the Kingdom of Wind. Although the senior management of Sunagakure village did not say this, when she wanted to pick someone in person before, she was blocked by the Sunagakure. Although there is no difficulty in forcing a breakthrough, it would be equivalent to a direct quarrel between the two sides. So she retreated and handed the task directly to the United Fruit Merchants Association, while she waited at the border. Now, the first group of people have finally been brought back. If you observe carefully, you will find that all of these people are not very old, they are probably over 7 years old and under 10 years old. There is naturally a reason why people of this age group are specially selected. Those who can be favored by Sand Ninja have already entered the ninja school, so these people are either not as talented as those ninja school students, or they have no identity background, and finally, their talents are not puppet technique and wind release. Ninjas are not just fighting and killing, but also human beings. This is the case even in Konoha. Otherwise, how did you, the fat little Honda Taka, get into the ninja school? Not to mention the Sand Ninja, the ninja clan and the higher UPS will only become more corrupt. That is to say, Cho and EBI are hiding there, otherwise civilians would not be able to get their hands on the school's quota. Therefore, there are definitely a lot of geniuses in Sand Hidden Village. If you dig carefully, you will have the opportunity to overtake in a corner. After all, when the gap between talent and potential is not big, the terrifying resources of the castle tower can play a big role. Resources are not only materials, but also ninjutsu and knowledge. In the Sand Ninja, only wind release and puppet technique can be well cultivated, and the rest of the talents cannot be cultivated. But in the castle tower, it's a different story. With the knowledge and foundation gained from the Root and Uchiha and Rain Ninja and Ghost Lamp, they can cultivate geniuses in all aspects. Geniuses that cannot flourish in the Sun Ninja may not flourish in their hands. Let's go. After Yekeng glanced at the nearly 100 teenagers, he turned and left. Although she came to pick someone up, it didn't mean that she had to take charge of everything herself. She just had to show up. Only in this way can it be proven that these people did not join the castle tower, but joined her command. Even if they were deceiving themselves, it would still give Suna Ninja a respectable position. Even if someone takes advantage of this to make trouble, the village's senior officials will not be unable to refute them. The carriage that had been waiting for a long time quickly loaded these young people who were already at their limit. And someone handed a record to Yekeng. Yes, on the way to bring these young people, the assessment has actually started. Will. It is also an extremely important attribute for ninjas. Chakra is a kind of extraordinary power born from the combination of will and cell energy. That's why the ninja way appeared in the ninja world. Because the stronger your nindo is, the stronger your will or spirit is, and the stronger your strength is. This is also the truth of blackening is 10 times stronger, whitening is 3 times weaker. In the ninja world, madmen can really create miracles. In this way, it can be explained why the Uchiha clan can be so strong after their brains are abnormal. Like Urshu, he is always deflated just because his brain is normal. If he were to massacre the village and attain enlightenment like the filial son, he would be sure that the kaleidoscope would open in an instant and be strong enough to fly. If the perseverance is amazing, even if the talent is not good in other aspects, it can still be allowed to follow the path of physical arts. As for physical skills, the most important thing is perseverance. In other words, as long as you have enough perseverance, you can become a good ninja even if your talent is not good, and you will be able to avoid problems if you practice. And this is a benefit that only the castle tower has. Hey! Yekeng's eyes were fixed on the record book. Because in this, she saw a person's evaluation of perseverance, which was much higher than others. Zillow. After muttering something to herself, she said nothing and continued to lead these people to the starting point. Orphanage. No. At this time, the Kidian orphanage was not only that building, but also had several branches. One of the places was specially reserved for Yekeng to use. After all, these people were nominally sand ninjas, so they could not mix with their own family. In addition to the location, the castle tower also supported dozens of teachers. Among them, there were cultural teachers, ninjutsu teachers, and internal teaching materials compiled by the castle tower. There was not a single word of the will of fire in it. Only the subliminal will of the scorching sun, once studied for a long time, coupled with the facts seen by the eyes, it will definitely become the shape of the hall flat in the future. The will of fire is only boasted, so the big ninjas in Konoha don't buy it. But the will of the scorching sun is not only boasted, but also done, and the brainwashing effect will only be stronger. Using this will, it also gathered the hearts of the people in its own forces. Chapter 337 Test and Zi Luo. The will of the scorching sun. It was also proposed by Dohei after he realized that a force must have its own ideas as a pillar in order to better unite people's hearts. Just like the various wills of the 5 major ninja villages, the Akatsuki group wants to use the tailed beasts to intimidate the world, and so on. And his fiery sun will is also very simple. Warm your loved ones like the sun, and purify your enemies and the corrupt ninja world like flames. The first half of the sentence means that you should be gentle to your own people, and the second half of the sentence not only shows the means to deal with the enemy, but also explains the biggest strategic core. Low EQ, conquer the ninja world, eliminate the nobles and Otsutsuki. High EQ, purify the corrupt ninja world. As for why you want to purify the ninja world, it is naturally to lie down better. With the Otsutsuki family, what's the point of lying down? Not to mention solving the nobles. With these insects, how can the ninja world develop? Not to mention that they like to stir up trouble, who else can they solve? Therefore, the fiery sun will is another way to say that Dohei wants to lie down. At the same time, this concept is also very suitable for brainwashing, with both short-term and long-term goals. The effect is explosive. If the people in the castle tower didn't know the direction of their efforts before, they just worked step by step. When the will of the scorching sun appeared, everyone had a direction to work towards. At the same time, this will has no regional limitations, that is, no matter where you come from, you can work hard for the will of the scorching sun. It is because of the will of the scorching sun that Du Ping is not worried that these people who were brought from the sand village to train will go astray. When they want to find an opportunity to bring their families over later, there will be no more trouble. Start testing chakra attributes now. Ye King stood on the high platform, looking down at the nearly 100 boys and girls in front of him, and started the first test. First, the attributes must be tested. Chakra test paper. Don't look down on this thing, but it is actually not cheap. Even in Konoha Ninja School, not everyone can afford it, the protagonists take the test after graduation. But in the castle tower, it is used from the beginning. It is also a special version, which can be measured without you extracting chakra. The material is related to white zetsu and fuzu tree. If it is not made of this material, it is impossible to measure the attributes before refining chakra. What is the benefit of measuring the attributes in advance? Of course, it can be targeted cultivation. The castle tower has the technology to play this way. But other forces do not have this technology. Since the invention of chakra test paper, no one has improved it. It can only be said that the ninja world is sometimes really stubborn. And Dohei knows the benefits of targeted cultivation, so he specially developed this new version of test paper. For internal use only, it can not only measure 5 chakra attributes in advance. There are also talents such as Yang Escape, Yin Escape, Chakra Precision Control, and other talents can also be measured. In fact, if you want to do these, as long as the materials are powerful, it is not impossible to do it with some research. But no one does these, which is really speechless. But if you think about it, you will think that this kind of thing is very normal. There are not many people who take the research route in the ninja world. The most famous ones are the second generation Hokage and Orochimaru. For other ninja villages, the resources are not enough to cultivate combat power, so how can they be used to cultivate researchers? Only Konoha has the soil for the birth of researchers. In addition to the gap in knowledge and resources, it is also affected by the environment. And Du Ping only made a slight move and created such a huge thing. It seems insignificant. But this new version of chakra test paper is really excellent in cultivating ninjas. Yakura has a high IQ and naturally understands the importance of this test paper, so it must be used in his presence, rather than tested privately. Soon, under the premise of these boys/girls concentrating their attention, the test paper in their hands appeared on fire, soaked, wrinkled, cut, broken, warmed, transparent, and so on. Fire, water, thunder, wind, earth, yang, yin. The 7 major attributes were measured. Even talents such as precision control can be tested. In general, with this kind of chakra test paper, there is no need to worry about not being able to discover the other party's talents. Of course, talents like creation and learning are naturally impossible to test out. But it doesn't matter, as long as other talents can be tested, the castle tower can be more than 10 times stronger than other ninja villages in cultivating talents. The 10-fold growth rate is still the lowest. Because the ninja village trains ninjas in all aspects. Education, and then see where the other party can stand out, the resources and energy wasted are more than 10 times different. And it will also waste the most precious time and energy of these students. But the new version of the chakra test paper saves the observation process, directly knows the other party's strongest talent, and can completely invest resources in the other party's talent. As for freedom and hobbies, you are afraid that you haven't woken up yet. In the hell of the ninja world, those things have no value at all. Statistical data were presented one by one. In general, among these people, the wind and earth attributes are the most, and there are yang escape and yin escape talents, but they are pitifully few. Almost all have only one attribute, and there are few with more than two. From this point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi both have 5 attributes, which can be regarded as super geniuses. Destroy the test paper, and start running circles. Yakura conducted another test. Perseverance. Even if she had tested it when she came, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so she needed to test it again. Ninja school recruits also like to test by running circles. These teenagers all came from ninja villages, and they knew that this was just a normal test, otherwise they might feel that it was torture. Everyone ran at full speed, and no one was slacking off or holding back their strength. Because they knew very well that the resources they got were related to their performance. The better they performed, the more resources they got. If they wanted to hold back their strength, the fewer resources they got. Being born in a place as bad as Sand Village, they had honed their tenacious character, so that even if their foreheads were covered with sweat, they would not complain at all, and they all ran with gritted teeth. It can only be said that Konoha ninjas may be slightly higher in talent and potential, but they are indeed not as good as other major ninja villages in terms of determination and perseverance. Looking at these teenagers, Yakang's face was extremely relieved. Once they were trained, it would not be impossible to return to Sand Village in the future. With the more efficient training method and more resources on the castle tower side, she was confident that she could train a group of extraordinary ninjas. One by one, the teenagers fell down. Some even fainted directly from running. If it was before Dohei crossed over, whoever dared to do this test would have their ancestral graves blown up. But in the ninja world, this test is already very mild. Even death is just basic exercise. Again, don't use the 3 views before crossing over to look at the ninja world. Yakang's eyes swept over the fallen boys and girls. Ninjas are not short of perseverance. But the kind of perseverance that can surpass the body with the spirit can be called a talent. Finally, Yakang's eyes stopped on a boy with purple hair and dry and yellow skin, who was usually not in good condition. Zai Luo. At the same time, he was also the one with the most amazing perseverance in the previous record. At this time, his performance has exceeded the limit of his body, and even his consciousness has become blurred, but his body still instinctively runs forward. Obviously, he has broken through the limit of his body. But this is very harmful to the body, so his condition is so bad. But it's okay. The castle tower has plenty of resources. As long as the opponent's shortcomings can be made up, then the opponent will definitely become a terrifying strong man. After all, the castle tower's ninjutsu library has a technique that depends entirely on perseverance and not on talent. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Yakang naturally knew this forbidden technique, so there was admiration in his eyes. Finally, Shiro fell to the ground in despair. And she turned and left. As a teacher, she couldn't show favoritism, which would be detrimental to her growth. However, she had already paid special attention to her in her heart. As long as the opponent performed better later, she would naturally invest resources in him. But before Yakang could wait for long, he received an order. Go to the Land of Birds. Chapter 338 Prelude to Orochimaru's Defection. The Land of Birds. At this time, it has become a meat grinder for the 2 major ninja villages. Originally, this small country, which was extremely poor and even the daimyo fled to the Land of Fire to enjoy, was directly fought over by the 2 major ninja villages. It can only be said that interests are attractive. The reason why the castle tower wanted to intervene here was naturally because of the compensation they had to pay. The Sand Ninja agreed to give Yakang the status of envoy, but it was not without conditions. The compensation they wanted was not money or materials, but to let the castle tower reduce the pressure on the Rock Ninja for them. It would be impossible to let them take action, so they were just asked to distract the other party. And Yakang was sent to the Land of Birds under this situation. There are several advantages to letting her go. First of all, she is a Sand Ninja, at least on the surface, so it is reasonable for her to appear in the Land of Birds. Then she will not drag the castle tower into the water by coming forward, at least the Rock Ninja will not accuse the castle tower or Konoha of intervening in the war between the 2 sides. Finally, she went there to gain fame. As the hero of the Sand Ninja, her personality cannot collapse, so that she can better suck the blood of the Sand Ninja in the future. Just like this time, she was able to pull hundreds of young people from the Sand Ninja village because of her fame. Try someone who is not famous? I guarantee that no one will pay attention to you. Of course, one of the basic conditions for sending her is her strength. Burning release Yakang. This name was earned through killing, and there is no doubt about her strength. As long as she appears on the front line, the rock ninja must focus on her. If they dare to ignore her, it will be the rock ninja who will be in trouble if something happens. It must be said that the sand ninja is really calculating. Once the people from the castle tower show up, they can easily lead the war to the castle tower, and they will have no choice but to take action. But if it is Yakang, no matter how they lead the fire, it will only burn themselves. If they play power games with Dohei, I am afraid they have never seen the intrigues before the time travel, and their methods are a bit too rough in comparison. As for Dohei himself, I am preparing to go back to Konoha once. I am going to have fun. The Orochimaru incident is about to break out. Now the village is talking about the disappearance of villagers. The Uchiha guard also found some clues, proving that it was done by someone inside the village, and the news was also sent to them, so Dohei knew about it. Although the Uchiha clan's eldest son's lineage moved to the castle tower, they did not completely cut off contact with the Uchiha clan. At least now the fighting faction in the clan is very close to the original Hawk faction of the eldest son. Well, from the night of the nine-tailed fox to now, the Uchiha clan has been in a bad situation. Even if there is no evidence that the incident is related to the Uchiha clan. But the Sharingan in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox is not fake, and no one from the Uchiha clan went to fight that day, so they had to take the blame even if they didn't want to. Now not only has the clan's land been squeezed to the edge of the village, but even going out to buy vegetables will be looked down upon. A large number of clan members were sent to the front line of the Mist Ninja to fight against the enemy who restrained them. It can be said that the extremely bad situation has made the Uchiha clan more and more resentful. Therefore, the hawks that had disappeared due to the migration of the eldest family raised their heads again, advocating to overthrow the high-level officials who were against them, let their own family head sit on the position of Hokage, or at least to support a Hokage who was not hostile to the Uchiha. Such a dangerous idea scared Uchiha Fugaku so much that he suppressed the news immediately. However, the more he suppressed the hawks, the more there would be. After all, the resentment would only accumulate, and the hawks would naturally increase. The only good news was that the doves sent out a strong man. Instant body Shisui. A 13-year-old Uchiha directly killed the Mist Ninja and frightened him, and forcibly got his own title. Tisk tisk. It's a pity that the more genius the Uchiha is, the more rebellious he is. Anyway, this time when I go back, in addition to watching Orochimaru have fun, I can also watch the Uchiha laugh. At the beginning, the Uchiha clan gave up the eldest family for the will of fire, so after knowing the situation of the other party, the Uchiha on the side of the castle tower did not hold a banquet to celebrate, which was already considered restraint. In addition to doping, the people who returned naturally included Hinata Kangyu. Now that the time when she was promised to be taught the sage mode is getting closer and closer, she is being watched closely, and she must be brought back to the village. To be honest, Hinata Kangyu is almost at the beginning of practicing the sage mode. Even if she can't enter the sage mode yet, she can already use natural energy and enter a curse seal mode. She can do this by cheating with extraordinary organs. Extraordinary organs themselves have the function of making people adapt to natural energy. Now that Hinata Kangyu has transplanted Weha for so long, it is not surprising that she can do this. As long as she breaks through a few more levels, she can truly master the sage mode. Anyway, the explanation is given. As long as the Hyuga clan lets Hinata Kangyu obtain the sage mode, they have absolute confidence that she will voluntarily teach them the way of practice. Unfortunately, they don't know that if they want to practice the sage mode, they need some primers. Just like the toad oil of Myaboku Mountain, the snake venom of Ryokai Cave, the hot spring of Tangwu. Without these introductions to point the way, it is useless even if you know how to practice the sage mode. Not to mention, the Holy Land can also affect the sage of one's own line. So the sage mode is really not afraid of being spread. It took less than a day for the two to return to the village. Although the castle tower is located at the southernmost tip of the Land of Fire, it is very far away from Konoha. But they used the instant body technique to rush on the road, and it was not surprising that they could rush back to the village so quickly without worrying about consumption. When approaching the village, Hyuga Kangyu quickly applied potion on her face and skin, and then the whole person instantly became inconspicuous, and her appearance plummeted. She would not come forward until she was freed from the caged bird and prepared to turn against the Hyuga clan. It is now May, and crops are planted everywhere. However, when Dohei saw the rice fields on both sides of the road, the corners of his mouth twitched. Tension number 1. How could he not be familiar with the genetically modified hybrid rice he had researched? But he didn't expect that the village would use it without even pretending. The root had obtained the seeds 2 years earlier, and he naturally knew this, but he just pretended to know nothing. Although tension number 1 is not only insect resistant, but also has an excellent yield. The problem is that the genes are problematic. If it is not the mother seed, it will collapse after just a few generations. This is a big problem. The best result is a reduction in yield, and the worst result is a total loss. If that happens, it will be a tragedy. Can't howl, really can't howl. Du Ping immediately stared at Hinata Kangyu beside him, signaling her to swallow the gloating that she couldn't hide on her face. She is malicious to the village. Manman was naturally excited to see this situation. Like Tang Ping, although he also looks forward to having fun, he doesn't show it at all. With the mood of watching fun, the two of them entered the village. Even though they were going back to the village to watch a show, they also had orders. However, they were dragging them back before, but now they should come back as ordered, and it doesn't count as coming back without orders. As for the reason for finding Tang He to come back, it was naturally to ask him to explain the problem of the castle tower to the village. The roots caught a few of their sore feet, so we used this point to attack. If you don't come back and explain, the other party will make a fuss about it. Although Dohei is not afraid of this at all, in order to be able to suck blood, his relationship with Konoha must be maintained. Just like this time, if I break up with Konoha, I won't have the chance to come back to watch the show. At the entrance of the village, in addition to the registration personnel, you can even detect several hidden auras. Obviously, the entrances and exits are closely monitored. This was something that did not happen before, which shows that Konoha is now loose on the outside and tight on the inside. As for the reason, it is naturally because many people have disappeared in the village during this period, and even ninjas have also disappeared. That's why the atmosphere is so tense. Chapter 339 Changes in Konoha. Lord Tang He. As soon as he entered the village, several remaining members of the Xianin clan from the mountains came to greet him. They can also be regarded as the personnel placed by the castle tower in the village. But they don't need to do any dangerous missions. They just need to collect some daily information and serve as a foothold for the castle tower. Now, as the castle tower is developing better and better, some small ninjas who are not doing well in the village are eager to wait for the small ninjas in the mountains. After all, after going to the castle tower, the clansmen can not only get resources to train themselves as ninjas, but also get a lot of industry. Arita and the others are really divided. On Konoha's side, most of the fields have long been occupied by the major ninja clans, and the rest has been divided up by the senior officials. There is no living space for the small ninja clan. Especially those small ninja clans who have declined have no chance to rise. But there are too many opportunities in the castle tower. It's a pity that the root authorities are too strict now and villagers are not allowed to move to the castle tower. Even if they go there normally, they must be reviewed. At the same time, the castle tower was restricted in all aspects, and guarding against them was like guarding against thieves. It's not that Konoha wanted to do this, it was completely forced. Who makes the castle tower famous now? There are many benefits. If the village doesn't suppress it, it may be drained of its time. At least for civilians and small ninjas, there is really a lot of room for development. In the past, we had to worry about whether they would be killed in an accident. After all, this situation was very common in the ninja world. But over the past few years, the castle tower has developed more and more prosperously. At the same time, both the number of ninjas and the strength of the strong ones have all been greatly improved, and naturally their worries have been dispelled. But now the village directly prohibits going there, that is, Danzo is too ruthless, and with the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen standing behind him, otherwise they would have caused trouble long ago, and now they can only draw a circle and curse each other. And these are naturally Tang Ping's intentions. Even if there is no chance to attract these people for the time being, you can still spend thousands of dollars to buy horse bones and let them see the benefits first. In this way, as long as there is a chance, the other party will naturally fall into the arms of the castle tower. You go back first. Tang Ping motioned to Hinata Kangyu to return to the clan first. After all, I have to report the harvest to the Zone family. Now her reincarnation eye is stuck in the fourth fetal movement stage, and she has no rhythm to continue evolving for the time being, so she can only wait for that opportunity. And that opportunity is not far away. That's right, I'm talking about the Otsutsuki branch on the moon. Tang Ping is already prepared. As long as the opponent really comes, he will be able to notice it immediately, and then either intercept him halfway, or directly kill him on the moon. In the past, you might still need to worry about lack of strength. But now in the castle tower, there are several strong shadow level ones, as well as many quasi-shadow and shadow level ones. The most important thing is that he knows the specific information of the other party in advance. In the ninja world, everyone understands the importance of intelligence. Even the 6th path level will capsize after the intelligence is leaked. Coupled with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the strongest one is the giant reincarnated eye. As long as they find a way to seal or solve it first, sweeping the opponent is not a problem at all. As for whether you can't bear it, he would not be a little bit intolerant of these guys who always want to cleanse the ninja world. That is to say, even if he spends a lot of energy, he can't find the water pool leading to the moon, otherwise Dohei would have attacked Otsutsuki on the moon. Yes, Donhei-kun. Hinata Kangyu nodded low-key and left, acting like a follower pendant vividly. Although the acting skills of the ninjas are not weak, she is definitely at the level of a movie queen in this aspect. As for Tang Ping, he will naturally return to the mountain clan first. However, when Tang Ping returned to his clan in the mountains, a smile flashed across his lips. Because he had found an opportunity and cast a ninjutsu. The art of shadow clone. He had acquired this technique a long time ago, but he never used it openly, so no one guarded against him. And there is whatever tricks you need to do, this is really convenient. As long as you are not under attack, the shadow clone can perform tasks independently. Monument to the Dead. Kakashi routinely comes here to visit the grave. Now, his strength has entered the elite jonin. For him, this growth rate is actually extremely slow. Because he used to be a super genius of Konoha. When he graduated early at the age of 7, he was comparable to a chunin, and he was a jonin in his teens. But now that several years have passed, he has only grown from a jonin to an elite jonin, which is indeed inconsistent with his super genius status. You know, this age group is the fastest growth stage. If you can't grow up at this stage, it will be difficult to grow up later. And after he lay down and played badly, he was still able to enter the elite jonin stage so quickly. He has to give Dohei a knock. Mangekyo. Remember that when Dohei saved Nohara Rin, he performed an eye replacement operation for Kakashi. Directly replaced the left eye of the Mangekyo with a real 3 Magatama. With Kakashi's talent, even if he doesn't have Uchiha blood, he can still handle the ordinary 3 Magatama. Only when the burden is not so heavy can he enter the elite jonin level, otherwise it will take a few more years. Suddenly, Kakashi turned his head and looked to the side. A figure that shouldn't have appeared at all just walked out like this. You. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Dohei in front of him, not knowing what to say. In terms of relationship, they are both familiar and unfamiliar. The reason they are familiar is that they were in the same class, and the reason they are unfamiliar is that they separated later. Therefore, after seeing each other suddenly, Kakashi was speechless for a while. Dream Seal. Release. Dohei was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he directly made a seal and cast a spell. This time he came to see Kakashi, and there was something he needed him to do. Yamato. No, he should be called Jia now. The other party is still hiding in the root at this time, and Doping is naturally not going to covet wood release, because it is Hashirama Senju who is strong, not wood release. But he needs to use Yamato to stir up trouble. At least let the root stop staring at him like a mad dog. Once this matter is exposed, the root will be in big trouble. And this will not affect the future plot, and it is the most suitable thing to divert the village's attention. Of course, Doping may not be without the intention of watching the fun in his heart. Anyway, he will be in a good mood when he sees Konoha F4 in trouble. Who made the other party mention will of fire all the time? After this kind of thing, let's see how he can still mention the will of fire. Using the cells of the first generation of Hokage for human experiments is simply shameless. It is also a strategy for the castle tower to hit the reputation of the village's top leaders. Because the worse their reputation is, the more opportunities they have to win over the major ninja clans. Now, because of the measures implemented by the castle tower, policy to weaken the ninja clan, they are so cautious, and they are not disloyal because they are not bad in Konoha. But knowing the ugly things done by the Hokage clan, their confidence in them will be reduced, and they may finally join the castle tower. Just like the Aberame clan. They are also quite famous in Konoha, but because of Danzo's coercion, even if they know that joining the castle tower will weaken their clan power, they can only choose to join. They can suck blood slowly. In the end, the village will only be an empty shell, and it is still unclear who is the orthodox. While Doping was thinking about these, Kakashi also recovered his blocked memory. I see. He also understood his previous doubts. That is why he left a message for himself and collected daily information in one place. Here, this is the letter that Lin asked me to bring to you. Doping handed him a letter that Nohara Lin asked him to bring after she knew he was coming to Konoha. Anyway, he had already been told about this last time, so it was no big deal to bring a letter this time, so he agreed without hesitation. Linear. Kakashi stretched out his hand tremblingly. Even though he had decided to trust Doping before, he brought the letter this time. At the same time, he was not worried that the other party would deceive him. Because it was meaningless. Neither did he ask himself to betray the village, nor did he get any benefits from him. It was just some daily intelligence collection. While Kakashi was reading the letter, Doping took out the seal scroll that this shadow clone had brought with him. Yes, the big one is coming. Chapter 340 Brother, you smell so good, AA. Chapter 340 Brother, you smell so good, AA. The thing sealed in the scroll was a body that Doping had prepared with Kakashi's genes. But it was a female. That's about it. A0A, the secret technique only changes the appearance, not the chakra and talent. Obito, brother, you smell so good, friendship deterioration buff. The ninja skin is very good, combined with Kakashi's talent, just a slight adjustment of the genes has become like this. It has to be said that the genes of the Hotaki clan are really strong. Not to mention the terrifying talent, the appearance is really top. Of course, Dohei has not mastered yin-yang escape, and the power to create life has not yet been obtained. So the clones in the scroll have no life, just like a vegetative person, so they can be sealed in the scroll. But it's okay, anyway, the secret technique only changes the body, and does not need the soul. Pa. Kakashi received it with one hand with an expressionless face. Pass the scroll. To him, gender really doesn't matter, so he has no objection to using the shadow mirror technique. It's easy to make an excuse, just say something went wrong while studying ninjutsu. Although this kind of thing is rare, it is not impossible. At the same time, no one will ask about this matter. By the way, I hope you can. Dohei revealed his plan to damage the reputation of Konoha's top brass. But after hearing this, Kakashi looked stunned, and even forgot about the relief he had just felt after reading Lin's letter. Is there really a wood escape ninja at the root? He asked urgently. I don't blame him for reacting this way. Everyone in Konoha knows that Mudun represents the god of ninja, and its importance can be imagined. This is why Danzo gritted his teeth and experimented with Hashirama cells. He really felt that once he mastered wood release, he could make Konoha great again. I confirm, the name should be A. How to reasonably hand over the report to the third Hokage then is your own business. Tang Ping nodded. He was certainly very sure about this. According to the original plot, even without himself, Kakashi will lurk to the root later, and then interact with the opponent, and finally rescue him from the root and rename him Yamato. It's just that this time I have myself, so the original plot will naturally be moved forward. Would escape. It is of too great significance to Konoha and can only be in the hands of the Hokage. The two are destined to conflict because of this. When the time comes, Tang Ping can just watch the show. By the way, he improved the dream seal so that Kakashi can use it on himself. In this way, Tang Ping would be spared the trouble of doing it himself. However, the technique given to Kakashi can only control the dream seal on his body, and cannot be used on other people. The rest is all up to you. If you perform well, I can let you see Lin. After Tang Ping left these words, he released the shadow clone. Well, he would never say that this was Nohara Rin's request. After hearing that Kakashi was lying on his back, she kept pestering Dohei to plead. Although his appearance cut off the admiration in her heart, after all, Tang Ping is more handsome and stronger, so the little girl's feelings are naturally very simple. I only like cool, handsome, and strong ones. But not liking Kakashi doesn't mean she doesn't care about her teammate. Especially after knowing that the reason for his decadence was that he had killed himself, he felt extremely guilty, so he wanted to cheer him up by meeting. This letter also means to persuade Kakashi. Linear. After Kakashi glanced at the letter, a touch of tenderness flashed in his eyes. The other side. Tang Ping, who was staying in a guest room of the Shanjian clan, suddenly felt the memory appearing in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Next, there will be something good to see in Konoha. At night, even if he was lying on the bed to rest, Tang Ping could feel figures passing by. What a mess! At the same time, it can also explain how crazy Orochimaru is at this time. There was no other way. He was full of confidence when he competed for the 4th Hokage. He felt that even Filonki was embarrassed. How could he lose? Even if he doesn't like this job anymore, he is ready to rebuild the glory of Konoha. But when he was ready to open the champagne to celebrate, he was stabbed in the back by his teacher. Okay, if you say that I don't have the will of fire, then I will add the roots according to your wishes. As a result, Orochimaru acted more and more unscrupulously. Even though he knew clearly that many of the experimental subjects Danzo arranged for him were villagers and Konoha ninjas, he did not refuse, preferring to accept everyone who came. It's not hard to guess what you're thinking. In order to cut off the bond with the village. At this time, Tang Ping was extremely looking forward to tomorrow. Because tomorrow should be the day Orochimaru defects. And he specially asked Hyuga Kangyu to throw some made-up experimental data at Orochimaru's base in advance. At that time, as long as Kakashi discovers the experimental data by the way, he can report it to the 3rd Hokage. That is to say, only the Hokage type like him has this authority. I have no idea, let alone participating in the arrest operation. Even if I found the information, it would be suicide at most with 17 kunao on my back. How could I have the chance to hand the stuff to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Therefore, only Kakashi can do this. And with the Dream Seal related to the Freedom Seal, it is enough to ensure that he will not reveal any flaws. The next day. Not long after dawn, Tang Ping had already woken up. It's not that he didn't want to sleep more, but because early in the morning, an ANBU ninja came to inform him to go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Note that the ANBU ninja did not enter the room directly as if notifying others, but asked the people of the Yamaman clan to convey the message. The fact that Dohei has a bad temper and is rebellious is no longer news in Konoha. The ANBU really dared to break in, and in a matter of minutes they would suffer tragedy by attacking the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army. Although the real power was tacitly agreed to be returned to Konoha in exchange for his permanent residence in the castle tower, it did not mean that his title was gone. After all, his status does not depend on the title given by the village, but on his own strength. The ninja world is a world where great power belongs to oneself. After a quick wash, Tang Ping walking towards the Hokage building with Hinata Kangetsu who met halfway. At this time, the anticipation in her eyes could hardly be concealed, which was enough to show how much she was looking forward to what was going to happen next. To be honest, Tang Ping is also looking forward to it. This is a famous scene of eating melon on the spot, and he also intervened, how could he not make people look forward to it? As for what Hinata Kangyo should do? Of course it was completed last night. With the added insight of the Tsansagan, she could easily avoid any surveillance and calmly throw some information into Orochimaru's laboratory. As long as Kakashi pays attention, he will definitely be able to see this gift prepared by Dohei for Danzo. Although the other party is his big brother and ally, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to beat him. Since there were outsiders around, Hinata Kangyu still pretended to be transparent. But Tang Ping, who knew her well, knew that she was in an extremely happy mood at this time. Yes, Hinata Kangyu is indeed in a good mood. Because when she returned to the clan this time, the Zong family knew that she had started to practice the immortal mode, so they naturally wanted to give her a little shock of the clan rules. That is to say, activate the caged bird to make her remember her responsibilities of dividing the family and not think that she can break away from the Hyuga clan by relying on the castle tower. The result is, not much impact. The caged bird that originally made her miserable was no more painful than a mosquito bite to her. In other words, she is not far away from the moment when she flies out of the cage and becomes a free bird. I originally thought I had to completely possess the reincarnation eye to get rid of the caged bird, but now I find that I don't need to do that. It's really an extra surprise. The nightmare in her heart was about to disappear, which made her feel bad. And the person who created all of this is beside him, and it was he who saved him from the boundless darkness. Feeling the blazing gaze of Hinata Kangyu, Dohei felt a little baffled, but he did not guess the girl's thoughts, but was prepared to attack her. Chapter 341 Confrontation and Blame Shifting. Hokage's Office. There were not many people at this time, but they were all big shots who could speak effectively. Of course, F4 is all there, and the Minister, Sarutobi Shinashuk, is also there. In addition to them, there are also Hinata Hisashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Hiki, Akimichi Choza, and others. There may only be a dozen people, but these people can decide everything in Konoha. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is the Hokage, everyone else is standing. It's not that there's no way to set it up like a conference room. Usually, a small table is placed for the two consultants. But this time it's not easy to do that. You can't let the elder advisor sit and the others stand, right? So only the Hokage stands, and everyone else just stands. The ninja itself is a combat profession, and it is not that particular. What's going on today that there are so many people here? As soon as he entered the office, Tang Ping asked a question knowingly. Well, today's battle is completely prepared for myself. The castle tower developed too fast, which naturally made Konoha unable to sit still, so it wanted to suppress itself. And those handles obtained at the root are the best excuses to suppress. The purpose of calling these great ninjas was to let them follow suit and put pressure on them. The current castle tower is no longer what it was at the beginning, where the village did whatever it wanted. Of course it's because of your castle tower betraying Konoha, colluding with foreign enemies, and doing whatever you want. Danzo accused him coldly. As the black face in Konoha F4, naturally he can only do things like make trouble. It can only be said that Konoha F4 has a clear division of labor. There is one black face, one white face, and two neutrals. All aspects have been taken into consideration. One word, absolutely. Oh, does Elder Danzo have any evidence? If not, then accuse a general for no reason. Even if you are an elder, you have to pay the price, right? Tang Ping directly confronted him. That's the taste. Fighting against Danzo, the king of pots and the evil in the ninja world, is the best way to relax. Before time travel, anyone who had seen Naruto would hate it deeply. Now that you have the opportunity to confront someone face to face, why not seize the opportunity? In other words, Dohei is not the Hokage, otherwise there will be a reenactment of the classic scene of You Regret My Shadow. Humph, of course I have evidence. Danzo proudly took out a scroll. The above is the evidence that Root spent a lot of time and energy to slowly collect. For example, if you trade with Tsunagakure village, Kirigakure village, etc., you can do it on a small scale, but if you trade on a large scale, some things are unavoidable. The purchased supplies, materials, etc. are all evidence. Although these ninja villages have signed a peace agreement with Konoha, they are still enemies. If you trade with them, you will indeed be suspected of betraying the village. But Tang Ping didn't even look at the evidence and directly blamed him. Sorry, our castle tower only trades with the Domestic Chamber of Commerce and the United Fruit Merchants Association, and has never traded with other villages at all, so these are all fake news. Yes, you heard it right, he said that directly. And he didn't lie. The castle tower really doesn't do business with other villages. At most they will produce goods, sold directly to Honda Chamber of Commerce and United Fruit. As for who the two chambers of commerce want to sell to, they have no control over them. Yes, the two chambers of commerce are white gloves, specially designed to take the blame. The castle tower does belong to the Konoha family, but the Chamber of Commerce does not. At the same time, it is not Konoha's turn to control who they trade with. You. Danzo felt extremely tight in his chest, but he couldn't blame him. Because those caravans were flying the flags of the two chambers of commerce. Even if there are people from the castle tower accompanying the escort, it is just a commissioned mission. It's impossible not to allow them to take on tasks, right? Konoha is not so domineering. If people are really not allowed to take on such tasks, then funds must be allocated to support them. This is something Konoha is absolutely unwilling to do. Is Elder Danzo feeling unwell? Do you need to go home to recuperate? Although I am also very busy, I am still happy to help you manage your routes. Tang Ping stabbed him directly. His words made Hinata Hisashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and other clan leaders who served as background laugh secretly in their hearts. Fortunately, their expression management ability is not weak, otherwise they would have laughed out loud. Because everyone knows that the root is completely Danzo's personal power, and he doesn't even listen to the Hokage's orders. Once he loses it, it will definitely be more uncomfortable for him than killing Danzo. Therefore, if the roots are willing to be handed over, there is only one possibility. Danzo is dead. Although he knew how important his roots were to Danzo, but Dohei just said this, it was just a slap in the face. Anyway, it's just face output. It makes no sense that only you, Danzo, can cause trouble for me, and I'm not allowed to fight back, right? Forget about ordinary ninjas, but Tang Ping himself is still a big boss, and he still has the qualifications to fight back. Okay, there's no need to say more about this. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the state of his old friend, he was afraid that he would get angry, so he stopped Dahira from following up and ended the topic. For him as the Hokage and referee, Dohei at least gave him some face and did not continue to pursue Danzo fiercely. It's just, how do you explain the matter of the Kingdom of Tea? Xiao Chun suddenly asked after going to bed. During this period, the daimyo of the Country of Fire has been asking about what the castle tower is doing in the Country of Tea, and said that if he does not see a result that satisfies him, then next year's funding may be reduced. The two main sources of funding for the village are appropriations and tasks. If the daimyo does not allocate funds, then they can only rely on task entrustment to make money, and the funds will definitely not be enough. It is through this method that the 5 major countries can have huge influence on the ninja village. Once Meng Tanning speaks in fear, you will be beaten to the point where you cannot take care of yourself in minutes. Ninjas are indeed powerful, but they are also expensive. If there is no big country to support it, there will be no explanation for Fenfen's bankruptcy. Therefore, Konoha must give an explanation to the daimyo of the Land of Fire no matter what. This is also the reason why Xiao Chun jumped out of bed, even if she didn't want to. Oh, as for the Country of Tea, the other party just hired us to protect him. I guess this is not a big deal, right? Tang Ping was a little careless, as if this was no big deal at all. This is also true. No one knows that the castle tower has begun large-scale development of the Kingdom of Tea. In the eyes of everyone, they are more concerned about not allowing ninjas to cross the bottom line and threaten the nobles, rather than this small country. How can such a poor and backward place be worthy of their time and energy? Bold, you control the daimyo of the Kingdom of Tea, and you continue to assassinate the nobles and ministers who reject you. Do you really think we don't know about it? Danzo felt that the sky was clearing, the rain stopped, he was able to do it again, and jumped out again. Anyone who is not blind can see that the Kingdom of Tea has indeed fallen into the hands of the castle tower. Although it is poor and backward, those ports are still very valuable. No one could have imagined that what Tang Ping wanted was not a port, but a huge area of land and population. If they knew that the castle tower could reclaim mountains and seas and directly transform them into a place with a suitable environment, they would definitely be shocked. Konoha has never paid attention to it because it feels that it is of little value. If it were not forced by the daimyo, this matter would not even be brought out. Really? I wonder if the elder has any evidence. Tang Ping asked again. But this time, he is not worried about the other party being able to produce evidence. The daimyos of the Kingdom of Tea are alive, but they are just being entertained by illusions every day. Their castle tower is also hired by the other party, so everything is reasonable. As for things like pupil killing, they are all done by thieves and have nothing to do with their castle tower. They are a pure force, how could they do such a thing? Just as they were fighting, an ANBU suddenly appeared in the office. Something happened. Everybody knows this. Because the meeting is extremely important, if it is not a major matter, there is no way that the other party can come in and interrupt it at this time. Only Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu looked at each other faintly, with a flash of expectation in their eyes. It's time to have some fun. Chapter 342 Danzo and Sarutobi Shinashuk join forces. Lord Hokage, we have found the last location where the missing villagers disappeared. The ANBU stopped here. Because he didn't know whether to say the next words. Explain, come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen motioned for the other party to continue reporting. If it were other matters, it could be reported privately. But if it's related to the missing villagers, it would be difficult to let others leave. Because there are many clan leaders of the ninja clan in the office, and some of their clan members have also disappeared. Now that you have found the clues but let them leave, are you afraid that you have too few scapegoats? It's Lord Orochimaru's residence. The ANBU lowered his head and spoke the report without daring to raise his head at all. The ANBU have been tracking down. Originally there were no clues, but the other party's actions became more and more serious, so naturally they found clues. So, after following this clue, they discovered a horrifying fact. Orochimaru's residence. The missing villagers and ninjas were sent to this place. And who is Orochimaru? One of the 3 ninjas. At the same time, he is a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. After involving him, one can imagine the ANBU's surprise, so they came to report first. Normally, one would report to the head of ANBU, namely Sarutobi Shinoshuke, first, but since he is in the Hokage's office today, he can only report directly here. It's just, this is a bit too coincidental, right? Although Tang Ping's face was as shocked as the others, doubts appeared in his heart. There was no way, he knew clearly that this incident was related to Danzo. But although Danzo had mastered the route, the ANBU had no chance to get involved, so it was impossible for him to reveal the matter directly to the Hokage in front of so many people by such a coincidence. If it were discovered in private, it might even be 3 drinks as a penalty, no exception. Being soft-hearted is the characteristic of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Danzo, who had tricked him countless times, could forgive him time and time again, let alone his favorite disciple. In other words, only in this situation could Sarutobi Hiruzen be unable to forgive Orochimaru. What a coincidence! Dohei's mind was spinning rapidly, but when he saw Sarutobi Shinoshuke, he immediately understood the key. Danzo joined forces with the other party. Only 2 people working together can successfully pose Orochimaru, making it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to lift it up high and put it down gently. As a result, Orochimaru has completely lost the opportunity to rise to the top, and it is impossible to take over the position of Hokage. Yes, Orochimaru was plotted precisely because of his position as Hokage. Danzo and Sarutobi Shinoshuke join forces. As for how Danzo persuades the latter, it is not too simple. After all, for the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Shinoshuke is extremely ambitious. This is simply an open secret. Why do you say this? Naturally, it's because Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, doesn't know. Even the 3rd generation Hokage was the one who was most opposed to his eldest son becoming Hokage. Leaving aside other aspects, Hiruzen Sarutobi was absolutely serious about choosing the Hokage. He only chose the right one, not the one who was close to him. The first thing is to believe in the will of fire. This is non-negotiable. Then, if you want the Hokage system, there is no need to consider the external system. Finally, the strength must reach the standard, and you have to start at the film level no matter what. Of these 3 conditions, Sarutobi Shinoshuke only met the first 2. The problem is that his strength is that he is only an elite jounin now, let alone a kage level, not even a quasi-kage. Elite jounin can still be made by using resources, but kage level cannot be made by using resources. How could Sarutobi Shinoshuke not be in a hurry if he was not strong enough but wanted to get the upper hand? Once Danzo took advantage of this and asked him to cooperate, he would definitely not be able to refuse. To kick Orochimaru, the biggest rival, out of the Hokage candidate first, it was natural that the 2 had a common idea, so they joined forces to deceive each other. It has to be said that Tang Ping directly guessed the truth because he had seen too many tricks and the information he had. But what he knew better was that Orochimaru had deliberately set them up to trick him. Wonderful! Looking at the scene in front of him, Tang Ping couldn't help but sigh. Watching them intrigue was simply a kind of enjoyment. Relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent for a long time, finally came to his senses, slapped the table and stood up. The ANBU will immediately surround Orochimaru's laboratory. I want to go and see for myself what is going on. Until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't want to believe that his disciple would do such a thing. Yes, he knows that Orochimaru likes to study, but this kind of thing also happens in other ninja villages. As long as you don't attack your own people, no one will think there is anything wrong at all. But to attack one of your own is to cross the bottom line and is absolutely unforgivable. Well, ninjas have such double standards. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU ordered to retreat. Everyone, how about coming with me to be a witness? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around the office and finally sent out the invitation. If they were not here, then I would definitely choose to block the news and deal with it privately. But they are all here, and not inviting them will definitely arouse suspicion, so it is better to directly invite them to go together. After all, even if they are not invited, they will still find ways to find out on their own, which will be less conducive to control. Step. No one in the group said, I won't go words. Because they are also extremely concerned about this matter. After all, people in the village continued to disappear, and they were worried. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the missing people, and Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, was involved, they might not even be able to sleep well if they didn't find out. After leaving the Hokage building, everyone used the teleportation technique to move towards Orochimaru's residence. The speed of changing clothes is really fast. Dohei looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, who had changed into his combat uniform and had a long forehead band flying on his head, and felt that this was a bit unscientific. In just a few minutes, the opponent had already changed into combat equipment. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi changed into combat equipment, which also meant one thing. That means you already know in advance that this may be true. Orochimaru residence. Located on the edge of the village, his laboratory is also here. Because of his personality, no one would usually come to visit him, and he seemed very cold. In the mansion, there were two figures, one large and one small, sitting opposite each other. Hongdu, if I leave the village, will you come with me? Orochimaru, who had long black shawl hair and a feminine temperament, suddenly asked the girl sitting opposite him, who had no posture and had a pineapple head. Of course I don't want to. There is nothing delicious outside the village. I don't want to be unable to eat red bean balls. Teacher, where are you going to perform your mission? The girl, Anko, asked carelessly. She really didn't want to leave the village. There were no red bean balls to eat outside. And Orochimaru stared at his disciple. Although he has many subordinates, the only disciple who speaks is the other party. That's fine, let the last bloodline of the Zixiao clan stay in the village. The cruel environment outside is not suitable for her. This thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Relief. Hongdu fainted immediately. Orochimaru stood up silently and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he turned around. Let me give you a gift. After saying that, his head quickly stretched out and bit Hongdu's neck like a snake, leaving a curse mark that exuded an evil aura. The plot has been changed, based on this book. Yes, it was Orochimaru who developed the curse seal. The curse seal of heaven. There are even fragments of Orochimaru's soul inside. Once he dies, he can be resurrected with the help of the curse seal of heaven. It can only be said that in the entire ninja world, Orochimaru may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the most difficult to kill. Leaving the living room, Orochimaru slowly walked towards the laboratory. The laboratory is underground. This can be regarded as the basic exercise of the ninja world. During this process, he seemed not to notice the Anbu hiding in the darkness around the mansion. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru's mansion received a group of uninvited guests. Chapter 343 Sarutobi Hiruzen, it hurts too much. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the mansion in front of him, forgetting how long it had been since he had been here. He is dedicated to his disciple, and he is the favorite among the three disciples. Who makes the other person most like you? Tsunade is a member of the Senju clan and has a family heritage. Although Jiraiya has a strong character, his ninjutsu talent is not very good. Only Orochimaru has completely inherited all his ninjutsu. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have the will of fire at all, then the other party would be the best Hokage. But why did things become like this? Hokage-sama. An Anbu warned carefully. They have been standing here for a while. If they continue to delay, they don't know what accidents will happen. After hearing the reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was obsessed with the past, took the lead into the mansion. After a few people following him looked at each other, they also took steps to follow. No matter what, they also need to know whether the disappearance of the villagers is related to Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the pillar of the village, and they admire him for his strength and methods. Once he is related to this matter, the consequences will be too serious. Only Denzo and Sarutobi Shinnoshuke's eyes accidentally touched, and then quickly separated. Have a problem? Hinata Kangyu's observation was extremely keen, so she naturally discovered this. However, before she could observe more, Dohei lightly tapped her on the shoulder, signaling her to look less. I see. After receiving this reminder, she immediately understood that today's incident must be related to the two of them. The reason is not difficult to guess. Naruto. This position is definitely a dream for these two people, and now the most popular candidate is Orochimaru, so it is logical to join forces to solve each other. Although Hinata Kangyu doesn't look very smart, Yazi. But in fact, he is extremely sharp. Otherwise, he would not have been able to disguise himself since he was a child and survive successfully. It was that time when she met a group of naughty children who had no martial ethics in the woods, otherwise she would definitely become a terrifying existence like a white-eyed wolf and a filial son in the end. After understanding this point, Hinata Kangyu naturally would not remind the others, but wished the two of them would make bigger moves. Fight, fight! It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement, that's her mentality at this time. And what she never expected was that this matter would definitely be beyond her expectation. Until now, even if they see Sarutobi Hiruzen put on combat equipment, everyone just thinks that this is just to show the importance of the missing person to the third-generation Hokage, rather than true preparation. Fight Orochimaru. After all, even if he was responsible for the disappearance of the villagers, given his status, he would be imprisoned for a period of time at most, and it was absolutely impossible to actually kill him. Step, step. Sarutobi Hiruzen was walking at the front, and the ANBU were also extremely restrained, with no intention of going overboard. At any other time, they would naturally have to show off. But when the target is Orochimaru, the favorite disciple of the third Hokage, if they act too eagerly, who knows whether they will be kicked out for the reason of entering the ANBU with the left foot first after the incident. Even if the third Hokage wouldn't do this, he can't stand the thought that there are bad people among the crowd. There shouldn't be too many people who want to please the Hokage. Along the way, there were no traps, and the door was not even closed, allowing them to travel unimpeded along the way. Soon, after entering the basement, they stopped. Orochimaru! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Pain! It hurts so much. His voice contained anger and disappointment. Because here, many villagers and even Konoha ninjas are imprisoned. The evidence is solid. These people are the best evidence. In other words, the disappearance of the villagers during this period was all caused by Orochimaru. Lord Hokage! Clan leader, help me, Orochimaru is crazy. Great, we are saved. The people locked in this basement cell all cried with joy after seeing them. Because they know what happens to those who are taken for experiments. All dead. So naturally I was extremely excited after seeing them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry at this time. Because Orochimaru dared to attack the villagers, which completely failed him. Lord Hokage, there is a secret passage here. An ANBU suddenly spoke up, awakening Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, now is not the time to be angry, but to arrest the other party. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed into the open secret passage. Seeing this, several ANBU ninjas quickly followed. Even if they don't think anything will happen, it is their duty to protect the Hokage, so they cannot slack off. As for the clan leaders, they naturally stayed in the basement and did not follow. Anyway, the truth of the matter is already known, and they don't want to see more of the love and killing between the other master and his disciple, otherwise, when Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks of his disciples, he will be in trouble when he thinks of them. Even the remaining 3 members of F4 will leave the next time to the 2 masters and apprentices alone. All I can say is that everyone is smart. But just because they don't keep up, it doesn't mean that no one dares to follow. Whoosh! Tang Ping quickly rushed into the passage and left a sentence. I'm going to protect Hokage-sama. This excuse is simply perfect. In this case, no one can say that he is wrong to follow. As for Hinata Kangyu, who was following like a little transparent one, no one cared at all. Along this several-meter-high pipe, Tang Ping moved forward quickly. Slippery and cold. It doesn't feel like a passage prepared for humans at all, but like a passage prepared for snakes. It can only be said that Orochimaru may have become a bit inappropriate now. All aspects of habits have moved closer to snakes. The passage is extremely long. Nearly 1 kilometer away, it should be under the death forest. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had rushed to the end of the passage and saw the lights of the laboratory ahead. In the laboratory located deep underground, only the lights on the operating table are bright, while the rest of the place is dark and deep, making people afraid. Only Orochimaru likes this kind of experimental environment. On the operating table, a corpse was being dissected by Orochimaru. He was staring at the corpse in front of him feverishly, as if it was not a corpse, but something pleasant. Orochimaru, how dare you use people from the village for experiments? Looking at the bodies of Konoha ninjas on the experimental table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's blood pressure instantly rose. Orochimaru was conducting human experiments, but he was not unaware of it. Even in the ninja world, this is something that is forbidden to everyone, but everyone explicitly prohibits it, but privately they don't know how much fun it is. So Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded him on the surface at most, but in fact he never punished Orochimaru for this. But what he didn't expect at all was that the other party would actually use people from the same village for experiments. This broke his bottom line. Sarutobi-sensei, isn't this what you want to see? Putting down the scalpel in his hand and taking off his gloves, Orochimaru turned around and answered calmly. Let yourself join the route is what he means. And it is impossible for the other party to not know the underlying style. In other words, the reason why I am what I am today is entirely due to my teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were complicated. Because he knows that this is indeed his fault. Although he knew how dark the route was, he still let his disciples join the route. The other party's mistake at this time was entirely his own fault. He bit his index finger. Psychic art. Directly summoned his psychic beast. The Monkey Demon King is a powerful fighting force. With the cooperation of the two, Orochimaru is not him at this stage. Our opponents. Sarutobi, what are you doing? After the appearance of Sarutobi, he glanced around but found no enemy. Sarutobi, I want to clean up the mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a painful order. Humph, I've said that Orochimaru's heart is too dark. It's your fault that he ended up like this today. Sarutobi was incredibly intelligent. He had long seen the danger of Orochimaru and had advised the third Hokage. However, the latter ignored his advice because he loved this disciple too much. Today's situation was completely his own fault. I know, so I have to make up for my mistake now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the summoned beast that had turned into a stick in his hand and prepared for battle. Chapter 344, Let the Water Fight. It's too obvious that he's playing well. Good acting. The third Hokage is very powerful, why do you always say he's Byukyos? But can he, the strongest Hokage, beat the fourth, the second or the first? At the back of the passage, Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu watched with great interest, and discussed while watching. There was no way, the battle between the two cage-level masters was really exciting, and all kinds of small tricks and traps were used to perfection. In general, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had the upper hand. Now he is still in his prime, not the aging period 10 years later, and with the help of Tsurumo, it is not surprising that he has the upper hand. Although the two did not use powerful ninjutsu, they still fought brilliantly. Skills and experience are full. As expected of the strong men who came out of the battlefield, they are really top. Sarutobi Hiruzen still can't do it. Hinata Sogitsu found that Sarutobi Hiruzen held back several times, and his tone was a little disdainful. Whatever the truth of the matter is, Orochimaru is not innocent. You are the Hokage but you let him go. Where is the will of fire that you talk about every day? Maybe all the major ninja clans, except the Uchiha with brain problems, are aware of the double standards of the Hokage system, so people's hearts are scattered. After all, they always say that the old man burns himself to illuminate the future of Konoha. But in fact, it is the future of the village that burns himself to illuminate the old man of the village. Facts speak louder than words. So it is not surprising that the major ninja clans directly play the Hokage system in the later Konoha collapse plan. Since you can do the first day, don't blame us for doing the 15th. In the laboratory, the two sides are temporarily separated. And several Anbu are firmly guarding the exit. They know that they are not qualified to intervene in this kind of cage-level battle, so they just need to stop the other party when they are about to escape. As expected of the Anbu, the choice they made is indeed a good one. As long as they can delay Orochimaru's escape steps a little, Sarutobi Hiruzen can stop him and not give the other party a chance to escape. Teacher Sarutobi, can you really do it? Orochimaru made seals with his hands. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave swept out. Pa, pa, pa. Countless bottles and jars exploded instantly. Sound wave secret technique. I didn't expect Orochimaru to have developed this secret technique. And this is Konoha's blind spot. There is only one small ninja village in the entire ninja world that has related secret techniques. Konoha does not have this secret technique, which leads to no defense. Ah! Be careful! Several Anbu fell one after another, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also sat on the ground, while Orochimaru stood at the exit of the passage with his back to him. The original master and apprentice became enemies at this time. It is indeed a famous scene. Sarutobi, the Tsurumo who suffered the sound wave secret technique and temporarily lost the ability to move, roared. It does not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen really lost his combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, in the face of Sarutobi's reminder and urging, Sarutobi Hiruzen still sat down on the ground as if he had lost his fighting power after being hit by the sonic secret technique. Sarutobi teacher, goodbye. Orochimaru said this with a double meaning. At this time, an Anbu suddenly made a move. Don't think about escaping. He was about to throw the shuriken while speaking. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was a little faster. Shadow Snake Hand. It was a technique that did not require hand seals. Hiss. Several poisonous snakes emerged from his sleeves and instantly bit off the throat of the Anbu. However, when he wanted to attack other Anbu, Orochimaru was obviously stunned for a moment and then withdrew his hand and left. In the dark passage. Did they find us? Hinata Kangyu looked at Dohei beside him, not understanding how the other party found them. The place where the two were hiding should not be noticed. I let them find out on purpose. Don't you think it's interesting to let these Anbu stay as witnesses and let others know that the respected Hokage actually let his disciple escape? Doping explained the reason. He deliberately leaked a hint of killing intent and was sensed by Orochimaru, so he withdrew and left in time, and did not kill the remaining Anbu. From this point of view, he was thinking about his teacher. He really is, I'm crying. However, how could Doping allow such a thing to happen, so he only let the other party get one, and then saved the rest. In this way, there was a witness to Sarutobi Hiruzen's letting him go. If Doping and the others said that the other party let him go, no one would believe it, because everyone knows about his relationship with the Hokage family. But with several ANBU members as witnesses, no one would doubt it. Nor are you afraid of perjury. Even if you are dead, you can get information from corpses, let alone living people. That's right. Hinata and Kangyu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes. It would be a pity to let several ANBU die here. It would be better to leave the disgusting Sarutobi Hiruzen behind. Next, the two of them did not go in to pierce Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, but followed Orochimaru from a distance to watch the show. As for letting them take action? Come on, they really want Orochimaru to turn Konoha upside down, so as not to stare at their castle tower no matter what. How could he take action? As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen survives. Once the opponent dies, several major ninja villages will immediately besiege Konoha, which is not good news for the castle tower that needs time to develop. Dohei's visit to Konoha this time was not only to have fun, but also to prevent accidents. God knows if there will be any surprises due to his influence as a time traveler. If one of Orochimaru's nerves goes wrong and Sarutobi Hiruzen is suddenly attacked, the probability of success is not low with the bonus of the traditional killer in the ninja world. Now I feel relieved. At the same time, I also saw another side of the strongest Hokage Fukiyoshi. He is worthy of being a doctor of ninjutsu, and his application of various techniques and chakra is truly admirable. However, no matter how powerful his skills are, his title of the strongest Hokage is definitely disdainful. Because no matter which generation of Hokage can suppress him steadily, the phrase the strongest Hokage really attracts hatred. Especially the first generation. Do you think the title of God of Ninja is just a boast? After Tsunade knew this statement, she didn't jump out and smash up his office, probably because he was her teacher. Soon, the two of them followed Orochimaru to the ground. I have to say that Orochimaru is indeed cunning. Actually made a secret exit. The exit was far away from his mansion. No one would have thought that the exit would be here. No. Someone has already thought of it. Zira. Amidst the sound of surging electricity, a white-haired ANBU wearing a mask walked out. Well, there is only one grey-haired member of ANBU. So what is the significance of the opponent wearing a mask? Is it to improve combat effectiveness or to hide his identity? You're just a kitten, do you think you can catch venomous snakes? Orochimaru spoke confidently. As a veteran cage-level powerhouse, he can still fight back and forth against powerful cage-level players like Oniki and the Third Raikage. It would be too much to try to stop him now that he is just an elite jonin. Be a little more confident. Kakashi, on the other hand, rushed over silently. Reikari. He used his S-level ninjutsu. Rachel is also a Chidori. It's just that he used it to cut through thunder and lightning, so he changed his name. Being able to cut through thunder and lightning is actually enough to show how strong his control over this technique is, so it is not an exaggeration to evaluate it as an S-level forbidden technique. Unfortunately, he was facing Orochimaru. As the two sides passed each other, the body modified by the software deflected the Reikari attack at an angle that was simply impossible for humans, and at the same time, the kunao in his hand passed by. Click! The mask on Kakashi's face instantly split into two halves and fell to the ground. Nice eyes. Orochimaru looked at the blood-red Sharingan on his left, but still frowned, but I don't like imposters. Hiss. While talking, an earthy yellow snake swam down from the tree nearby. Being able to detect the opponent's ambush in advance was naturally because he put a snake here. It was only when he let the snake bite Kakashi that he realized something was wrong. Chapter 345 Chasing Orochimaru? Explosive Talisman. A detonating talisman was unknowingly stuck in the mouth of the earth-yellow snake with a thick wrist. Opening the snake's mouth will ignite the detonating charm. Boom! The huge explosion and flames overwhelmed Orochimaru. After the explosion, the surrounding plants were swept away, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, which was equivalent to the power of a high-level fire escape. But Orochimaru is not dead. If he ate a detonating talisman at such a close range, even if he had undergone software modification, he would not be fine. The abdomen has been stained red with blood. Covering his bleeding abdomen with his hand, Orochimaru muttered to himself. Sandame Hokage. The only person who can design oneself in this way is the other party. Holding the wound, he walked towards Kakashi's direction. Kakashi, who was about to intercept, made no movement. It wasn't that he was ready to let loose, but that he was directly suppressed by Orochimaru's terrifying murderous intent and illusion. In his field of vision, the person walking in front of him was not Orochimaru, but a terrifying giant snake with golden vertical pupils. Even though he knew these were just illusions, he still couldn't get rid of them. I have to say, Orochimaru is indeed scary. At least the younger version of Kakashi couldn't defeat the opponent at all. If it hadn't been for the detonating talisman set by the third Hokage in advance, he might have fallen into trouble. The third Hokage's intention was also very clear, that is, Orochimaru was not allowed to have a fatal hand on the future of the village. It was precisely this warning that prevented Orochimaru from killing Kakashi. Otherwise, would he really think that he didn't kill people? Holding the wound, Orochimaru passed by Kakashi, who had tried countless times but could not move, and disappeared into the woods. After a while, Kakashi, you are so embarrassed. Dohei's voice sounded from the entrance of the cave where Orochimaru came out, and then he walked out with Hinata Kangyu. Snort. Kakashi snorted coldly. Although the two were once in the same class, their relationship was not very good, so this behavior after meeting was normal. And Dohei's appearance was also a way to express to Kakashi that he cared about his chess piece and would not see him die. Kakashi naturally knew this, so he accepted the favor in his heart, but it was hard to show it on the surface. But Tang Ping's appearance also reminded him. Now you can collect the information that was placed in advance and capture the people at the same time. Orochimaru's defection is only the first half, and there is still a big drama that needs to be prepared for the second half. The two sides passed each other without even making eye contact, which also caught the eye of the lurking root ninja. Roots. The people on the other side have been lurking in the dark, and everything that just happened was in their eyes. But if Hinata Kangyu was here, how could Tanghei not discover them? The mocking of Kakashi just now was not only a signal to the other party, but also a deliberate act for the root to see. In this way, there will be no doubt about the relationship between the other party and the castle tower. Achieve multiple things with one stone. However, after seeing this part of the play, Tang Ping's desire for the melon-eating scene has been satisfied. Next, we have to see how lively the village is. But Tang Ping didn't expect that he would end up eating melon. 2 hours later, Hokage's office. What? Dohei looked at the third Hokage who seemed to be several years older. You want me to hunt down Orochimaru? He really didn't expect that the other party would give this task to him. He really didn't expect this. From the perspective of the third Hokage, since Orochimaru was let go, he was naturally unwilling to kill him. Now that the opponent is already injured, if he sends himself to pursue him, he might really get away with it. Because he will not be merciful, from an outsider's perspective. Although the Hokage faction has always been dissatisfied with his rebellious nature, they will not underestimate his strength, so if he really lets him chase Orochimaru, he will be in danger. Orochimaru has mastered too much information and secret techniques about the village. He must be brought back and killed as a last resort. After returning to bed, Koharu took over the topic and at the same time glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with his behavior of secretly taking Orochimaru. Having known each other for many years, everyone knew the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today's Orochimaru is absolutely impossible to rival Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is still a home battle. Orochimaru wants to escape from the village unless the people of Konoha are dead. Apart from other aspects, if Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned all the major ninja clans to pursue him, let alone Orochimaru, even if the Third Raikage and Oniki jointly attacked, they would have to kneel down. It happened that it took a while before Orochimaru was announced as an S-class rebel nin and a pursuit force was sent out. Others couldn't see anything, but that didn't mean they couldn't see it, so Koharu and Mito Kato were really dissatisfied when they moved to bed. Orochimaru is not an ordinary person, and his defection is definitely a major blow to Konoha. Must kill. Whether it was Mito Minion or she meant this. The other party is too dangerous. Not to mention other aspects, as long as Konoha's defense, supplies, information is leaked, the war will start again in minutes. So it's not that the two of them are cruel, but it's really necessary. As for Denso, he felt a little guilty and did not say anything. After hearing the mission, Tang Ping thought about whether to take it. Although he also wanted to see Uncle Snake's life-saving ability, he was also afraid that his attack would be too severe and ruin the subsequent plot. Without Orochimaru, there will be no one to send each other on the road for the next 4 generations of Kazekage, and it is impossible for Konoha to collapse. There is no way to continue the plot. Plot is one of his greatest strengths. If it were to be lost, the loss would be too great. Without completely overturning his strength, maintaining the original plot would definitely have more advantages than disadvantages for him. Recently, the daimyo sent a letter to Konoha to ask us to protect the daimyo of the Kingdom of Tea and come to the Country of Fire as a guest. After going to bed, Xiao Chun talked about another matter with an expressionless face. Subtext. If you don't accept this mission, then don't blame me for stumbling upon you in this matter. I accepted the mission. At the very least, Orochimaru can know the consequences of leaking the village, but there is no guarantee of success. Tang Ping nodded. After all, he really wanted to see the strength of the lazy snake. In the past, both parties were Konoha ninjas, so naturally they did not have this opportunity. But now that the opponent is an S-class traitor, he can naturally fight against him. Okay, and I will reply to the daimyo saying that manpower is tight recently and ask him to find someone else. When Koharu went to bed, he ignored the old face of Sarutobi Hiruzen who was shrouded in smoke and nodded directly to make the decision. At the same time, he made it clear that the daimyo of the Fire Country would help the castle tower to block it. However, Danzo, who was originally a little guilty, had a flash of joy in his eyes after seeing Dohei agree. Orochimaru's defection was entirely caused by him. Originally, he just wanted to attack the other party's prestige and make the other party lose his reputation. The best thing about Naruto's possibility is to lock him up and then release him to assist him after he takes over. No one knows Orochimaru's abilities better than Danzo, so he made excellent calculations. It's a pity that things went wrong. Orochimaru immediately turned over the table and stopped playing, directly choosing to betray Konoha. Who would have thought of this? As a disciple of Hokage and one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru was willing to give up everything he had and choose to defect. Therefore, Danzo had always felt guilty before, fearing that Orochimaru would expose the bottom. But now, after knowing that Dohei was going to hunt down Orochimaru, he immediately had an idea. If you cooperate with Orochimaru to ambush Dohei, you will have a good chance of solving his rebellious problem. Even if the mission fails, the unlucky one is Orochimaru, who just solved this hidden danger for himself. In any case, he is not at a loss. How wonderful! Danzo had already made up his mind to cooperate with Orochimaru. However, before Danzo could take action, he discovered that Kakashi and a Tide Boy rushed in surrounded by a group of ninja clan leaders. The second half of the drama has begun. Chapter 346 would release Ninja, Yamato. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the door that had been knocked open, as well as Kakashi who was surrounded by Kakashi and the root ninja who was tied around him, with an extremely ugly expression. He has already guessed the situation. Because Kakashi was sent to perform the mission. Now the mission has been completed, but it has also been discovered by others. That's right. Previously, when Kakashi searched Orochimaru's mansion, he found a document containing records of wood escape research. There's nothing to say about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew about this, but he didn't hold out any hope at all. If we really wanted to succeed, we would have succeeded long ago. How could we wait until now? But the data shows that in previous experiments, there have been experimental subjects who have mastered the wood release, and the people have been hidden by the roots. How can this be done? Sarutobi Hiruzen could tolerate other things, but he really couldn't tolerate this. Because wooden release is too important to Konoha, Kakashi was immediately arranged to find a way to bring the person back. It's not that he didn't want to send others, but he knew very well how serious the penetration of the Anbu was by the roots, so in order to keep it secret, he could only let Kakashi act alone. Now the mission is successful, but also failed. The experiment was successfully brought back, but it was not kept secret. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Kakashi lowered his head in shame. Although you can't see his face under the mask, anyone can feel his guilt. The mission was completed well. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't blame Kakashi. After all, it would be great to be able to bring back a wood release ninja from the roots, but it would be too difficult to keep it a secret. And this is also Tang Ping's plan. If the information on Mu Dun's research was given to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would naturally handle it in a low-key manner. Even if he himself, the Hokage, was stabbed to death by his roots, he would still be able to handle it with a sentimental attitude, let alone such a thing. So others must also know. It is extremely easy to do this, just choose the place to arrest people. With Hyuga Kangya here, and knowing the general information of A, he had already locked onto the opponent's whereabouts, and just waited until the opponent left the roots and there were people from the Konoha ninja clan around to take action. Once the opponent resists, he will use wood escape, and that will achieve the goal. Kakashi even prolonged the battle so that several clan leaders who came after hearing the news could see the remaining traces of Mu Dun. It's a matter of course. There was absolutely no flaw in Kakashi's execution of the mission, but things were exposed. It looks very normal, but it is designed everywhere. Hokage-sama, we need an answer. Under the gaze of other clan leaders, Narashikaku stood up helplessly. There is no way, who told him that he is a Hokage and a Konoha military advisor? If he doesn't stand up at this time, when will he stand up? If it were other clan leaders, if they stood up, they would be suspected of forcing the emperor, only the Hokage clan would not. This is wood escape. Back then, the god of ninja relied on wood to conquer the world and forcefully conquered the ninja world. Now that he has appeared again, who wouldn't be shocked? Even compared to this matter, Orochimaru's defection is not a big deal. But there was another person in the office whose mood was as turbulent as an angry wave. Danzo. Naturally, he recognized at first sight who the masked root brat captured by Kakashi was. First. No other subordinate would be so excited. The problem is that the other party is the only experimental subject who mastered wood escape in his cooperation with Orochimaru. Hiruzen. Danzo suddenly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "How do you know?" He really didn't expect that the other party would know about this. You know, even Orochimaru doesn't know about this. A was the experimental subject who survived the original experiment by chance. Orochimaru always thought that transplanting wood to escape the blood inheritance limit was not successful at all. But even Orochimaru, his collaborator, didn't know about this, so why would Sarutobi Hiruzen know about it? Obviously, Tang Ping's game is extremely interesting. Because the person was hidden by Danzo, it was naturally impossible for him to take the initiative to ask Orochimaru. It was even more impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to know from Orochimaru's mouth, and the other party did not know the existence of A. Afterwards, even if there was a chance to hear Orochimaru's explanation, the two of them would only think that he deliberately lied to deceive them. Anyway, the truth of this matter can only be known if the three of them confront each other openly and have faith in what others say. But is this possible? It was possible before, but since Orochimaru defected, this has been impossible. Faced with Danzo's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up and roared. "Danzo, how dare you use the body of Hashirama-sama?" At this time, he was like an enraged lion, as if Danzo would pounce on him and tear him to pieces if he answered carelessly. So smart. Doping, who retreated to the corner to eat melons, had to sigh that compared with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed smarter in politics. Originally, the major ninja clans had doubts about his intention as the Hokage, but his attitude was almost like saying that he didn't know about it. In this way, he pushed the pot all onto Danzo, and he was still pure and innocent. Well, even if he didn't know it himself. Danzo. Koharu Yudin looked at Danzo in disbelief. The name Senju Hashirama means something in Konoha. Using the other party's corpse for experiments is simply courting death. I'm doing this for Konoha. Even the teacher will forgive me. There was no fear on Danzo's face. Because he really thought so. The study of wood release is entirely for the purpose of making Konoha great again. There is no selfishness at all. As for the teacher? Sorry, the coffin lid is nailed very firmly. The other party can't open the coffin lid and jump out to scold him, so it can be regarded as accepting his own experiment. It can only be said that Danzo is really stubborn. Even in front of so many people, he doesn't feel guilty at all. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his chest was about to explode with anger. You did something that blasphemed the previous Hokage, and you still acted like you did nothing wrong. Do you want to piss yourself off? The most important thing is that there are so many clan leaders here now. If Danzo is not punished, the consequences will be disastrous. Because this has set a very bad precedent. If the corpse of the first generation can be used for experiments for the sake of bloodline limit, what do you think other people will think? The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, etc. all have bloodline limits. Will the village leaders catch them for experiments and try to plunder their bloodline limits? Don't think it's impossible. Even the first generation Hokage dared to take action, what else would they not dare to take action? Even the major secret ninja clans will be in danger. It can only be said that the precedent set by Danzo is really too bad, so Sarutobi Hiruzen is so angry. Danzo, he must be handed over. Mito Kato-en looked at Jia, who was tied up and had a cloth ball stuffed in his mouth. Other things can be discussed later, but the ninja who has mastered wood release must be handed over to the Hokage first. For example, wood release is equivalent to the jade seal in Konoha, representing the orthodoxy of the Hokage. Naturally, it can only be mastered by the Hokage. If someone else masters it, it will shake the prestige of the Hokage. That's right, Danzo, the person must be handed over to Hiruzen. Yudin Koharu naturally thought of this, so she echoed. Impossible, Jia is a member of the root, it is impossible to hand him over to you. Danzo was angry. He spent a huge price to train Jia, and now he wants to take him away from him with just one sentence. How could he agree? Danzo, this is the village's notice to the root, and from now on he will be called Yamato, Yamato of Konoha. The anger on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared, and he looked extremely calm. However, facing him in this state, Danzo could only grit his teeth and nod. Yes. If he continued to resist, the other party would definitely hit him hard without hesitation. After so many years of getting along, he had only seen the other party like this once or twice, but each time was amazing. The ownership of Jia was decided in this way. Everyone, I will let the Anbu investigate this matter, and then give it to the sister and Huan and Hawaii. After suppressing Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to appease the major ninja clans. More than 10 minutes later, the Hokage's office was quiet. Although the matter has been temporarily settled, it does not mean that it is over. We have to find a way to give an explanation to others later. However, those things can be left to worry about later. The most important thing now is to confirm the situation of Yamato, who has mastered the wood release experiment. Once the other party really inherits the wood release, can Konoha once again dominate the 5 major ninja villages? Chapter 347 The High-Level Sliding into Darkness. Training Ground. Yamato made seals with both hands and shouted softly. Wood release. Great forest technique. Then his right hand suddenly turned into several wooden sticks and thrust forward. The wooden target was crushed. Just this result made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 elders look at each other in bewilderment. Although it is also very strong, at this level, it is at most similar to other bloodline limits, and it is completely unworthy of the name of wood release. Because they have all seen the wood release used by the first generation. Yes, you can say that Yamato is still young and his strength has not grown up yet. But the bloodline limit is a fixed quality at birth, at most it will change in quantity. They could naturally judge the difference between the two. If the first generation used wood release to conquer the world, then Yamato's wood release could only be used for greening. It simply doesn't look like wood release. Maybe it's a transplanted wood release, so it's far inferior to the real wood release. Yudin Koharu said her own guess. Transplant. The opponent can awaken wood release by transplanting Hashirama's cells in his body, so it's normal that his power is far inferior to the first generation. If he grows up, he can at least be comparable to an elite Jonin, or even Kage level. Mitaman and judged the upper limit. Yes, after transplanting Hashirama's cells, the opponent's potential has made a huge leap, and his strength is completely an elite Jonin. This is already exaggerated. There are only a few elite Jonin in Konoha now, and even fewer cage level ones. And these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Yamato's appearance proves that the road of transplanting Hashirama's cells can be taken. In the past, the second generation Hokage would release experiments, and even a large number of Senju people died in the experiments, but they were never successful. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others thought that the experiment could not succeed, which may have been influenced by their teacher. The other party was a super research master. Even he failed, so Danzo could not succeed at all. But now? The successful example is right in front of them. Yamato's wood release is indeed far inferior to the original version. The problem is that this technology has just been successful and there is huge room for improvement. God knows whether it can be comparable to the original version or even surpass the original version in the future. The imagination space is too large. The three of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. Go. The experiment of Hashirama's cell transplantation continues. Anyway, Danzo has already started it. Even if they don't do it, they will be infamous. In addition, their pressure is getting bigger and bigger, so they really have to find a way to improve their strength. However, they can't use their own people. There are many experimental subjects such as ninjas from other villages and refugees. How can they use their own people? Even if something goes wrong, they can say that it was done by the root. So, half a day later, the top leaders of Konoha issued a notice. The leader of the root, Danzo, temporarily handed over the root and went home to recuperate due to physical discomfort, and the root was temporarily managed by the Hokage. It doesn't sound like a big deal. But all the major ninja clans understood that this punishment was indeed severe enough. Because for Danzo, the root was more important than his life, and now depriving him of the root was naturally tantamount to cutting off his arms. How could they not applaud? However, they were a little too happy too early. Because there was too much water in it, they didn't see it at all. The announcement did say that Danzo's root was deprived, but it didn't say that he would not be allowed to take over again. The key is that the person in charge is Sarutobi Hiruzen, which almost shows that the root will be returned to Danzo sooner or later. This department was originally used to do dirty and hard work and to take the blame, so it was handed over to Danzo. If he, the Hokage, was in charge, it would really be true. The Hokage can fly without worry, and he will take the blame. And this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen took charge of the root for another purpose. Naturally, they would try to restore the Yamato transplantation experiment and prepare to create more wood-release ninjas. Anyway, the root would take the blame, so why not use it? On the other side, Doping and Hyuga Sogitsu had already left Konoha and were following the trails left by the Anbu, hunting down Orochimaru. Doping didn't take this mission seriously at all, and just wanted to test this shady snake. It's a rare opportunity to hunt down Snake Ant, but it's a good fun. Found it, the other party is fighting with the Anbu. Hyuga Sogitsu maintained the state of the Samsara Eye and suddenly found the target. You hide in the dark and be on guard. Doping assigned the task immediately. He went up alone, and let Hyuga Sogitsu continue to play the role of a nobody. A few kilometers ahead. Dang, dang! The sound of metal collisions rang out. There were already several Anbu corpses lying on the ground. At this time, there were only a few Anbu, who were besieging Orochimaru regardless of life and death. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent out the Anbu to hunt him down that day, so Orochimaru has been held hostage. To be honest, it was because these Anbu didn't know the truth, otherwise they would have cursed him. Others may not know the strength of Orochimaru, but don't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, know it? Even if he was injured, it was a dream to expect the Anbu to catch him back. Sending the Anbu to chase him when they knew there was no chance was just sending them to their deaths. How could they not curse him? Cry. A sharp and piercing bird cry sounded. Chidori. Kakashi's right hand was wrapped in lightning, and then he rushed to Orochimaru who was restrained by several Anbu in front. I don't know what happened to the other party, but they caught all his whereabouts, so they fought and stopped along the way, and until now, Orochimaru still hasn't escaped from the land of fire. In more than a day, normally speaking, he should be able to leave the land of fire. Is this the same move again? Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded, and then he shot the kunao in his hand at Kakashi, interfering with his opponent's steps while preparing to twist away with his body. For a cage-level strongman like him, facing an elite jonin is completely easy to grasp. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Cage dance leaf. The several Anbu who were restraining him were not for show, and they all tried to restrain Orochimaru, giving Kakashi a chance to decide the outcome with one blow. Finally, when Kakashi rushed to the front, Chidori sharp spear. The lightning in his hand changed instantly. A lightning spear as thick as a finger pierced straight out and hit Orochimaru first. Chidori sharp spear. Of course, it was not a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself, but a direct copy of Uchihame. For a super genius like him, as long as he has an idea, it is not difficult to develop this technique, not to mention that this technique is just an extension of the application of Chidori. As long as the foundation of Chidori is mastered, these subsequent techniques can be created quickly. Puff. Orochimaru's body was pierced. The paralysis effect attached to the thunder release instantly made him unable to move. Got it. An Anbu said excitedly. It was a great achievement to capture Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. How could it not be exciting after so many people sacrificed their lives? But Kakashi, the caster, was keenly aware that something was wrong. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned into mud and melted. It was a clay substitute. It was a very famous ninjutsu of Orochimaru. Even the Byakugan could not tell the truth from the false. Be careful. Kakashi reminded the others. Unfortunately, this reminder was a step too late. Hiss, hiss. Amid the hissing sounds of snakes, several venomous snakes broke out of the ground and bit several Anbu who seemed to be a little lax because Orochimaru was controlled. Even Kakashi was the same. A venomous snake as thick as a chopstick emerged from the mud under his feet and bit directly at his throat. Just by looking at the color, you can tell that this venomous snake must be no simple one. But Kakashi had no chance to dodge. Because he had just used the Chidori sharp spear, his condition just dropped. It must be said that Orochimaru seized the opportunity very accurately. He only used a simple earth substitute to successfully trap several people to death. When Kakashi was about to be in tragedy. Flame finger. A voice came from behind, and at the same time, a flash of red light came first. Swish. The fiery red light pierced and melted the venomous snake with incomparable precision. The one who delivered the blow and saved Kakashi was naturally Dohei, who was wearing a black combat uniform and elbow-high boxing gloves, looking handsome and stylish. Chapter 348 Orochimaru's Ambush at the Root. Chapter 348 Orochimaru and Ambush at the Root. Long time no see, Orochimaru-senpai. Dohei walked out of the woods with his hands in his pockets, as if this was not a battlefield, but a place to reminisce. Really? I've always wanted to meet you. Orochimaru looked at Dohei enthusiastically. No way, no matter who he was, he would be curious about him. Before graduating from the ninja school, he was trash and the last one, but after graduation, he rose like a rocket, fought all the major ninja villages, and even killed the third generation of Mizukage alone, making his reputation of purifying flame resound throughout the ninja world. Such an exaggerated and almost unbelievable record, how can it not make people curious? I don't want to be a test subject of Orochimaru Sr. Dohei directly refused. The other party said that he wanted to see him, but he was just greedy for his body. He was cheap. No, no, how can Dohei be a test subject? I just want some of your blood. I can exchange it with forbidden techniques. Orochimaru offered a price. He really wanted Dohei's blood. Obviously, he didn't have any blood limit, but he could have such a terrifying growth rate. It would be great if he could figure it out. Do you want to die, senior? Doping asked calmly. Although he knew that his growth rate would be suspected by others, he would not give others the opportunity to covet him. Even if Orochimaru offered a high price, he would not give his blood to him. Although the effect of his blood would lose its effect soon after leaving his body, he dared not gamble. And blood is fine, but if Orochimaru, the Frankenstein, used his blood to cultivate some clones or monsters, that would be a headache. He really has this kind of strength. So, let's forget about the others, but Orochimaru's words are totally unthinkable. That is, he knows that he can't kill him, otherwise, just based on his idea, he is already dead. Ten-fist sword, hey? In his mind, Dohei has already started thinking about how to get this sealing artifact. It doesn't make sense that a filial son can use it, but his fiancé can't, right? With the 10-fist sword, he can seal Orochimaru, a snake that can't be killed or killed. I see. When Orochimaru heard the rejection, his eyes towards Do Ping became even more fiery. Because from Do Ping's reaction, he already understood that there must be a secret in his body. It's not that Do Ping didn't want to hide it, but because he knew he couldn't hide it. After all, with his terrifying growth rate, his past events must have been investigated countless times. In the end, they will definitely suspect his bloodline limit. Maybe they think he is some kind of innate fire escape holy body. Although the probability of this happening is small, after excluding other possibilities, even the smallest probability will be considered a fact. And the village has already investigated his identity countless times, just to find the source of his bloodline limit. Rain. A large amount of flame suddenly appeared on Dohei's body, and he used the flame robe directly. Now, his control of fire escape can be imagined. Even if he does not enter the sage mode, the flame robe can be used without a seal. And Kakashi also withdrew very tactfully, and took away several poisoned companions who fell to the ground. Although they were poisoned, it does not mean that there is no hope. Of course, it was because of Dohei's appearance that Kakashi had the opportunity to save people, otherwise these Enbu would be dead. Maybe Kakashi would be secretly spared by Orochimaru because he is the future of the Hokage system, but other Enbu would have no chance of survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen really deserves to die. He let the people go, but he knew that the Enbu chasing was a death sentence and still gave such an order. It seems that I can't make a deal with you, Dohei-kun. Orochimaru sighed with some regret. At this time, Tang Ping also heard Hinata Kangyu's reminder. Be careful. The voice was a signal transmitted through the secret technique, and it also meant that she was close and ready to attack at any time. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal and opened his mouth, spitting out a tide of snakes, directly drowning the surroundings. How disgusting! This was Tang Ping's first reaction. And the color of his flame robe quickly turned into golden yellow, making the temperature one level higher than the golden orange flame robe just now. The terrifying high temperature spread, and the approaching snakes quickly turned into snakes. Flame finger. Tang Ping pointed his right index finger at Orochimaru who was spitting out snakes. Swish! The laser-like fire column pierced through the snakes and hit Orochimaru's earth substitute. There was no way, the opponent used this trick really well, even the third-generation Tsuchikage and Reikage were played by this trick. Skills and experience. This is the reason why this ninjutsu, which may only be D-level, can deceive so many strong people. Humph! Do Ping looked at Orochimaru who had turned into mud and melted, snorted coldly and increased his output. So, the temperature of the flame robe became higher and higher. A large amount of meteoroma emerged. At the same time, he had no intention of running away. It seemed that Orochimaru had prepared a surprise for him, so he naturally could not disappoint the other party. If it were in the past, he might have been worried. But now, let alone Hinata Kangya who was hiding in the dark, he himself didn't know how many cards he had hidden. Earth escape, sealing technique, melting escape, these are his hidden cards. Although they can't let him directly break through the cage level and enter the super cage level, they can make his combat methods extremely rich and prevent him from being targeted. The most important thing is that he has already developed 2 life-saving abilities of elementalization and nirvana. It's just that these 2 secret techniques have never been used. With so many cards, Do Ping is naturally confident. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Masked figures surrounded the two. Judging from their aura, these guys were all well-trained killing machines. However, judging from their masks and attire, these people should belong to forces from other villages. But Do Ping knew with his feet that there must be something wrong with these people. There are many forces that can cooperate with Orochimaru and have so many killing machine-like ninjas in their hands, but in the land of fire, there is only one that hates him so much. Tisk tisk, the root is so bold that they dare to cooperate with S-level rebel ninjas. Do Ping teased. But he knew that the other party would not care. Anyway, it is enough that they are not root in appearance. Even if they bring corpses back, Danzo dares to say that these people are not root ninjas. The ninjas standing around did not speak, but were ready to attack. Senior Orochimaru, you don't think that you, who are seriously injured, and these scumbags can threaten me, right? Do Ping looked at Orochimaru rising from the soil in front of him, and was extremely disdainful of the surrounding roots. There were only a few dozen people, and there was no strong existence, so there was no threat to him at all. It is indeed not enough to rely on their words alone, but if there is also my words, can you make Doping-kun take it seriously? While Orochimaru was speaking, his aura continued to rise, and he was completely restored to his peak state. Yes, he didn't look injured at all now. Doping also realized the means of his recovery, so he asked tentatively. Healing potion. There is only this possibility. And with Orochimaru's status and position, he must have a lot of this thing, so his injuries can recover so quickly. The potion you studied, Doping-kun, is really magical, and it can even be refined to increase the effect. Orochimaru said the answer directly without any hesitation. At the same time, his words also showed that he had discovered a feature of the healing potion. You know, Dohei deliberately diluted the healing potion to make it the current version. If it had not been diluted, the effect would be extremely terrible. A scientific research master like Orochimaru discovered this directly and reversed it to create a more effective healing potion. Really? This achievement is nothing compared to the predecessors. Worth mentioning. Doping didn't take Orochimaru's praise to heart at all, and at the same time he sincerely admired Orochimaru. Because the other person is full of strength, no water, while he is cheating. So even if his scientific research strength crushes the other party, he is not arrogant at all, but sincerely admires the other party. After the two of them praised each other for their business, they naturally had to fight with real swords and guns. Chapter 349 Targeted Weapons, Red Flame Snake. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. Orochimaru performed this ninjutsu that Jiraiya likes to use the most. As a shadow-level strongman who is proficient in all attributes, Orochimaru knows countless ninjutsu, but most of the ninjutsu are not as useful as the ones he developed. And Doping also made seals with both hands and started the ninjutsu bombardment. Fire Escape. Great Fire Extinguishing. This fire escape from Uchiha, when performed from his hands, is incredibly powerful. Roaring. The terrifying golden waves of fire gushed out. Not only that, the flames surrounding him also blocked the ninja tools shot from a distance. The ninjas of the route had no chance to get close. The temperature around Doping was so distorted that even the air was a little distorted. If the chakra was not strong enough, there was no qualification to get close to him. Ashimera's Yellow Spring Swamp was originally intended to create a geographical advantage, but the earth was instantly melted and dried by Doping's fire escape. The power of both sides' ninjutsu was incredibly powerful, but for them, this was just an appetizer and a test. Doping's chakra was amazing at this time, and he was ready to use a big move after the test. There were countless flames condensed on the index finger of his right hand, and slowly turned into a small white flame. Just looking at it gave people a sense of danger that made their scalps numb. At first, it might take the Sage mode to raise the temperature to this level. But now, with the in-depth control of the fire escape, even if without the Sage mode, Doping can also increase the power to this level. The white flame represents that it is more than several levels stronger than the ordinary fire escape. It is equivalent to the fire escape he uses with one chakra, and others need more than 10 chakras to compete with it. There is a huge gap in the quality of the two. The root ninjas at this time naturally don't want to see Doping use ninjutsu easily, so all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools are thrown at him. It's just that the flame clothes on Doping blocked these attacks like a substance. Since he can't expose his earth escape, he can't use the armor of Zhurong, and can only show a little bit. But these little things are enough to make him safe. The biggest trump cards of these ninjas in the route are insects and poisons. Do you really think he doesn't know? But under the premise of full coverage of the flame clothes, he is not afraid of these 2 points at all. Without this threat, he doesn't even care about these guys in the route who don't even have a jonin and are obviously cannon fodder. Orokai. Doping swung his right index finger forward, using this big move that he hadn't used for a long time. Rapid. The white flame, which was originally like a flame, grew rapidly after leaving his hand, and turned into a white flame wave that burned the sky and melted the earth, directly submerging everything in front. Whether it was plants or other things, they were meaningless before this wave of fire that destroyed everything. Facing this super large-scale fire escape, Orochimaru had no place to hide, so he could only choose to fight hard, so he bit his index finger to make a seal, and then slapped his hands on the ground. Summoning technique, Third Uncle is here to repair the door, Triple Rashomon. Boom. The ground began to shake violently, and 3 ghost-faced gates that were dozens of meters high and several meters thick rose in front of Orochimaru. The white flame wave just hit the door. The terrifying high temperature melted the ghost-faced gate with amazing defensive power. The door is a projection, which can be summoned repeatedly, and it will not be impossible to summon it after destruction. It really deserves to be the strongest defensive ninjutsu. Do Ping sighed as he looked at the ghost-faced gates in front of him. Orikai's strength lies in the surface damage, so it is not surprising that he cannot break through the triple Rashomon. If he enters the Sage mode and uses the Aim no Kyume sword in Zurong's true body state, he is confident that he can break it with one sword. But it is not necessary. His current strength is already feared by people. If he behaves too terrifyingly, it may cause bad consequences. At least this identity is not acceptable in public. It doesn't matter if he changes to the vest of the Kara organization. Even if the exposed strength is strong, it will not affect the castle tower. Swoosh! Do Ping quickly rushed towards Orochimaru, ready for close combat. In the flame robe state, he walked on fire, and rushed directly to Orochimaru behind the triple Rashomon like a flame god. Flame finger! Just after passing the last Rashomon, he saw Orochimaru and pointed his finger. Swish! The golden laser-like flame finger pierced Orochimaru's soil substitute without anyone having time to react. Haha, Dohei-kun is really anxious. Orochimaru's body emerged from the soil on the side, without any tension at all, as if the two were playing. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures rushed over one after another. After the root ninjas confirmed that Dohei was no longer playing ninjutsu to clean the floor, they also launched an attack. Annoying guy. Dohei frowned slightly, not understanding why Danzo would send these people. Are all the root masters dead? There is not even a jonin among these people, which is completely disgusting. In fact, Dohei guessed correctly. The root strong men are indeed almost dead. Except for a few right-hand men, the other strong men were exhausted in one mission after another. Not to mention other aspects, Guangris Yang Kengyu killed many strong men by forcefully breaking into the root base twice. In addition, when the Kingdom of Rain later encountered Nagato Fa Biao when they surrounded the Akatsuki organization, no matter how many elites he had, they were not enough. It will also take some time to cultivate the people who will be absorbed into the roots later, so there are really not many strong people in the roots now. Suddenly, Tang Ping noticed something was wrong, so he looked at these root ninjas. Gan! He cursed subconsciously. Because there was a strange sound coming from these roots. Sand, sand. It was like the sound of a fuse being lit. Explosive talisman. Tang Ping subconsciously realized what the plans of these root ninjas were. Prepare to trade lives with yourself. In terms of strength, these root ninjas are indeed not even qualified to threaten themselves. But he had a detonating talisman on him, and he lit it at every turn and rushed over. If it was a throw or a trap, of course Tang Ping could easily avoid it. But this method is really speechless. It can only be said that Danzo's version is countless years ahead of others. But this tactic was not developed by him. The first person to come up with this idea was the second Hokage. He developed the reincarnation of the evil earth in order to allow the dead from the earth to get close to the target and use the technique of mutual multiplication of detonating talismans. Now Danzo is just using the root ninja to act as the dead man of the dirt. Whoosh, whoosh. Tang Ping quickly distanced himself and accurately killed these guys with his flame fingers. If you were a jounin, it would not be difficult to avoid the flaming fingers, but these roots, which are at most a jounin level, are naturally very difficult to avoid. Boom, boom. One by one, the detonating symbols exploded. It was just when Tang Ping finished killing these roots that they landed. A slender red snake emerged from the ground, biting him without fear of the terrifying heat attached to his flame coat. Poof! The snake's head bit deeply into Zongtang's shoulder, and the intense heat of the flame coat had no effect on this finger-thick red venomous snake. Senior Orochimaru, is this your trump card? Tang Ping's voice was still calm, as if the poisonous snake on his shoulder didn't exist at all. To be honest, he was also surprised that Orochimaru was able to cultivate such a snake that could ignore flames. But this is the ninja world, there are even aliens, this is just a small scene. That's right, this red flame snake was entrusted to me to be cultivated by the root. Now it seems that it is indeed very effective. Orochimaru himself appeared dozens of meters away. Even if his trump card succeeds, he has no intention of getting close. What stands out is caution. The purpose of opening my mouth now is to delay the onset of snake venom. This red flame snake was actually not poisonous, but he was able to inject his own carefully prepared poison into its fangs just to eliminate Tang Ping in one fell swoop. It can only be said that this red flame snake, which can ignore high temperatures and flames, is indeed a sharp weapon against Tang Ping. But you only have one chance. Next time, there will be no chance of such a sneak attack. Soon, Orochimaru realized something was wrong. Chapter 350 Orochimaru vs Dohei. Tang Ping didn't look like he was poisoned at all. Orochimaru was very confident about the poison he had carefully prepared, and even Tsunade would not be able to remove it so quickly. But the other party didn't react at all. The future was too weird. There must be a problem. The latent shadow has many snake hands. Orochimaru didn't dare to be careless, so he just tested the ninjutsu with one move. Hiss! Multiple venomous snakes came out of the cuff of his right hand and bit him. It's just. Before he could bite Nakadohei, these thick-armed snakes turned into charcoal. Flame clothes. The terrifying temperature, are you kidding? Orochimaru's chakra can protect himself, but it cannot protect these snakes. When ordinary snakes face a fully powered flame clothes, they will instantly turn into black charcoal, making it impossible to get close. Senior Orochimaru is really cautious, but do you think I won't be able to attack you at such a close distance? Dohei's sighing voice made Orochimaru instantly feel the danger. Fierce. A huge pillar of extremely violent fire spurted out from the soles of his feet, instantly submerging him and the surrounding area. Fire pillar formation. Dohei deliberately stood still to lure Orochimaru closer. When he used ninjutsu, he confirmed that the opponent was his true form and immediately attacked him with ninjutsu. And this time it is a precise and small-scale attack, so there is no fear of the opponent's avatar. Just after the pillar of fire submerged Orochimaru, Dohei also used his right hand to pinch the red flame snake biting his shoulder. The bitten area turned black, indicating that there was indeed a terrible poison. But the discolored area soon turned into magma dripping onto the ground. Elementalization. Dohei's body turned into magma, and after discarding the poisoned area, he used chakra to convert it into magma to replenish it. In fact, he has been poisoned. It's just that this poison is ineffective against magma. After using elementalization to solve the poisoning problem, Tang Ping instantly exited this state. The consumption is too great. Even if the chakra has reached dozens of calories, it cannot be used for too long. At the same time, this also proves a point. That is the secret technique that he spent a lot of effort to develop, and its life-saving ability is really full. And that's not all. Even if he is really seriously injured, he can be revived instantly with the upgraded version of this technique, the Nirvana technique. Just now, Dohei expelled the toxin from his body, which is equivalent to digging out a piece of meat. After replenishing magma, he turned back into flesh and blood without any problems. This is the use of the Nirvana technique. However, it is not the complete version, but a small-scale use. In this way, the consumption is reduced to the minimum. So far, Dohei has also seen how dangerous Orochimaru is. It can actually create a strange snake like the red flame snake, which is completely designed to restrain him. Although he is confident that the flame cloth in the Sage mode, this red flame snake cannot break through the defense circle. But God knows whether the opponent can come up with more targeted things in the future. It can only be said that he hid a lot of his information completely foresightly, so that he does not need to face the information-killing thing. Killing the teacher in the ninja world is easy to succeed, because the apprentice knows the teacher too well, so it can be easily successful, not because the apprentice is really better than the teacher. After putting away the red flame snake and returning to normal, Tang Ping also saw the state of Orochimaru, who was attacked by his fire pillar array. Black. Orochimaru's whole person seemed to have changed his race and turned into a black man. The problem is that the other party did not die. His vitality is strong enough. Crack. The whole person suddenly cracked. Yes, this is not an adjective, but a description. The black shell on the other party's body cracked like an eggshell, and the whole person walked out of it intact. Shedding skin. However, the shed skin was completely scorched by the flames at this time. Orokai-style substitution technique? Tang Ping instantly determined what technique the other party used. However, this technique is not as convenient and easy as it will be in the future, and the consumption seems to be extremely exaggerated. This can be seen from the pitiful number of times Orochimaru used it before. The core of the Orochimaru-style substitution technique is the two words shedding skin. Using yang escape to stimulate cells is equivalent to cloning a body in a short period of time, and the consumption of the body can be imagined. Maybe this is why Orochimaru often changes his body. Because he doesn't use his body as a person. Like Do Ping's Nirvana technique, it takes this into consideration and adopts the method of converting chakra into flesh and blood. Although it consumes more, it will not damage the body too much. Senior Orochimaru's technique is really magical. Do Ping's face is full of admiration. Don't look at him calling him senior, but he didn't show any mercy when he attacked, but was extremely cruel. Haha, I didn't expect that Do Ping-kun could be immune to venom. Orochimaru laughed and tested. Yes, he said this deliberately, just to judge from Do Ping's expression how he was immune. Pa. Do Ping didn't say much, clapped his hands, and directly entered the gathering energy mode. That is, he began to sense natural energy and prepare to enter the sage mode. The reason why he didn't need the help of the hot spring was naturally because his proficiency had greatly increased. It only took him about a minute to enter the sage mode, and he could also keep moving, so he wouldn't just stay there stupidly. It was a test of the results of his training. The point is that Orochimaru is not a super strong attacker. If it was a strong shadow-level player like Onoki with the dust release, Dohei would be courting death. But if it was Orochimaru, the opponent really didn't have any devastating killing moves. It couldn't be the eight-headed technique, right? He hasn't developed this technique yet, because this technique is compatible with the reincarnation of the corpse. Now that he hasn't changed his body, it proves that the eight-headed technique has not been completed. As for other forbidden techniques, they really don't have the simple and crude killing effect of the dust release. Sure enough, when Orochimaru saw Dohei like this, he instantly understood what he was doing and immediately launched a strong attack. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. One ninjutsu after another was used by Orochimaru quickly. At this moment, he showed what a ninjutsu master is. Each ninjutsu was used like flowing water, with a smooth rhythm and seamless connection, just like a ninjutsu performance that made people breathless. And Dohei used most of his attention to gather natural energy, and a small part of his attention to dodge. I closed my eyes when spinning and jumping. Dohei really closed his eyes. His keen perception made him not afraid of this kind of ninjutsu. Unless the speed was so fast that people could not react, or the attack range was amazing, otherwise, if they were in good condition and had space to dodge, it would be more difficult than climbing to the sky to hit them. And Orochimaru did not dare to approach, naturally because he was afraid that Dohei was fishing and deliberately used the sage mode to attract him to come closer. After all, no serious person would enter the sage mode in front of others, right? Senju Hashirama? Soon, Tang Ping's aura changed. A hot and domineering aura emanated. A red flame pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and his eyes were stained with a layer of dark gold. Let the flame purify everything. As these words came out, it also meant that he switched his personality. Raging. The gorgeous and pure white flame covered his body. The extremely high temperature was enough to ignite and evaporate any unprotected creature that approached. Flame Finger. Faster and farther than before, the even more terrifying white laser tore apart the air, and at the same time, Orochimaru, the Earth Double. But this time, due to the improved perception of the immortal mode, Tang Ping confirmed where the opponent's true body was located underground. Make quick seals with both hands. Immortal Magic. Earth Fire Magic. Tang Ping was directly hit by an immortal technique. The ground seemed to have turned into a crater, directly forcing Orochimaru out of the ground. Although he had developed a special type of snake called the Red Flame Snake, he had not yet done anything to himself. His flame resistance was not high, so he was forced out directly. Immortal Method. Tian Kong Yun Sword. Tang Ping used this magical technique with full force. Note that the difference between immortal magic and immortal magic has been introduced before, so anyone can fully understand how terrifying the Tian Kong Yun sword is. Fierce. Countless flames gathered in the right hand, forming a gorgeous sky blue sword. Shoot him, sharpshooter. The Amon Kong cloud sword in Dohei's hand surged like lightning and stabbed Orochimaru, who had just been forced out of the ground by the earth fire technique. After Orochimaru twisted his body into a twist and narrowly avoided the sting, he bit his index finger and prepared to call a scapegoat.